The Roman province of Britannia was officially created in 43 CE, and its first administrative center was established at Camulodunum, once the stronghold of the Trinovantes. That arrangement did not last long. During the uprising led by Boudicca, the city was devastated beyond recovery. Once Roman control had been restored, the provincial administration was transferred to Londinium, situated on the banks of the River Thames. In the centuries that followed, this growing city became the political heart of Roman Britain and was known to the later Britons of the sub-Roman era as Caer Lundine. Following the completion of Agricola's campaigns, the province was reorganized into a number of civitates, administrative territories that generally reflected the lands of the larger native tribes or tribal confederations. Each district possessed its own urban center that served as the seat of local government. The territory of the Atrebates was governed from Caliver, Atrebatum, present-day Silchester in Hampshire, remembered in later British tradition as Caer Telemion. The Belgae were administered from Venta Belgarum, modern Winchester, known as Caer Gintgich. The powerful Brigantes had their center at Isurium Brigantum, today's Aldborough in Yorkshire, called Caer Isurian. The lands of the Cantiaci contained two important administrative centers. One was Duravernum Cantiacorum, modern Canterbury, remembered as Caer Saint, while another was Durobrive Cantiacorum, corresponding to Rochester, later known as Caer Duabruf. Farther north, the Carvetti were administered from Luguvalium, today's Carlisle, which the Britons later called Caer Lugualid. The territory of the Catuvelauni centered on Verulamium, modern St. Albans, remembered as Caer Miniship. The Corieltavi governed their affairs from Ratae Corieltavarum, now Leicester, later known as Caer Lerion. The Cornovi maintained their capital at Viriconium, today's Wroxeter, remembered as Caer Guricon. In Western Wales, the Demetai were centered on Moridunum, modern Carmarthen, known in later tradition as Caer Merdin. The Dobuni administered their lands from Corinium, modern Cirencester, remembered as Caer Ceri. The Dumnoni ruled from Isca, today's Exeter, later called Caer Uisc. The Durotriges possessed two important centers. One was Lendiniae, identified with Ilchester, known as Caer Lindinos, while the other was Durnovaria, modern Dorchester, remembered as Caer Durnac. The Iceni had their administrative capital at Venta Icanorum, present-day Caestor St. Edmund, later known as Caer Went. The Parisi governed from Petuaria, now Broughon Humber, remembered as Caer Petuar. The Regni controlled their territory from Noviomagus, modern Chichester, later called Caer Te. The Silures were administered from Venta Silurum, located near Caerwent and Chepstow, remembered as Caer Gwent. The Trinovantes, whose lands had once hosted the original provincial capital, later centered on Caesaramagus, today's Chelmsford, known as Caer Calma. Alongside these civic capitals, Rome established four important coloniae where retired legionaries settled after completing military service. These colonies enjoyed elevated legal status and became symbols of Roman authority throughout the province. The first was Colonia Claudia Victricensis, better known as Camulodunum, modern Colchester, remembered as Caer Colon. Another was Colonia Domitiana Lindensium, or Lindum Colonia, corresponding to present-day Lincoln, later known as Caer Lind Colon. In the west stood Colonia Nervia Glevensium, modern Gloucester, remembered as Caer Glui. Finally, northern Britain contained Colonia Eberracensis, centered on Eberacum, today's York, later called Caer Ebroc. Besides these administrative centers, many other Roman settlements grew into significant towns and military bases. Alauna, modern Alcester, became known as Caer Allen. Andertitum, today's Pevensey, was remembered as Caer Pensa or Coit Anderidos. Aquae Sulis, famous for its thermal springs and now known as Bath, later appeared as Caer Badan. The settlement of Blestium, corresponding to Monmouth, became known as Caer Gorthegirn. Caestor in Lincolnshire retained its Roman name, while Castra ad Alaunam developed into present-day Lancaster. Cataractonium, today's Catteric, was remembered as Caer Catarorc, and Canovium, modern Caerhun, later became Caer Conovian. Further east stood Danum, modern Doncaster, remembered as Caer Don. The great legionary fortress of Diva Victrix, today's Chester, became known in later Welsh tradition as Caer Legion. At the southeastern coast, Dubra, now Dover, survived as Caer Dower, while Durolin Ponte, corresponding to Cambridge, became Caer Grouth. The fortress of Isca Augusta, today's Caerleon, was remembered as Caer Legion Gwa Uisc. Letositum, near modern Wall in Staffordshire, became Caer Luit Coit, while Magnae Dobunorum, corresponding to Kenchester, later appeared as Caer Farwyd. Industrial and commercial settlements such as Mamucium, modern Manchester, were remembered as Caer Mongwyd, while Mediolanum, today's Whitchurch, became Caer Megwyd. Moridunum continued to flourish as Caer Merdin, and Portus Adumi, corresponding to Portsmouth, later appeared as Caer Portus. The fortified harbour of Rutupiae, modern Richborough, survived as Caer Ritus. Sagontium, today's Caernarfon, became Caer Segint, while Sorviodunum, the site of Old Sarum near Salisbury, was remembered as Caer Caratalk. Tamium, modern Cardiff, became Caer Taff. Vertis, today's Worcester, appeared as Caer Guragon. Verulamium retained its importance as Caer Minkip, while Venovia, corresponding to Binchester, became known as Caer Weir. After Septimius Severus defeated Clodius Albinus at the Battle of Lugdunum in 197 CE, he appointed Virius Lupus as governor of Britain and introduced an important administrative reform. Instead of a single province, Roman Britain was divided into Britannia Superior and Britannia Inferior, each ruled by its own legatus Augusti pro praetore. Britannia Superior retained Londinium as its capital, while Britannia Inferior was administered from Eboracum. A century later, in 297 CE, another major reorganization followed the collapse of the so-called Imperium Britannicum. Under Caesar Constantius Chlorus, the two existing provinces were replaced with four new ones, all belonging to the Diocese of Britannia, itself part of the Praetorian Prefecture of Gaul and supervised by a vicarius. The newly created provinces included Britannia Maxima Caesariensis, governed from Londinium, Britannia Prima, administered from Corinium, Britannia Secunda, with its capital at Eboracum, and Britannia Flavia Caesariensis, centered on Lindum. Only the governor of Britannia Maxima held the higher rank of consularis, while the governors of the remaining provinces served as presides. Britannia Maxima encompassed the prosperous southeastern regions. Britannia Prima covered much of western Britain, including northern Wales and the West Country. Britannia Flavia occupied the territory that would later become the Midlands and Mercia, whereas Britannia Secunda stretched across much of what later formed southern Northumbria below Hadrian's Wall. During this same reform, Londinium was officially renamed Augusta Britanniarum, reflecting its position as both the diocesan capital and the center of Britannia Maxima. Despite its official status, the new title never became widely accepted in everyday use. Civilian governors were now responsible solely for administrative and legal matters. Military authority had been completely separated from provincial government, a policy introduced throughout the empire rather than one unique to Britain. Military command within the Diocese of Britannia was organized into three independent commands. The Comes Maritimi Tractus supervised Legio Secunda Augusta, now stationed at Rutupiae, together with frontier troops numbering roughly 3,000 infantry and 600 cavalry. The Dux Britanniarum commanded Legio Sexta Victrix, based at Eboracum, along with approximately 14,000 infantry and 900 cavalry stationed across the northern frontier. The third command belonged to the Comes Britanniae, also known as the Comes Rei Militaris per Britannias, who controlled Legio Vicesima Valeria Victrix at Deva Victrix, supported by mobile field forces consisting of around 2,200 infantry and 200 cavalry. The Comes Maritimi Tractus, later known as the Comes Litoris Saxonici per Britannium, was responsible for defending both shores of the English Channel. His command also included the Classis Britannica, the Roman fleet operating from Dubry in Britain and Bononia across the Channel in Gaul. The administrative reforms of 297 extended far beyond Britain. In Gaul, the former provinces were reorganized into the Diocese of Galliae, containing Lugdunensis, 1, 2, 3, 4, Senonia, Belgica 1, Belgica 2, Germania 1, Germania 2, and Maxima Sequanorum, while the southern territories formed the Diocese of Viennensis, also called Septem Provinciae, which included Aquitania Prima, Secunda, Tertia Novem Populana, Narbonensis Prima, Narbonensis Secunda, Viennensis, Alpes Maritimae, and Alpes Poeninae et Graiae. The provinces of Hispania also underwent major restructuring. The earlier 3 provinces became 5: Hispania Tarraconensis, Hispania Galaetia, Hispania Lusitania, Hispania Baetica, and Hispania Carthaginensis. These provinces were then further divided into administrative districts known as conventi, functioning in a similar manner to the civitates elsewhere within the empire. Following the death of Constantine the Great in 337 CE, the Roman Empire was divided into 3 enormous praetorian prefectures, each containing several dioceses. The praetorian prefecture of the Gauls included Gaul, Viennensis, Britain, Hispania, Germania, and Tingitana. The praetorian prefecture of Italy, Illyricum, and Africa governed the Italian peninsula, the Balkans, and North Africa. The praetorian prefecture of the East administered Thrace, Anatolia, Syria-Palestine, Egypt, and Libya. Just as provincial and diocesan governors had lost military authority decades earlier, the praetorian prefects likewise exercised only civilian administrative power. Responsibility for the army rested entirely with separate military officials. This arrangement reflected the division of the empire among Constantine's surviving sons. Constantine II received the western territories centered on Gaul, Constans governed Italy, while Constantius II inherited the vast eastern provinces. Both Rome and Constantinople also possessed their own independent praetorian prefects, reflecting the exceptional status of the imperial capitals. Military command across the western provinces ultimately rested with the Magister Militum per Gallius, who in turn answered to the Magister Utriusque Militia, the supreme military commander serving the Western Emperor. In the aftermath of the Great Conspiracy of 367, Roman forces carried out a series of campaigns to restore order across northern Britain. During this period, Civilis, the vicarius of the British diocese, created an additional northern province known as Britannia Valentia. Its governor was granted the elevated rank of consularis, placing the province on the same administrative level as Britannia Prima. For many centuries, historians generally believed that Valentia occupied the territory between Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall, a region sometimes described as Intermuros. According to this interpretation, its administrative center may have been located at Habitanicum, modern Risingham, in Northumberland, which stood along Dare Street. Another possibility was Luguvalium, the Roman settlement that developed into modern Carlisle. Since the closing decades of the 20th century, however, several alternative theories have been proposed. Some scholars have argued that Valentia may actually have been situated in Wales, with Diva, modern Chester, serving as its capital. Others have suggested that the province covered the lands of Cumberland and Westmoreland, with Luguvalium once again acting as its principal seat of government. The Notitia Dignitatum, compiled in its surviving form around 425, provides one of the most important descriptions of the political and military structure of late Roman Britain. Its British section also refers to 2 related military commands located in northern Gaul, both of which were connected to the defense of the Channel region. At the head of the Diocese of Britannia stood the Vicarius, whose complete title was Vices Agens Praefecti Praetorio Galliarum per Britannias. He acted as the representative of the Praetorian Prefect of Gaul and supervised the civil administration of the British provinces. The Vicarius was supported by a large and highly organized staff. The Princeps Officii served as chief of staff and supervised the wider administration. Beneath him was the cornucularius, who acted as the senior deputy. 2 numerarii were responsible for financial matters, including the collection and recording of taxes. The commentariensis maintained official reports, daily records, and administrative journals. The adiutor functioned as the principal assistant, while the ab actis kept legal proceedings and official acts in order. The cura epistolarum oversaw correspondence and managed incoming and outgoing letters. Below these senior officials were subadiuvi, who worked as deputy assistants, along with exceptores, lower-ranking clerks who copied and recorded documents. The singularis et reliquum officium included messengers, attendants, guards, and other junior personnel required for the operation of the vicarius's office. Beneath the diocesan administration were the governors of the individual provinces. Britannia Prima and Britannia Valentia were each governed by a consularis. Britannia Secunda, Britannia Flavia Caesariensis, and Britannia Maxima Caesariensis were administered by officials holding the lower rank of praeses. If the Nomina Omnium Provinciarum, written by Polemius Silvanus in 449, preserves an accurate record, the possible province known as Britannia Orcades may also have been governed by a praeses. Every provincial governor maintained a staff broadly similar in organization to that of the vicarius, although on a smaller scale. In addition to confirming the existence of 5 provinces within the British diocese, the Notitia Dignitatum records a detailed network of military commands and units. By the later Roman period, the size and structure of the army had changed considerably from the formations of earlier centuries. A numerus usually consisted of about 300 soldiers. A cohort contained approximately 480 men, while an ala was a specialized cavalry formation. The late Roman legion was also much smaller than its earlier imperial predecessor. Instead of numbering around 5,000 mostly infantry soldiers with attached cavalry, a late legion often contained only about 1,000 infantrymen. Many units continued to carry old regional, tribal, or functional names. Titles such as exploratorum, meaning scouts or reconnaissance troops, and vigilum, meaning watchmen or guards, had often become traditional by this period. They did not necessarily describe the true ethnic background, composition, or everyday duties of the soldiers who served in them. The Notitia does not list Roman forts in Valentia, assuming the province lay between the 2 northern walls, nor does it provide a full account of the garrisons in northern Wales. One possible explanation is that these regions had already been placed under praefecti gentilium. Such officials may have been local rulers, commanders of allied communities, or Roman officers responsible for semi-independent frontier groups. The highest military authority in Britain was the Comes Rei Militaris per Britannias, more commonly called the Comes Britanniae. He possessed overall responsibility for the defense of the diocese and directly commanded the Comitatus, the mobile field army intended to respond rapidly to invasions, rebellions, and major military emergencies. Among the infantry formations under his control were the Primani Juniores and the Secundani Juniores. Both units were probably formed from sections of Legio Secunda Adiutrix and were classified as Legiones Comitatenses, meaning heavy infantry belonging to the field army. The Victores Juniores Britannici were an Auxilia Palatina unit. They served as medium infantry and belonged to a prestigious category of troops normally associated with the central imperial field armies. The cavalry under the Comes Britannia included the Equites Cataphractarii Juniores, heavily armored horsemen intended for direct battlefield assaults. The Equites Stablesiani and the Equites Scutarii Aureliaci were also heavy cavalry formations, while the Equites Honoriani Seniores belonged to the Vexillationes Comitatenses, the mounted elements of the mobile army. 2 additional cavalry forces, the Equites Syries and Equites Typhali, were associated with foreign or federate traditions. The first had Syrian origins in name, while the second was connected with the Typhali, a people who had been incorporated into Roman military service. By the 5th century, however, the names of such units did not always reflect the true origin of their serving soldiers. Another major command belonged to the Comes Litoris Saxonici per Britannium, the Count of the Saxon Shore in Britain. He controlled the Limitanai, stationed along the northern coast of the Oceanus Britannicus and the eastern shoreline facing the Mare Frysicum. The most important legionary position under this command was held by the Praefectus of Legio Secunda Augusta at Rutupiae, modern Richborough in Kent. The Praefectus Classis Britannicae commanded the British fleet from Dewberry, modern Dover. At Athona, now Bradwell in Essex, the Praepositus Numeri Fortensium commanded the numerous Fortensium. At Dubris, another officer led the Milites Tungricani. Lemanis, modern Lympne in Kent, was occupied by the numerous Turnuscensium. Farther north, Branodunum, modern Brancaster in Norfolk, was defended by the Equites Dalmatae Branodunenses. These were cavalrymen whose traditional title connected them to Dalmatia. At Gariononum, identified with Burgh Castle in Norfolk, the Equites Stablesiani Garianonenses formed another mounted garrison. Regulbium, modern Reculver in Kent, was held by the first cohort of the Baia Tarsi under a tribune. Anderidos, or Andertitum, modern Pevensey in Sussex, contained the numerous Abelcorum, and also served as a base for the Classis Anderideensis, a local naval force commanded by its own prefect. At Portus Adorni, modern Portchester in Hampshire, a unit of exploratories was stationed under a praepositus. These troops were associated with scouting, observation, and the early detection of hostile activity along the coast. The Dux Britanniarum commanded the frontier forces in Maxima Caesariensis and along the Vallum Aelium, better known as Hadrian's Wall. He may also have exercised authority in parts of Valentia and possibly in Britannia Secunda. At Eberacum, modern York, the prefect of Legio VI Victrix remained one of the most important commanders in northern Britain. Near Bridlington, at a place known simply as Presidium, the Equites Dalmatae was stationed. At Darnham, modern Doncaster, the Equites Crispiani formed the local cavalry force. Morbium, generally identified with Ilkley, was occupied by a unit of cataphract cavalry. Arbaea, modern South Shields, contained the numerous Barcariorum Tigrisiensium, whose title suggests an association with river boatmen or transport troops originally linked to the Tigris. At Dictum, identified with Old Winteringham in Lincolnshire, stood the numerous Nerviorum Dictensium. Concangis, modern Chester Street, was occupied by a numerous Vigilum, traditionally described as watchmen. Lavatres, modern Bowes in County Durham, contained a numerous Exploratorum. These troops may have carried out patrols and reconnaissance through the nearby roads, passes, and upland terrain. At Vertere, a modern Brough Castle in Westmoreland, a numerous Directorum was stationed. Their traditional name can be translated as guides, suggesting that the unit may once have assisted armies moving through difficult frontier territory. Barboniacum, modern Kirkby Thor, was held by the numerous Defensorum, or defenders. At Maglona, often identified with Old Carlisle, stood the numerous Silensium. Magis, now Drumburg in Cumberland, was occupied by the numerous Pacensium. Longovicium, modern Lanchester in County Durham, housed the numerous Longovicanorum. At Deventio, identified with Moulton in Yorkshire, the numerous Supervenientium Petuariensium was commanded by its own prefect. The forts along Hadrian's Wall and its western continuation remained under a dense chain of local commanders. Segedunum, modern Wallsend in Northumberland, was garrisoned by the 4th cohort of the Lingones under a tribune. At Ponce Aelius, present-day Newcastle, the 1st cohort of the Cornovi guarded the important river crossing. Condacum, modern Benwell, was occupied by the 1st Ala of the Asturians. At Vindobala, identified with Rudchester, the 1st cohort of the Frixagi served under a tribune. Onum, or Hunum, modern Halton Chesters, housed the Ala Sabiniana. Salernum, modern Chesters, was defended by the 2nd Ala of the Asturians. Broccolicia, now Caroburg, contained the 1st cohort of the Batavians. Vercovicium, better known as Hausersteds, was occupied by the 1st cohort of the Tungrians. Vindolanda, modern Chesterholm, was held by the 4th cohort of the Gauls. At Asica, today, Great Chesters, the 1st cohort of the Asturians remained in service. Magnus, identified with Carvoren, contained the second cohort of the Dalmatians. At Camboglana, modern Burdoswald, the first alien cohort of the Dacians guarded one of the strongest western positions on the wall. The Ala Petriana was stationed at Petrianae, possibly Stanwix or Ray in Cumberland, a site also associated with the name Oxylodonum. This cavalry unit had long been one of the most prestigious mounted formations in Britain. At Abalava, modern Berg by Sands, stood the numerous Mororum Aurelianorum, a force whose title preserved an old connection with Moorish troops recruited from North Africa. Congavata, possibly Kirkbride or Drumburg, was occupied by the second cohort of the Lingones. Axellodunum, perhaps located at Maryport or Netherby, and sometimes associated with Castra Exploratorum, contained the first cohort of the Hispanes. At Gabrosentum, possibly Workington or Moresby, the second cohort of the Thracians remained in position. Tunatellum, perhaps Bo'ness or a site near Calder Bridge, housed the first alien fleet cohort, a formation with naval traditions. Glanibanta, modern Ravenglass, contained the first cohort of the Morini. At Aliona, associated here with Lancaster and the name Calunium, the third cohort of the Nervi served under a tribune. Bremetenicum, modern Ribchester in Lancashire, was occupied by a cunus of Sarmatians. A cunus was a specialized cavalry formation, and the presence of Sarmatian troops in this area reflected the empire's long-standing practice of settling foreign military communities along vulnerable frontiers. At Olenacum, identified with Elslack in Yorkshire, the first Herculean ala was stationed. Virocidum, modern Bro by Bainbridge, contained the sixth cohort of the Nervii. Beyond the units recorded in the Notitia, several forts and defended settlements in Cambria, the region now known as Wales, remained occupied into the late 4th and early 5th centuries. In at least one or two cases, military or administrative activity may have continued into the middle of the 5th century. These sites may have fallen under the authority of the Dux Britanniarum. It is also possible that they belonged to another regional command omitted from the surviving version of the Notitia Dignitatum. Among the important late Roman centres in Wales was Saguntium near modern Caernarfon. Isca Augusta, modern Caerleon, remained another significant military and urban site. Deva, present-day Chester, continued to dominate the approaches between western Britain and the northern frontier. Sicunium, identified with Y. Geyer, may also have remained active. Mediolanum, probably Caerzus, occupied an important position in central Wales. Tamium, associated with Cardiff, guarded the southern coastal region. Venta Silurum, modern Caerwent, remained an important walled settlement. Farther east, Bravonium at Llantwadine in Herefordshire and Magnus at Kenchester also retained strategic importance. Viroconium Cornoviorum, modern Wroxeter, was one of the largest and most influential urban centres in western Britain. Even after the weakening of direct Roman control, it continued to play a major role in the political and economic life of the region. The Notitia Dignitatum also records two military commands on the continental side of the Channel within the Diocese of Gaul. These territories had formerly belonged to the broader authority of the Comes Maritimi Tractus. By the early 5th century, their commanders worked in coordination with the Comes Littoris Saxonici per Britannium. Despite this cooperation, they did not serve directly beneath the British commander and remained part of the separate military administration of northern Gaul. The kingdom later known as Venedotia, called Gwynedd in Middle Welsh and Gwynedd in modern Welsh, first emerged across the former lands of the Ordovices, while also incorporating the territory once occupied by the Gangani, an Irish people living on the Lynn Peninsula during the time of Claudius Ptolemy in the 2nd century. Unlike much of Roman Britain, northern Wales was never reorganized into civilian administrative districts. Instead, it remained under direct military authority throughout the Roman occupation. According to medieval Welsh tradition, the kingdom itself came into existence during the early or middle decades of the 5th century. Its legendary founder was Cwnedda Wledig ap Edyn, a powerful war leader from Marnau, who journeyed south with several of his sons and a large following to establish a new realm in the northwestern corner of Britain. By the closing years of the 4th century, the Gangani had disappeared from the peninsula. Some traditions suggest that they returned to Ireland, while others believe they gradually merged with their relatives, the Detsiangli, who occupied the lands farther east. These peoples shared distant connections with the Konkani of Munster, who themselves had earlier migrated into Leinster. As the Gangani disappeared, another Irish group known as the Lagin settled in the region. Their arrival eventually gave the peninsula its enduring name, Lynn, and they may have originally been introduced as Roman Federate settlers entrusted with defending the frontier. At the beginning of its history, Gwynedd controlled territory roughly corresponding to modern Caernarfonshire, Merionethshire, and Anglesey. Over time, it expanded to include Denbighshire and Flintshire after absorbing the neighbouring kingdom of Rose. This growth was not permanent. The eastern districts beyond the River Conwy eventually fell under the expanding influence of the Mercians, causing Gwynedd to lose Rose, along with the region later known as Gwynedd is Conwy. Centuries afterward, when Mercia and Northumbria became increasingly occupied with Viking invasions, Gwynedd successfully recovered both territories. The Norman invasions of Wales dramatically reshaped political boundaries, yet the Welsh resurgence of 1136 transformed the balance once again. Following a successful revolt against Norman rule, Gwynedd annexed the heartland of Ceredigion, while the remaining territories of the former southern kingdom continued under the descendants of its traditional rulers in Dyfed and Ystrad Twy. Throughout its history, Gwynedd occasionally split into two political spheres separated by the River Conwy. The eastern portion became known as Gwynedd is Conwy, while the western lands were called Gwynedd uwch Conwy. Such divisions generally appeared during disputes over succession, or during periods when southern Welsh rulers gained greater influence. Like many medieval kingdoms, its borders continually shifted. By the end of the Middle Ages, Gwynedd had expanded into several districts previously belonging to Powys, while also retaining most of the former kingdom of Ceredigion, excluding Ystrad Twy. Beginning around the year 1200, the rulers of Gwynedd gradually emerged as the acknowledged princes of Wales, exercising authority far beyond their original homeland. Their independence endured until 1283, when the campaigns of Edward I finally brought the kingdom under English control. Interestingly, the title Prince ultimately derives from the Latin word princeps, originally used by Roman emperors, making it a title that historically implied authority greater than that of an ordinary king. The neighbouring kingdom of Rus developed within the former lands of the Detsiangli. Its territory covered most of what later became Denbighshire and Flintshire, excluding several frontier districts. During the late 8th century, it fell under Mercian domination, and its eastern cantref of Tegeingal, whose Welsh name preserved the memory of the Detsiangli, remained under Mercian authority until the late 12th century. Gwynedd eventually reconquered the region and incorporated it into its own expanding realm. Among the rulers of Rhos, the best remembered is Cwnoglasus, known in Welsh tradition as Sinlas Goch ap Owain. The 6th century writer Gildas harshly criticized him alongside 4 other British kings, famously describing him as the charioteer of the bear. Although the precise meaning of this title remains uncertain, it reflects both his prominence and the moral condemnation directed toward him by Gildas. In later medieval Wales, the lands once occupied by Rhos became known collectively as Perfedolad, meaning the Middle Country. Geographically, this region corresponded closely to what was later called Gwynedd is Conwy. Another of the great Welsh kingdoms was Powys, whose early traditions traced its foundation to the famous figure Gorthegern, better known as Vortigern. According to Welsh genealogies, he was succeeded by his son Categern, who died fighting beside his brother Vortimer during the Battle of Aylesford in 455. The earliest royal centre of Powys stood at Viraconium Cornoviorum, modern Wroxeter, one of the largest surviving Roman cities in western Britain. Remarkably, the city continued to flourish well into the Anglo-Saxon period before becoming the centre of the kingdom known as the Riotsensate. Long before that transformation, however, the ruling dynasty of Powys had already shifted its residence farther west to Mathrafal. Around 570, the eastern portion of the kingdom separated entirely to become the independent realm of Pengwern. Powys originally developed from the former Civitas Cornuviorum. During its early expansion, it spread across the upper Severn Valley, together with the surrounding uplands to both the north and south. During this formative period, the kingdom experienced two military expeditions led by Germanus of Auxerre, who had once served as a Roman general before becoming bishop. At its greatest territorial extent, Powys controlled an enormous area stretching across Cheshire, Shropshire, parts of Staffordshire, Herefordshire, Montgomeryshire, eastern Denbighshire, and Radnorshire. This made it by far the largest kingdom in sub-Roman Wales. The loss of Pengwern dramatically reduced its territory, leaving only the western districts under direct royal authority. Around the beginning of the 9th century, further fragmentation occurred when several smaller kingdoms emerged within the region known as Rhwng Gwy a Hafren, reducing Powys even further. A major turning point came in 855 when Rhodri Mawr, ruler of Gwynedd, claimed Powys following the death of Cyngen ap Cadell. Rhodri's claim was strengthened through his father Merfyn Ffraich, who had married Nestferch Cadell, linking the two dynasties. After Rhodri's death, each of his sons inherited one of his principal kingdoms. Later, Hywel Deda, already ruler of Dyfed, acquired Gwynedd and eventually took possession of Powys as well, after its rulers died during an unsuccessful uprising against the English. Another dramatic political shift occurred in 1063 when Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex, together with his brother Tostig, Earl of Northumbria, installed Bleddyn ap Cynfyn as King of Powys, while also recognizing him and his brother Rhywallan as joint rulers of Gwynedd. Bleddyn's descendants continued to govern Powys through what became known as the House of Mathrafal. The death of Madog ap Maredudd in 1160 marked yet another period of division. His son Llywelyn was killed shortly afterward, and the kingdom was partitioned among several members of the royal family. Owain Brogyntin inherited the cantref of Penllyn, although Gwynedd soon annexed the district by force while allowing Owain to remain there as a subordinate ruler. Meanwhile, Owain ap Gruffydd established the Principality of Powys Seiliog, later known as Powys Wenwynwyn, south of the river Rhaiadr. To the north, Gruffydd ap Mardog created Powys Fadog, occupying much of eastern Denbighshire. Powys Fadog eventually fell to England in 1277, while Powys Wenwynwyn survived only until 1283 when Edward I completed the conquest of independent Wales. The Kingdom of Erting, known in modern Welsh as Erging, emerged around the former Roman centre of Arraconium, remembered by the Britons as Caer Aeron. Although often associated only with modern Archenfield, its territory was considerably larger. It separated from the neighbouring Kingdom of Gwent in 474, establishing itself as an independent realm before eventually reuniting with Gwent through a royal marriage in 650. This restored union lasted until the expanding Kingdom of Mercia absorbed the region during its western advance. West of the River Usk, another kingdom gradually emerged. This was Glywysing, named after its first ruler, Glywys ap Sola. Around 470, Glewys declared the western districts of Gwent independent, creating a kingdom that covered much of present-day Glamorgan. Following his death only a decade later, the realm fragmented into 4 smaller principalities. For roughly a century, these petty kingdoms survived independently until every ruling branch eventually disappeared, allowing the territory to return peacefully to Gwent, though probably retaining considerable local autonomy. Independence returned in 755 under Rhys ap Ithel, whose dynasty descended from the senior royal house at Caerwent. The capital stood at Caer Tiff, modern Cardiff, where an important Roman fort had once guarded the coastline. On 2 occasions, Glywysing reunited with Gwent, each time under rulers who adopted the broader title of Morgan Nadwyg, although these unions proved temporary. The name Morganwgi, or Gwlad Morgan, first appeared under Morgan hen ap Owain, who reunited Gwent and Glywysing in 942. The United Kingdom lasted until his death in 974. A second reunion followed between 1063 and 1074, after which rulers based in Cardiff continued using the title even when controlling only Glywysing itself. In time, the name Morgan WG became permanently attached to that Western kingdom. Norman expansion finally ended its independence in 1080 when Robert FitzHammon conquered the territory and transformed it into the Lordship of Glamorgan. Across the Irish Sea lay Inis Manau, the Isle of Man. Unlike much of Britain, the island was never conquered by Roman armies and retained its native Brittonic population throughout antiquity. Welsh tradition traced its royal family back to Antonius Donatus Gregorius, remembered as Andubuan Dainod, a descendant of Magnus Maximus through his grandson Tutugwal ap Idinet. The island changed hands repeatedly during the following centuries. Bayatan mac Cairil of the Dal Fiatach conquered it in 577, only for Iaddan mac Gabrain of Dal Riata to seize it 5 years later. In 626, Edwin of Deira extended Anglian influence across the island. During the 8th century, Elidir ap Sander relocated the exiled royal family of Argoegd from Powys to Man, creating the foundation for the later House of Manau. From this dynasty eventually emerged two of medieval Wales's most influential royal families, the House of Aberfraw in Gwynedd and the House of Dyneffer in Ceredigion. Viking attacks struck the island throughout the early 9th century. These raids may even have encouraged Merfyn Fraich to leave Man and establish himself in Gwynedd with his family, including his son Rhodri Mawr. In 849, Norse Gaelic settlers known as the Gall Gaedhil began arriving after the island became part of the Kingdom of the Isles under the authority of Dublin. Between 990 and 1079, the island belonged to the Jarldom of Orkney, before Godred Crovan established the independent Kingdom of Man and the Isles, making the island its political center. Farther south, the Kingdom of Caer Gloe emerged around 455, occupying the former territory of the Dobunni, with its capital at Glevum, modern Gloucester. Around 550, succession disputes divided the kingdom into 3 separate realms centered on Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. Their independence proved short-lived. In 577, the armies of the Gewissei crushed the 3 British kings at the Battle of Diorham, ending all 3 kingdoms and permanently severing the land connection between the Britons of southwestern Britain and those of the Old North. The largest surviving kingdom in southwestern Britain became Dumnonia, which developed naturally from the former Roman civitas Dumnoniorum. Its capital remained at Isca Dumnoniorum, later known as Caer Uisc, and today called Exeter. By the early 5th century, Dumnonia had absorbed the neighboring territories of the Durotriges, creating one of the most extensive Brittonic kingdoms of sub-Roman Britain. Its territory stretched across most of modern Devon, Cornwall, Somerset, Dorset, and perhaps parts of Wiltshire, though the last claim remains debated. The vast Selwood forest formed a formidable natural barrier between eastern and western Britain, making expansion difficult for the West Saxons while encouraging maritime connections across the Bristol Channel and the English Channel with Wales and Armorica. 2 remarkable centres dominated the kingdom during its golden age. The first was Cadbury Castle, transformed during the 5th century into the largest fortified stronghold in Britain. Massive defences, an enormous Great Hall, and imported Mediterranean pottery reveal both military strength and long-distance trade. Many historians have suggested that this impressive fortress inspired later traditions surrounding the legendary court of Arthur. The second was Tintagel, where archaeologists uncovered an extraordinary royal and commercial settlement beneath the medieval castle. Imported pottery and luxury goods from Gaul, Hispania, North Africa, Greece, and Asia Minor demonstrate that Dumnonia maintained extensive overseas trade. More than 100 buildings surrounded the royal complex, making it one of the richest post-Roman sites discovered anywhere in Britain. During the 7th century, the Gewissei, ancestors of the West Saxons, gradually pushed westward. Somerset fell first, followed by Dorset. Exeter itself was captured in 816, forcing the Brittonic rulers to retreat beyond the River Tamar. Cornwall remained under native rulers for centuries afterward, although it eventually became a client kingdom before finally passing under English authority after the Norman conquest. Across the Channel, the migration of Britons transformed Armorica into what later became known as Brittany. Beginning in the late 4th and early 5th centuries, waves of settlers crossed from Britain, some perhaps arriving as Roman military colonists, others fleeing the growing Anglo-Saxon advance. By the 6th century, contemporary writers already referred to the peninsula as Britannia Minor, while Celtic traditions remembered it simply as Letha. The western half of the peninsula contained the former Roman districts of the Curiosolites, Ossismi, and Veneti, while later treaties gradually expanded Brittany eastward to include the territories of the Redonis, Namnetes, and eventually Cotentin and Avranchin. Viking invasions later stripped away some of these gains, but Brittany nevertheless emerged as the strongest surviving Brittonic state on the European mainland, preserving its language and identity long after Roman authority had disappeared. Although the Stuart period is often viewed as a continuation of the previous kingdoms, it marked the beginning of a dramatically different chapter in the history of the British Isles. When Queen Elizabeth I of England died in 1603 without leaving an heir, the Tudor dynasty came to an end. The English crown then passed to the House of Stuart through James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England. His claim rested on his descent from Margaret Tudor, the eldest daughter of King Henry VII, who had married James IV of Scotland generations earlier. This royal connection united the crowns of England and Scotland under a single monarch for the first time, even though the two kingdoms remained legally separate. James's mother, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, had lived one of the most dramatic lives in European history. Forced to abdicate her throne after being challenged by rebellious Scottish nobles in 1567, she escaped to England hoping to find protection from her cousin, Queen Elizabeth I. Instead, she spent years under house arrest before becoming linked to conspiracies against the English Queen. Eventually, Elizabeth ordered her execution, ending Mary's life but not her family's claim to the English throne. Elizabeth deliberately avoided naming an official successor during her lifetime. As her health declined, her trusted Secretary of State, Robert Cecil, quietly maintained communication with James VI of Scotland to ensure that the transfer of power would occur peacefully. The moment Elizabeth died, James was immediately proclaimed the new king in London, allowing the succession to take place with remarkable stability. With James's accession, the House of Stuart replaced the House of Tudor as the ruling dynasty over most of the lands that had once formed Roman Britain. The Stuarts themselves traced their distant origins to Brittany, while the Tudors had Welsh roots, making this transition not only a political change, but also another chapter in the long and diverse history of dynasties that shaped Britain. Between 1603 and 1707, excluding the years of the Commonwealth and the interregnum between 1649 and 1660, 6 Stuart monarchs ruled England, Scotland, and Ireland. These rulers were James I and the Sixth, Charles I, Charles II, James II and the Seventh, Mary II, who ruled alongside the House of Orange, and finally, Queen Anne. Anne became the last sovereign to reign separately over both the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of Scotland before the two kingdoms were officially united. Throughout this period, Scotland continued to use the traditional royal title of King or Queen of Scots, rather than King or Queen of Scotland. This distinction remained in place until the Parliamentary Union permanently merged the two kingdoms. The birth of Great Britain. A major constitutional transformation arrived in 1707 when the English and Scottish Parliaments approved the Acts of Union. These agreements created the Kingdom of Great Britain, replacing the two independent kingdoms with a single political state. Queen Anne now ruled as Queen of Great Britain while continuing to hold the title of Queen of Ireland. Anne's death in 1714 brought another dynastic shift. Since she left no surviving children, the crown passed to George of Hanover, beginning a new royal line of German origin. From that moment onward, Britain entered a new era under the House of Hanover, whose descendants and later related royal houses would continue to occupy the British throne for centuries. The kingdom itself also continued to evolve. It existed first as the Kingdom of Great Britain and the Kingdom of Ireland between 1707 and 1800. Following another constitutional union, it became the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland from 1801 until 1921. After the partition of Ireland, it assumed its modern name, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a title that remains in use today. Long before kingdoms, castles, or even humanity itself, the foundations of Britain were being shaped by immense geological forces that transformed the surface of the Earth over hundreds of millions of years. Around 612 million years ago, the ancient Laurentian craton emerged above the primordial oceans, creating one of the oldest surviving landmasses on Earth. Tens of millions of years later, approximately 540 million years ago, the small continent known as Avalonia separated from the supercontinent Pannotia and began a slow geological journey across the ancient seas. By roughly 425 million years ago, Avalonia eventually collided with Laurentia. This massive collision gave birth to the islands that would one day become Great Britain and Ireland. Interestingly, the ancient geological boundary created during this event closely resembles later historical divisions. In Britain, it follows a line similar to Hadrian's Wall, while in Ireland, it roughly separates the northern provinces from the southern regions. Human history arrived much later. Nearly 950,000 years ago, members of the species Homo antecessor became the earliest known inhabitants of Britain. At this time, Britain was still connected to continental Europe by a broad land bridge that allowed animals and humans to move freely between the two regions. Around 700,000 years ago, populations of Homo erectus occupied these lands. They were followed approximately 500,000 years ago by Homo bodoensis, while Homo neanderthalensis eventually reached the islands around 210,000 years ago, becoming another chapter in the long story of human evolution across prehistoric Britain. By around 200 BC, Rome had already begun its long and determined campaign to dominate the Iberian Peninsula. What would eventually become one of the Republic's greatest military achievements was, at the time, a slow and difficult conquest that would continue for generations. The struggle for Hispania demanded enormous resources, countless campaigns, and constant resistance from the local peoples. At roughly the same time, another great power was reaching the height of its influence. Between about 200 BC and 46, the vast Hunnic Empire stretched across an astonishing area, extending from the distant forests of northern Siberia to the mountains of Tibet and Kashmir, and from the Pacific coastline all the way to the shores of the Caspian Sea. Eventually, however, this enormous empire collapsed after sustained pressure from the Han dynasty. Following Rome's victories over Carthage, the territories seized in Hispania were reorganized in 197 BC. The Republic divided its new possessions into two major provinces. Hispania Titterior covered the eastern regions, while Hispania Ulterior controlled the western and southwestern territories. This administrative division helped Rome manage its expanding frontier, although the region remained far from peaceful. Only a few years later, in 192 BC, Roman armies completed the conquest of the last independent areas of Gallia Cisalpina, finally securing northern Italy after decades of conflict with Celtic peoples. Peace remained elusive across Western Europe. Between 181 and 179 BC, Rome fought what became known as the First Celtiberian War. Roman forces from Hispania Ulterior and neighboring provinces confronted a powerful alliance made up of the Pelendones, Arevaci, Lusones, Titi, and Belli. None of these tribes intended to surrender their independence without resistance, making the campaign both difficult and costly. Conflict continued almost without interruption. From 155 to 139 BC, Rome became involved in the long Lusitanian War, battling fiercely independent warriors in western Hispania. Meanwhile, the Numantine War lasted from 154 to 133 BC, as the city of Numantia became a symbol of determined resistance against Roman expansion. During these same years, the Second Celtiberian War added further instability, demonstrating that the conquest of Hispania was far from complete. Rome's ambitions were not limited to the Iberian Peninsula. Between 149 and 146 BC, the Republic launched the Third Punic War, bringing its ancient rivalry with Carthage to a brutal conclusion. The once powerful Phoenician city was completely destroyed, leaving Rome as the unquestioned master of the Western Mediterranean. Not long afterward, internal unrest threatened the Republic itself. Between 135 and 132 BC, thousands of enslaved people rose in rebellion during the First Servile War. Led by Eunice, the revolt challenged Roman authority in Sicily before eventually being crushed by the Republic. Rome's attention soon shifted toward the lands north of the Alps. Beginning in 125 BC, military campaigns gradually drew the Republic deeper into southern Gaul, setting the stage for one of the greatest territorial expansions in Roman history. The immediate cause came when the Celto-Ligurian Saluvi launched repeated attacks against the prosperous Greek colony of Massalia. Unable to defend itself alone, Massalia appealed to its long-standing ally, Rome, for military assistance. The Senate responded by sending the experienced consul Marcus Fulvius Flaccus, whose forces defeated not only the Saluvii, but also several neighboring tribes, including the Ligurians and the Vacontii. Even after completing his official term, Flaccus remained in the region as proconsul to stabilize Rome's growing sphere of influence. 2 years later, in 123 BC, another experienced commander, Gaius Sextius Calvinus, continued these operations. After suppressing the remaining resistance, he captured and destroyed Ontremont, the capital of the Saluvii. Their ruler, King Tutomalius, narrowly escaped and sought refuge among the Allobroges. Calvinus also established the fortified settlement of Aquae Sextiae, creating a permanent Roman military presence that would later become one of southern Gaul's most important cities. In 122 BC, Rome dispatched Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus to protect the Aedui, loyal allies of the Republic who were under increasing pressure from neighboring tribes. Domitius also hoped to capture the fugitive Tutomalius. Although his official consulship ended, he remained in Gaul for another year to continue military operations. The following year brought decisive battles. At Vindalium, Domitius achieved a remarkable victory against the Allobroges, even employing Roman war elephants to overwhelm the enemy. Afterward, he attempted negotiations with Bituitus, the powerful king of the Arverni, whose influence extended across much of southern Gaul. Diplomacy failed, and war became inevitable. The conflict reached its climax at the Battle of the Isere River. Roman armies under Domitius, joined by the newly elected consul Quintus Fabius Maximus, decisively defeated the combined forces of the Allobroges, Arverni, and the remaining Saluvii. Their victory permanently transformed the political landscape of southern Gaul. Following this success, Rome formally organized the conquered territory into the province of Gallia Transalpina. Romans commonly referred to it as Provincia Nostra, while neighboring peoples simply called it Provincia Romana. Over time, this name evolved into the modern French region known as Provence. In later centuries, the province became more widely known as Gallia Narbonensis. Around 120 BC, Fabius Maximus succeeded Domitius as governor of the province, ensuring continuity in Roman administration. During this period, several of Gaul's strongest tribal confederations, including the Arverni, Aedui, Sequani, and Helvetii, gradually replaced traditional kings with aristocratic governments led by councils of noble families and powerful magistrates, reflecting an increasingly sophisticated political structure. While Rome strengthened its influence abroad, Irish tradition remembers this era as the beginning of the island's heroic age, a period celebrated in legend and epic tales that would shape Irish mythology for centuries. Back in Italy, Rome once again faced internal rebellion when Spartacus led the Third Servile War between 73 and 71 BC. Tens of thousands of enslaved people joined his uprising, creating one of the greatest threats the Republic had ever faced. Eventually, Marcus Licinius Crassus crushed the revolt, with additional support from Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus. To discourage future rebellions, approximately 6,000 surviving prisoners were crucified along the Appian Way, creating one of the most infamous displays of Roman punishment. In 62 BC, Gaius Julius Caesar completed his year as praetor and pontifex maximus before being appointed governor of Hispania Ulteria. Burdened by enormous personal debts from his political career, Caesar immediately launched aggressive military campaigns that expanded Roman control across the remaining unconquered regions of the Iberian Peninsula. Only a year later, events in Gaul dramatically altered the future of Western Europe. A coalition involving the Helvetii, Sequani, and the Germanic Suebi inflicted a devastating defeat upon the Aedui at the Battle of Magetobriga. The Aedui responded by sending the respected druid Diviciacus to Rome in search of assistance. His diplomatic mission, together with the growing migration of the Helvetii, created the political crisis that would soon erupt into the Gallic Wars. The victorious Suebi, led by Ariovistus, remained in Gaul after the battle, demanding land as payment for their military support. Soon afterward, other Germanic groups, including the Harudes, crossed the Rhine and insisted upon receiving territory as well. Their growing presence alarmed both the Gallic tribes and Roman leaders. By 60 BC, Caesar had completed his Spanish campaigns and was proclaimed imperator by his victorious soldiers. Rather than continue his military command, he resigned in order to pursue the Roman consulship, setting the stage for his extraordinary political and military career. At roughly the same time, Dumnorix of the Aedui, Casticus of the Sequani, and Augetorix of the Helvetii secretly planned to dominate all of Gaul through a powerful political alliance. Their strategy depended upon relocating the Helvetii from modern Switzerland towards southwestern Gaul. Although the conspiracy was uncovered and collapsed, the Helvetii attempted the migration again 2 years later. That movement would ultimately provide Caesar with the justification he needed to launch one of history's most famous military campaigns. Between 58 and 51 BC, Julius Caesar and his trusted lieutenant Titus Labienus carried out the Gallic Wars. Their campaigns conquered nearly all of independent Gaul, while also crossing into Germania and launching Rome's first invasions of Britain. Although these victories greatly expanded Roman territory, Caesar also had a personal motivation. Military success offered enormous wealth and prestige, allowing him to eliminate the crushing debts accumulated during his political rise. When Caesar famously wrote that all Gaul is divided into 3 parts, he was referring only to the lands beyond direct Roman control: Gallia Celtica, Gallia Belgica, and Gallia Aquitania. The already established Roman provinces of Gallia Cisalpina and Gallia Transalpina were not included in this description. The Helvetii began their migration after burning their own settlements, hoping to escape increasing pressure from Germanic peoples. They first requested permission to pass peacefully through Roman territory, but Caesar firmly rejected their request. Forced to change direction, they marched north, only to be intercepted by Roman legions. Joined by the Boii and the Tulingi, they fought Caesar at the Battle of Bibracte. Despite their determination, the Helvetii suffered a decisive defeat. After several days of retreat, they surrendered, allowing Caesar to secure one of his first major victories in Gaul. Without delay, Caesar turned against Ariovistus and the Suebi, defeating them near the Vosges Mountains and driving the Germanic forces back across the Rhine. In 57 BC, Caesar launched another series of campaigns against the powerful Belgic Confederation. After capturing the stronghold of the Suessiones, several neighboring tribes quickly surrendered. Yet the campaign nearly ended in disaster during the Battle of the Sabis, where the Nervi, Atrebates, and Viromandui almost overwhelmed the Roman army. Caesar eventually regained control of the battlefield and transformed what had seemed like defeat into another significant victory. With the Belgic tribes subdued, he continued westward, gradually bringing the Atlantic coastal peoples under Roman authority. In 56 BCE, Caesar continued his conquest of Gaul by launching several military operations at once. Instead of concentrating all of his strength in one location, he divided his experienced commanders across different regions, allowing Rome to strike multiple enemies simultaneously. Caesar personally marched into Armorica, where the Veneti had become the most powerful people along the Atlantic coast. Their strength did not come from large armies, but from their impressive fleet and complete mastery of the sea. Their ships were larger, stronger, and better suited to the rough coastal waters than anything the Romans had encountered before. For much of the campaign, the Veneti seemed to hold the advantage, forcing Caesar to rethink his strategy. Rather than attempting to defeat them only on land, he built a new fleet and prepared for a naval battle. When the two forces finally met in the waters of Morbihan, Roman determination and clever tactics overcame the Veneti's superior sailing experience. Once their fleet was destroyed, organized resistance quickly collapsed and Rome secured control of the Armorican coast. At the same time, Publius Crassus campaigned successfully in Aquitania, defeating the Sotietes, Vocates, and Tarasates, while Quintus Titurius Sabinus marched through the region corresponding to modern Normandy, compelling the Lexovi, Coriosolites, and Venelli to surrender. By the end of the year, Roman authority had expanded dramatically across Western Gaul. The following campaign season began with one of the most controversial actions of Caesar's career. During the winter of 55 BCE, Roman forces launched a devastating attack against the Usipetes and Tencteri after diplomatic negotiations collapsed. The assault spared almost no one, as warriors, civilians, elderly people, women, and children all became victims of the violence. Even back in Rome, many senators believed Caesar had gone too far and openly argued that once his command expired, he should face trial for his actions. Caesar ignored the criticism and continued to pursue even greater ambitions. Wanting to demonstrate Roman power beyond its traditional borders, he ordered the construction of a massive wooden bridge across the Rhine River. His army crossed into Germania, remaining there for just over 2 weeks, while conducting operations designed to intimidate the Germanic tribes rather than occupy their lands permanently. Shortly afterward, he undertook another remarkable expedition by crossing the English Channel with a relatively small force. This first journey to Britain was limited in scale and served mainly as a reconnaissance mission, but it represented the first direct Roman contact with the island and laid the foundation for future invasions. During this same period, Ireland remained untouched by Roman expansion. According to early Irish tradition, the island was divided into 5 major provincial kingdoms known collectively as the Coiseda: Midhe, Ulaid, Ol Nechtmakta, Laigin, and Mumhan. Each maintained its own rulers, customs, and political rivalries, creating a landscape very different from the increasingly centralized Roman world. In 54 BCE, Caesar returned to Britain with a much larger army. This expedition aimed not simply to explore the island, but to force its rulers into accepting Roman dominance. The strongest opposition came from Cassivellaunus, leader of the Catuvellauni, who united numerous tribes against the invaders. Although resistance was fierce, Caesar gradually gained the upper hand. Instead of directly annexing the conquered territories, he strengthened Mandubrasius of the Trinovantes by restoring him as a client ruler loyal to Rome, while forcing the Catuvellauni to acknowledge Roman supremacy and pay tribute. Events in Gaul soon demanded Caesar's immediate attention. Indutiomarus of the Treveri encouraged widespread rebellion among the Belgic tribes, working closely with Ambiorix, the charismatic leader of the Eburones. The uprising produced one of Rome's greatest disasters during the Gallic Wars, when Ambiorix completely destroyed the force commanded by Quintus Titurius Sabinus and Lucius Aurunculeius Cotta at Atuatuca. An entire legion, together with supporting cohorts, was wiped out. Rome reacted swiftly, raising replacement troops almost immediately, while Caesar launched a relentless campaign of revenge. By the following year, the Eburones had effectively disappeared as an organized people, their settlements destroyed, and their lands devastated. Ambiorix himself escaped across the Rhine, while several Belgic leaders fled to Britain, hoping to avoid Roman retaliation. Not long afterward, Gaul experienced its final and greatest attempt to regain independence. Vercingetorix emerged as the first leader capable of bringing together many rival Celtic tribes under a single command. His leadership transformed scattered resistance into a coordinated struggle against Rome. Major battles followed across the country, including fighting near Lutetia and the famous confrontation at Gergovia, where Caesar suffered one of the rare defeats of his military career. Despite these setbacks, the decisive moment came at Alesia. There, Caesar surrounded Vercingetorix with enormous defensive fortifications, while simultaneously preparing to repel relief armies attempting to break the siege. Roman engineering, discipline, and endurance eventually proved stronger than Gallic determination. With no hope of escape, Vercingetorix surrendered, bringing organized resistance to an end. Following this victory, Rome completed the incorporation of most of independent Gaul into the new province known as Gallia Comata. One important leader, Commius of the Atrebates, managed to escape across the Channel, where he established himself as ruler of an Atrebatian kingdom in Britain. The final campaigns of 51 and 50 BCE consisted mainly of eliminating isolated pockets of resistance. By then, Roman authority over Gaul was effectively secure. Caesar's extraordinary military success, however, soon created political turmoil in Rome itself. In 49 BCE, he crossed the Rubicon River, knowingly violating Roman law and triggering a civil war that would reshape the ancient world. His supporters, known as the Populares, fought against Pompey and the conservative Optimates. Throughout the conflict, Caesar won victory after victory, and the Senate repeatedly granted him the office of dictator. By 44 BCE, Caesar accepted the unprecedented position of dictator for life. Many senators feared that the Republic itself was coming to an end, and a conspiracy soon formed among aristocrats who believed assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's traditional system. On the Ides of March, Caesar was murdered inside the Senate House by the group that called itself the Liberators. His death brought neither stability nor peace. Instead, Rome entered another period of conflict. Power passed into the hands of the Second Triumvirate, composed of Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. Together, they defeated Caesar's assassins before internal rivalries slowly tore their alliance apart. Lepidus gradually lost almost all influence, leaving Octavian in control of the western provinces, while Antony dominated the eastern Mediterranean alongside Cleopatra, the seventh of Egypt. Their partnership eventually collapsed into open war. Between 32 and 30 BCE, Octavian defeated Antony and Cleopatra, bringing Egypt under Roman rule and removing his final rival. Even while these struggles unfolded, Rome continued expanding elsewhere. German-supported revolts broke out among the Treveri and Morini, while the long Cantabrian Wars finally completed the conquest of Hispania. The fierce resistance of the Cantabri, Astures, and Galaeci forced Rome to commit enormous military resources before victory was finally achieved in 19 BCE. In 27 BCE, the Roman world entered a completely new era. The Senate granted Octavian the honorific title Augustus, and although republican institutions technically survived, real political power became concentrated in his hands. The Roman Republic effectively transformed into the Roman Empire, beginning the period known as the Principate. Over the following centuries, especially during the Pax Romana, the empire experienced remarkable peace, stability, and prosperity. Rome itself grew into one of the largest cities on Earth, with roughly 1 million inhabitants. Administrative reforms soon followed. The enormous territory of Gaul was reorganized into several provinces, while Gallia Transalpina became officially known as Gallia Narbonensis. In Britain, Tincomarus inherited the kingdom of the Atrebates and maintained close diplomatic ties with Rome. Augustus also completed the conquest of Hispania and established Augusta Treverorum, modern Trier, as one of the empire's most important administrative centers. Around the beginning of the 1st century CE, Irish tradition remembers Concobar mac Nessa ruling Ulster from Emain Macha, with the legendary hero Cu Chulainn serving as his greatest champion. Their principal rivals included Ailill and Queen Medb of Connaught, whose conflicts became central to Irish heroic legend. Elsewhere on the island, regional peoples such as the Fir Domnan, Osrag, Fir Mumhan, Fir Ol Nechtmachta, and the Ulaid dominated different parts of Ireland. On the continent, Rome suffered one of its greatest military disasters in 9 CE when the army of Publius Quinctilius Varus was ambushed and destroyed in the Teutoburg forest by Arminius and a coalition of Germanic tribes. The defeat shocked the empire so deeply that the legionary numbers 17, 18, and 19 were permanently retired. By 10 CE, Cunobelinus had become the dominant ruler of southeastern Britain, controlling both the Catuvellauni and the Trinovantes. Roman writers regarded him as the foremost king in Britain. Later, Christian tradition also claimed that Joseph of Arimathea reached Glastonbury during this period, although these accounts belong more to legend than firmly established history. Around 40 CE, Caratacus, son of Cunobelinus, overthrew Verica and absorbed the kingdom of the Atrebates into his expanding realm. Verica escaped to Rome seeking assistance, giving Emperor Claudius the political justification he needed to launch an invasion of Britain. Preparations began almost immediately. Claudius established the powerful Classis Britannica fleet at Gesoriacum, ensuring that the Roman army could safely cross the English Channel. In 43 CE, Aulus Plautius led 4 experienced legions into Britain under imperial authority. Roman forces defeated Togodumnus and Caratacus at the Battle of the Medway, while the Dobuni surrendered without prolonged resistance. Camulodunum became the first provincial capital, and Roman administration quickly took shape. Caratacus escaped into western Britain, where he continued organizing resistance among the Silures. Verica regained his throne briefly before being succeeded by Tiberius Claudius Cogidubnus, another loyal client king who governed on Rome's behalf. During these early years, Roman control steadily expanded across southeastern Britain as more tribes accepted imperial authority. In 44 CE, the future Emperor Vespasian campaigned throughout the southwest, conquering large areas and establishing an important military base at Isca Dumnoniorum. At the same time, Legio IX Hispana advanced northward, securing territory between the Humber and the Severn. According to later Christian traditions, Simon the Zealot also visited Britain during this period. By 45 CE, Roman engineers had begun constructing the Fosse Way, one of the first great military roads in Britain. Stretching from Exeter to Lincoln and linking important settlements such as Bath, Cirencester, Leicester, and Ilchester, the road became a vital artery for moving soldiers, supplies, merchants, and officials across the growing province, helping Rome tighten its control over newly conquered Britain. Beyond the frontiers of Rome, the Western Hunnic Empire continued to dominate vast stretches of the Eurasian steppe, while the Roman administration in Britain focused on roads, fortifications, political control, and the gradual expansion of provincial authority. Between 47 and 48 CE, Roman engineers constructed Watling Street, one of the most important roads in the province. Its southeastern branches began at the channel ports of Dubry, Rutupiae, Lemanis, and Regulbium, before joining the main route that passed through Londinium and Verulamium on its way to Verconium Cornoviorum. In later generations, the road was pushed even farther north, beyond Hadrian's Wall and into southern Caledonia, eventually reaching Blatobulgium in what is now Dumfriesshire. More than a simple road, Watling Street became a vital instrument of conquest. Soldiers, officials, merchants, messengers, and supplies could now move quickly across Britain, allowing Rome to respond to unrest and strengthen its hold over distant communities. In 47 CE, Publius Ostorius Scapula arrived as the new governor of Britannia and was immediately confronted by resistance. The Iceni rose against Roman authority, but Ostorius defeated them and placed Prasutagus on the throne as a ruler friendly to Rome. By supporting a cooperative king instead of governing the territory directly, Rome hoped to maintain peace while avoiding the cost of a permanent military occupation. This arrangement appeared stable for a time, but it would later contribute to one of the most destructive rebellions in British history. The following year, Ostorius turned his attention toward the Deci Angli in northern Wales. Their resistance was strengthened by the Silures, who were led by the experienced and determined Caratacus. The campaign was interrupted, however, when news arrived of a Brigantian uprising in the east. Ostorius was forced to abandon his immediate plans and move rapidly against the rebels, whom he successfully defeated. These events demonstrated the difficulty of governing Roman Britain. A governor could rarely concentrate on one enemy for long before another crisis erupted elsewhere. In 49 CE, Ostorius strengthened Roman rule through the creation of new settlements. At Camulodunum, the former royal center of the Trinovantes, he established the veteran colony known as Colonia Claudia Victricensis. Retired Roman soldiers settled there, transforming the city into a major symbol of imperial power and Roman culture. At Verulamium, modern St. Albans, he created a municipium, granting the settlement a privileged civic status and encouraging the growth of local administration, commerce, and Romanized urban life. By 50 CE, The long resistance led by Caratacus and his brother Togodumnus was reaching its final stage. Ostorius pursued Caratacus into the territory of the Ordovices, where the British leader prepared for a decisive battle. Caratacus had resisted Rome for years, moving from one tribal region to another and inspiring continued opposition. His forces were finally defeated, but he managed to escape once again, preserving his freedom for a short time longer. In 51 CE, Caratacus sought protection from Cartimandua, the influential queen of the Brigantes. Instead of offering him sanctuary, she placed him in chains and handed him over to the Romans. He was transported to Rome, where he was expected to appear in a triumphal display before execution. Before sentence could be carried out, however, he was permitted to speak before the Senate. His dignity, courage, and powerful words made such a strong impression that the Romans spared his life. Rather than being executed, Caratacus was allowed to remain in Rome, where he spent the rest of his years. His speech, later recorded by Tacitus, turned a defeated enemy into one of the most memorable figures of the conquest. Ostorius continued campaigning against the Silures, but in 52 CE, he died unexpectedly from natural causes. His replacement, Aulus Didius Gallus, arrived under direct instructions from Emperor Claudius to preserve the territory Rome already controlled rather than pursue further expansion. During the interval between Ostorius's death and Gallus's arrival, Roman forces suffered a serious setback. A legion commanded by Gaius Manlius Valens, possibly Legio II Augusta or Legio XX Valeria Victrix, was defeated by the Silures. The incident showed that Roman control remained fragile, especially in the difficult western regions. In 57 CE, another crisis erupted among the Brigantes. Venutius, the husband of Queen Cartimandua, rebelled first against his wife and then against the Roman power supporting her. What began as a personal and dynastic struggle soon became a broader anti-Roman uprising. The rebellion was eventually crushed by Caesius Nasica and Legio IX Hispana before Gallus left office. His successor, Quintus Veranius, arrived the same year and immediately launched operations against the Silures. His command proved brief, however, because he died before the end of the year. In 58 CE, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus became governor of Britannia. An experienced and aggressive commander, he pursued a policy of direct military pressure against the remaining centers of resistance. By 60 CE, he had led his army to the island of Mona, modern Anglesey, one of the most important religious centers in Britain. Roman writers describe the island as a stronghold of druids, sacred groves, and religious teaching. Paulinus ordered the destruction of these sanctuaries in an effort to eliminate the spiritual and cultural influence that he believed encouraged resistance against Rome. While the governor and much of the army were occupied far to the west, a far greater disaster began in the east. Boudica, queen of the Iceni, launched a massive revolt against Roman rule. According to Tacitus, the rebellion began after the death of her husband Prasutagus. His will attempted to protect the kingdom by leaving it jointly to his daughters and the Roman emperor, but Roman officials ignored the arrangement. The Iceni lands were seized, Boudica was publicly flogged, and her daughters were assaulted. These acts of humiliation and violence transformed local anger into a widespread uprising. The revolt quickly attracted other peoples who had suffered under Roman taxation, land seizure, and abuse. Camulodunum, the great Roman colony built on former Trinovantian territory, became the first target. The city was poorly defended and was quickly overwhelmed. Legio Nona Hispana, commanded by Quintus Petilius Cerialis, attempted to march to its relief, but the legion was ambushed and defeated before it could save the settlement. The infantry was largely destroyed, although Cerialis escaped with the cavalry. After taking Camulodunum, the rebels destroyed it completely. They then advanced toward Londinium. Suetonius Paulinus reached the city but recognized that he lacked sufficient forces to defend it. He made the harsh decision to abandon Londinium, allowing only those able to travel with the army to escape. The city was then captured and burned. Verulamium suffered the same fate soon afterward. Roman accounts claimed that around 50,000 colonists and inhabitants were killed during the destruction of the three settlements, though ancient numerical estimates are often difficult to verify. The scale of the uprising shocked the Roman world. Emperor Nero reportedly considered abandoning Britain entirely. Catus Decianus, the procurator whose greed and harsh policies were blamed for worsening the crisis, fled across the Channel to Gaul. He was replaced by Gaius Julius Alpinus Classicianus, who was expected to restore order and rebuild trust after the rebellion. In 61 CE, the revolt reached its decisive moment. Suetonius gathered the forces available to him and chose a narrow battlefield somewhere along the route later associated with Watling Street. His position protected the Roman flanks and prevented Boudicca's much larger army from surrounding him. The Britons arrived in overwhelming numbers, confident that victory was near. Their families watched from wagons placed behind the army, unintentionally blocking the line of retreat. The Roman soldiers remained disciplined as the Britons charged. They released their javelins, advanced in tightly ordered formations, and gradually broke the rebel lines. Once the British army began to collapse, the wagons behind it turned retreat into disaster. Boudicca's forces were annihilated, and the rebellion came to a violent end. According to later tradition, Boudica either took poison or died from illness soon after the defeat. Camulodunum was rebuilt, but it did not regain its earlier position as the administrative center of the province. The capital was transferred to Londinium, whose location on the Thames made it far better suited for trade, transport, and government. Nero also removed Paulinus from office and appointed Publius Petronius Turpilianus, a governor expected to follow a more conciliatory policy. Rome now understood that military victory alone would not be enough to secure the province. A later Christian legend claims that Simon the Zealot had arrived in Britain shortly before these events and was crucified at Caistor in Lincolnshire in 61 CE. Other traditions place his death in Armenia, Beirut, Abkhazia, Samaria, Caucasian Iberia, or Persia, while some accounts claim he died peacefully. These conflicting stories reveal more about the spread of medieval religious traditions than about firmly established events. In 63 CE, Nero appointed Marcus Trebellius Maximus as governor. Unlike many of his predecessors, Trebellius had no major military background and was known primarily as a civilian administrator. His appointment reflected Rome's desire to stabilize the province through negotiation, government, and economic recovery, rather than constant expansion. By 66 CE, Legio XXth Valeria Victrix had occupied Verconium Cornoviorum, modern Wroxeter, turning it into an important military base in western Britain. The following year, Legio XIV Gemina was recalled to the continent in preparation for a planned invasion of Parthia. The invasion never occurred, but the legion remained outside Britain because the province appeared sufficiently secure. That sense of stability, however, proved misleading. Roman soldiers grew dissatisfied, mutinies broke out, and a bitter dispute developed between Governor Trebellius and Marcus Rossius Coelius, commander of Legio XXth. The political chaos of 69 CE, remembered as the year of the four emperors, brought the crisis to its peak. Coelius forced Trebellius out of the province, and the legionary commanders temporarily assumed control. Coelius also sent part of Legio XXth to support the imperial ambitions of Aulus Vitellius. Britannia, like many other parts of the empire, became entangled in the struggle for the throne. Vitellius appointed Marcus Vettius Bolanus as the new governor. Bolanus arrived in Britain with Legio XIV Gemina, only to discover that Venutius had once again risen against Cartimandua. Taking advantage of Roman weakness, he challenged both the queen and her imperial supporters. Roman forces managed to rescue Cartimandua, but they could not restore her authority. Venutius took control and became king of the Brigantes. By the end of the year, Vespasian, who had once commanded Legio II Augusta during the original conquest of Britain, emerged victorious in the civil war and became emperor. His accession marked the beginning of the Flavian dynasty and introduced a renewed period of military expansion in Britannia. In 70 CE, rebellion also spread across the Rhine frontier. The Batavian revolt in Germania Inferior was joined by the Treveri under Julius Classicus and the Lingones under Julius Sabinus. Legio XIV. Gemina was transferred back to the Rhine to help restore Roman control, leaving Britain to be reinforced by other units. In 71 CE, Vespasian appointed Quintus Petilius Cerialis as governor of Britannia. Cerialis arrived with Legio II Adiutrix and brought Gnaeus Julius Agricola to command Legio Vicesima Valeria Victrix. Agricola quickly began campaigning against the Brigantes, whose lands covered a vast area of northern Britain. At the same time, Legio IX Hispana constructed a permanent fortress at Eboracum, modern York. This base would grow into one of the most important Roman centers in Britain. In 74 CE, Legio II Adiutrix began building the great fortress of Deva Victrix, modern Chester. Its strategic position allowed Roman forces to control routes into Wales, the Irish Sea, and the northwestern regions. That same year, Sextus Julius Frontinus became governor and turned his attention toward the difficult western tribes. Legio II Augusta had already occupied several bases since the beginning of the invasion, including Alcester, Wadden Hill, Isca Dumnoniorum, and Glavum. By 75 CE, it established its permanent headquarters at Isca Augusta, modern Caerleon. From there, the legion could maintain pressure on the remaining resistant peoples of southern Wales. In 76 CE, Frontinus finally completed the subjugation of the Silures. Their resistance had lasted for decades, surviving the defeat and capture of Caraticus and inflicting repeated losses on Roman armies. Their final submission represented one of the greatest achievements of Frontinus's governorship. Agricola returned to Britain as governor in 77 CE and immediately faced a new emergency. The Ordovices of northern Wales had almost completely destroyed a Roman cavalry unit stationed in their territory. Agricola responded rapidly, launching a campaign that defeated the Ordovices and led to the second and final Roman conquest of Anglesey. By 78 CE, the island had been fully subdued. Tacitus later claimed that the Ordovices were nearly exterminated, although the continued presence of numerous forts in their lands suggests that many survived and that long-term occupation was still necessary. Between 79 and 81 CE, Roman soldiers constructed the route now known as Dare Street. Beginning at the fortress of Eboracum, it crossed northern Britain and continued through the region near Edinburgh before eventually reaching the legionary base at Inchtuthil. In later years, the road was connected to the eastern end of the Antonine Wall. Parts of it remained in use throughout the medieval period, and the section between Melrose and Edinburgh became known in Scotland as the Royal Way. Like Watling Street and the Fosse Way, Dare Street was more than a route of travel. It was a permanent military corridor that allowed Roman power to penetrate deep into the north. In 79 CE, Agricola defeated the Brigantes and began preparing for a full invasion of Caledonia. The following year, he led Roman forces farther north, first attacking and subduing the Selgovae. To secure their territory, he constructed a chain of approximately 12 forts. The army then advanced as far as the River Tay, moving into regions never before held permanently by Rome. Agricola also secured the loyalty of the Votadini, who became a client kingdom and helped protect the Roman frontier. When the army returned south in 81 CE, the Romans had already built forts from the Tay downward and consolidated much of the newly won land. According to Irish legend, this same year saw the Battle of Tara. In that tradition, Agricola sent a unit of Roman auxiliaries to Ireland in support of the deposed ruler Tuathal Techtmar, who had sought Roman assistance in recovering his throne. The story is not confirmed by Roman sources, but it reflects later memories of contact between Britain and Ireland during the Roman period. In 82 CE, Agricola resumed the northern campaign. His army marched along the eastern and northern coasts while the Classis Britannica followed offshore, keeping the land forces supplied and demonstrating Roman naval strength. The expedition reached the Moray Firth, pushing Roman influence deep into northern Caledonia. During these operations, Legio Vicesima Valeria Victrix began constructing a huge fortress at Inchtuthil. Agricola intended it to serve as the central military base for all Roman operations north of the Forth and Clyde. The fortress was planned on an enormous scale and may have been intended to become one of the largest legionary installations in the entire empire. From this position, Rome hoped to dominate the highland routes and connect the network of forts spreading across the north. The campaign also witnessed a dramatic mutiny. A cohort of Usipetes serving as auxiliaries rebelled, killed their officers, seized 3 ships, and attempted to sail back toward Germania. Their journey became a desperate struggle for survival. Some reached the lands of the Suebi, while others came ashore among the Frisians. Those who survived without being killed were captured and sold into slavery. In 83 CE, Agricola confronted a large Caledonian army led by Calgacus at the Battle of Mons Graupius. According to Tacitus, the Caledonians gathered in great numbers to resist the Roman advance. Agricola placed his auxiliary infantry in the center, cavalry on the wings, and kept the legions behind as a reserve. The battle was fierce, but Roman discipline and organization eventually broke the Caledonian formations. Many warriors escaped into the surrounding hills and forests, but the victory allowed Agricola to claim that the northern tribes had been decisively defeated. After the battle, Agricola continued advancing northward, while the Roman fleet sailed parallel to the army. The expedition reached as far as Cawdor, where the soldiers constructed another fort. These operations represented the deepest known Roman penetration into northern Scotland. A much later story claimed that, after returning to Londinium, Agricola named the territories north of the Forth and Clyde Vespasiana. This claim appeared in a work attributed to antiquity, but actually created in the 18th century by the forger Charles Bertram. The text, known as De Situ Britanniae, was eventually exposed as a fabrication in the 19th century. Although the false account influenced scholars for many years, there is no reliable evidence that Agricola ever used such a name for the conquered north. The Roman victory at Mons Graupius marked the final great phase of the conquest of Britannia. Although resistance did not disappear completely, the empire now controlled nearly all territory south of the Solway Firth and the River Tyne. Once these regions had been brought under military supervision, Rome began transforming conquered tribal lands into an organized provincial system. The native Britons were grouped into administrative districts called civitates, usually based on the territories of the largest existing tribes. Some of these districts were later divided into smaller units as Roman government became more detailed and the population of the province grew. Londinium became the political and commercial heart of Roman Britain. Located beside the River Thames, the settlement developed rapidly because of its excellent position for trade, transport, and communication. In the centuries after Roman rule ended, the Britons remembered it as Caia Lundine. Under Roman authority, however, it became the seat of the provincial administration and one of the most important cities in northwestern Europe. Throughout Britannia, tribal regions were reorganized around urban capitals. The lands of the Atrebates were administered from Caleva Atrebatum, modern Silchester, which later became known to the Britons as Caia Kilemion. The Belgae were governed from Venta Belgarum, today's Winchester, remembered in later British tradition as Cair Gwynthgwaich. The enormous territory of the Brigantes had Isurium Brigantum at Aldborough as one of its most important centres. The Cantiaci were associated with Duravernum Cantiacorum, modern Canterbury, and Durobrivae, modern Rochester. The Carvetii were governed from Luguvalium, present-day Carlisle, while the Catuvillauni were centred on Verulamium, now St. Albans. The Corieltauvi had their principal administrative centre at Ratae Corieltauvorum, modern Leicester. The Cornovi were governed from Viraconium Cornoviorum at Wroxeter, one of the largest and most impressive Roman settlements in Britain. In Western Wales, the Demetei were centred on Moridunum, modern Carmarthen. The Dobuni had Corinium Dobunorum, present-day Cirencester, which became one of the largest towns in Roman Britain. The Dumnoni were associated with Isca Dumnoniorum, modern Exeter, while the Durotriges had important centres at Lendiniae, modern Ilchester, and Durnovaria, modern Dorchester. The Iceni, whose earlier revolt under Boudicca had nearly destroyed Roman power in the province, were governed from Venta Icenorum near modern Castor St. Edmund. The Parisi had their centre at Petuaria near Bro-on-Humber. The Regnenses were administered from Noviomagus Regnensium, modern Chichester, while the Silures were governed from Venta Silurum, modern Caerwent. The Trinovantes were associated with Caesaromagus, modern Chelmsford. These towns became more than political centres. They contained markets, public buildings, shrines, administrative offices, workshops, and roads that connected the surrounding countryside with the wider Roman economy. Alongside these civitas capitals, Rome established 4 major coloniae. These were privileged settlements, usually populated by military veterans and granted special legal status. Colonia Claudia Victricensis at Camulodunum, modern Colchester, had already been founded on the former royal centre of the Trinovantes. Lindum Colonia, modern Lincoln, became another important veteran settlement. Glevum, modern Gloucester, developed into a prosperous colony in the west, while Eboracum, modern York, became one of the most important military and administrative cities in the entire province. Roman Britain also contained many other significant towns, forts, ports, and regional centres. Alona at Alcester controlled routes through the Midlands. Andertitum at Pevensey guarded the southern coast. Aquae Sulis, modern Bath, became famous for its hot springs and the great sanctuary dedicated to Sulis Minerva. Blestium at Monmouth stood near important routes leading into Wales. Castra ad Alaunam at Lancaster served as a military position in the northwest, while Cataractonium at Catterick controlled one of the principal roads leading north. Canovium at Caerhun guarded routes through northern Wales. Danum, modern Doncaster, became an important military and transport centre. Deva Victrix, modern Chester, housed a major legionary fortress. Dubris, modern Dover, served as one of the most important ports linking Britannia with the European continent. Duroliponte, near modern Cambridge, developed beside a major crossing and route. Isca Augusta at Caerleon became the permanent base of Legio II Augusta and one of the strongest Roman positions in Wales. Letotitum controlled the junction of major roads in central Britain. Magnae Dobanorum at Kenchester became an important settlement in the west. Mamutium, modern Manchester, began as a fort and later attracted civilian growth around it. Mediolanum at Whitchurch stood near important regional routes, while Portus Adorni, associated with the Portsmouth area, served the southern coast. Rutupiae at Richborough became one of the main entry points for Roman soldiers and officials arriving from Gaul. Segontium at Caernarfon guarded northwestern Wales, while Sorviodunum near Old Sarum controlled routes through southern Britain. Tamium, associated with modern Cardiff, stood near the southern Welsh coast. Vertis at Worcester, Verulamium at St Albans, and Venovia at Binchester all became part of the extensive network through which Rome governed and supplied the province. At about the same time, Irish tradition remembers the beginning of a major uprising by the Aethiac Tuatha. Although Ireland remained outside direct Roman rule, political struggles continued across the island and were later preserved in legendary and genealogical traditions. In 84 CE, Agricola ordered the commander of the British fleet to sail around the entire island. This expedition had both geographical and political purposes. It demonstrated that Britannia was truly an island, while also displaying Roman naval power along coasts that had never seen large imperial fleets before. The voyage was a clear message to every coastal people. Rome could reach them not only by land, but also by sea. The main headquarters of the Classis Britannica was moved to Dubry, modern Dover, in 85 CE. Its position on the narrowest part of the channel made it ideal for controlling movement between Britain and Gaul. From there, Roman ships could transport troops, carry supplies, escort officials, and watch for raids or rebellion. In 87 CE, Legio II Adiutrix was withdrawn from Britain and transferred to the continent, where it took part in wars against the Dacians. It never returned permanently to Britannia. The removal of such a major force reflected Rome's changing priorities and its belief that the province had become relatively secure. By 88 CE, Legio 20th Valeria Victrix had left its temporary northern positions and established its main base at Deva Victrix, modern Chester. The fortress had recently been vacated by Legio II Adiutrix and offered a strategic location from which Roman forces could supervise northern Wales, the Irish Sea, and the routes leading into the northwest. A mysterious event took place around 117 CE. Legio IX Hispana appears to have marched north toward the highlands and then vanished from the historical record, leaving only limited remnants at Iberacum. The exact fate of the legion remains uncertain. It may have suffered catastrophic losses in Britain, been transferred elsewhere, or been reorganized after heavy casualties. Whatever happened, its disappearance became one of the greatest mysteries of Roman military history. Between 117 and 119 CE, the Brigantes launched a major revolt against imperial authority. They were possibly supported by the Novantae and the Selgovae, peoples living farther north. The uprising was serious enough for Emperor Hadrian to send Quintus Pompeius Falco, an experienced senator and general, to take command of Britannia. By 119 CE, Falco had crushed the rebellion and restored Roman authority. That same year, Hadrian transferred Legio VI Victrix from Germania Inferior to northern Britain. The legion was stationed at Eboracum, where it may have absorbed surviving soldiers from Legio IX Hispana. Hadrian also ordered the production of coins showing the goddess Britannia as the personification of the province. On some of these coins she appeared beneath the Roman eagle, visually expressing the idea that Britain had been subdued by imperial power. Hadrian himself visited Britannia in 122 CE. During this visit, he initiated the construction of the enormous frontier barrier that would later carry his name. He also ordered the creation of a shrine to the goddess Britannia at Eboracum. Unlike the earlier coin image, the sacred representation did not show her humiliated beneath an eagle. Instead, Britannia increasingly became a recognized provincial symbol within the Roman world. During roughly the same period, Irish tradition places Conn Techathach on the high kingship of Ireland. His reign, traditionally dated from 122 to 157 CE, became associated with heroic warfare and the consolidation of dynastic power. Hadrian's Wall was constructed between approximately 122 and 128 CE. It stretched across northern Britain from the mouth of the River Tyne to the Solway Firth. At first, its eastern end was anchored near Ponce Aelius, modern Newcastle, while the western end reached toward Luguvalium, modern Carlisle. The frontier was later extended eastward to Segedunum at Wallsend and westward to Maes at Bowness on Solway. Around 25 forts supported the wall, creating a powerful military system rather than a simple barrier. Soldiers could watch the frontier, control movement, collect information, and respond quickly to raids. Gates allowed regulated travel between Roman territory and the lands beyond. Small forts and towers provided constant observation, while larger bases housed permanent garrisons. Soon afterward, the Romans constructed the Vallum, a vast earthwork running roughly parallel to the southern side of Hadrian's Wall. It consisted of a broad ditch with large banks raised on either side. Causeways and bridges crossed it at selected points. The most widely accepted interpretation is that the zone between the Vallum and the wall formed a controlled military area, particularly during the early years of the frontier. In 139 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius appointed Quintus Lollius Urbicus as governor of Britannia and ordered him to reconquer the lands north of Hadrian's Wall. Unlike Hadrian, who had preferred a clearly defined defensive frontier, Antoninus sought renewed expansion. By 141 CE, Roman armies crossed Hadrian's Wall and advanced into the southern uplands of modern Scotland. Within a year, much of the region had been subdued. To secure these new gains, Urbicus initiated the construction of another frontier barrier. Built between approximately 143 and 144 CE, the Antonine Wall stretched from the Firth of Forth to the Firth of Clyde. It was shorter than Hadrian's Wall and built mainly from turf rather than stone, but it represented Rome's northernmost permanent frontier in Britain. 11 principal forts were positioned along its length, supported by smaller military installations and roads. In 145 CE, a former governor of Britain, who was serving as governor of Hispania Citerior, was proclaimed emperor under the name Cornelius Priscianus Augustus. His rebellion ended before it could become a major civil war. He committed suicide before being brought before the Senate, and Antoninus Pius prevented a wider investigation, perhaps hoping to avoid uncovering further conspirators. Around 150 CE, Claudius Ptolemy published his great geographical work, which listed many of the peoples known to inhabit the Britannic Isles. Although some names are uncertain or difficult to locate, his work offers one of the most important surviving descriptions of the ethnic geography of Britain and Ireland during the Roman period. In northern Pictavia, beyond the main areas of Roman control, the peoples included the Caireni, Caledoni, Carnonacai, Catti, Cornovi, Creones, Decantes, Epidi, Horesti, Lugi, Smertai, Taexali, Vacomagi, and Venicones. The region between Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine frontier was inhabited by groups such as the Damnoni, Gadeni, Novantai, Selgovi, and Votadini. Northern Britain contained the Brigantes, Carveti, Gabrantoviches, Setanti, Textoverdi, and several smaller communities. The Midlands were dominated by the Cornovi, Corieltauvi, and Parisii. Southern Britain contained a dense collection of peoples, including the Atrebates, Belgae, Cantiaci, Catuvellauni, Iceni, Regnenses, Trinovantes, and several smaller groups remembered under names such as the Ancalites, Bibroci, Cassi, and Senimagni. In the southwestern part of the island, later called West Veahlas by the Saxons, the principal peoples were the Dobuni, Dumnoni, Durotriges, and Lendiniae. Some later writers attempted to prove the existence of a separate Cornovi tribe in Cornwall based on a place name found in the Ravenna cosmography. However, the location connected to that name lies in northeastern Wiltshire, near the roads leading toward Cirencester, Silchester, and Winchester, far from modern Cornwall. The evidence therefore does not strongly support the existence of a distinct pre-Roman Cornish tribe called the Cornovi. The peoples of Wales included the Deciangli, Demetae, Gangani, Ordovizes, and Silures. Medieval Welsh tradition later used names such as Cambria and Deheubarth for parts of the region, but under Roman rule, these communities remained important tribal identities within the province. Ptolemy also listed numerous peoples in Ireland, including the Autini, Brigantes, Cauci, Coriondi, Darini, Eblani, Erdini, Gangani, Iverni, Manapi, Nagnatai, Robogdi, Ustie, Venicni, Volunti, and Velabri. Although Rome never conquered Ireland, ancient geographers knew enough about its coasts and peoples to include it within their descriptions of the Western world. Across the channel in Armorica, the principal tribes included the Osismai, Venetai, Redunes, Curiosolites, and Namnetes. In Galatia, ancient sources referred to a people known as the Arotrebai, sometimes called the Aroni. At this time, the Roman Empire had reached an extraordinary demographic scale. Modern estimates suggest a population somewhere between 65 and 130 million people. Depending on which estimate is accepted, the empire may have contained between roughly 1/5 and 2/5 of the entire world's population, which is thought to have been close to 300 million. Between 155 and 158 CE, another major revolt erupted in Britain, led largely by the Brigantes. The uprising placed such pressure on the Roman army that reinforcements had to be transferred from the Rhine frontier. After the rebellion was crushed, the Brigantes suffered severe punishment. Their monarchy was abolished, and large areas of their territory were taken from them. In 162 CE, the Romans abandoned the Antonine Wall and withdrew south to Hadrian's Wall. The northern frontier had proven difficult and expensive to maintain. Rome, nevertheless, continued to occupy several advanced forts, including Blatobulgium at Birens and Castra Exploratorum at Netherby. These positions among the Selgovi remained active until the final period of Roman rule in Britain. Between 165 and 180 CE, the Antonine Plague devastated the Roman world. Also called the Plague of Galen, it appears to have entered the empire during military operations in Mesopotamia, perhaps during the siege of Seleucia in the Parthian campaign of Lucius Verus. The disease spread rapidly through cities, military camps, roads, and trade networks. Ancient accounts suggest that the plague killed around 10% of the imperial population, although the true number is impossible to determine. Its effects were severe. Military recruitment became more difficult. Agriculture suffered from labor shortages, urban life declined in some areas, and tax revenues weakened. The crisis may also have encouraged the spread of religious movements such as Mithraism, especially among soldiers during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. In 175 CE, Marcus Aurelius stationed approximately 5,500 Sarmatian cavalrymen in Britain. These warriors belonged to the Iazyges, a people recently defeated by Rome. They were organized into a force known as the Cuneus Sarmatarum and settled near Bremetenicum, modern Ribchester in Lancashire. Evidence suggests that descendants or veterans of this community remained in the area into the 5th century. Modern theories have occasionally attempted to connect these Sarmatian cavalrymen with Lucius Artorius Castus and, through him, with the later legends of King Arthur. However, the historical evidence does not establish a direct relationship between Artorius and this particular unit. In 180 CE, the Caledoni crossed south beyond the abandoned Antonine frontier and attacked Roman territory. Their movement also encouraged unrest among the Maiatai. Emperor Commodus responded by sending Lucius Ulpius Marcellus to Britain as governor. Marcellus was known as a strict, disciplined, and often severe commander. By 184 CE, he had carried out a brutal campaign north of the Antonine Wall. His methods, however, angered the Roman soldiers almost as much as they harmed the enemy. The legions rebelled against both Marcellus and Emperor Commodus, complaining of harsh treatment. They attempted to proclaim the former governor, Caerellius Priscus, as emperor, but he refused their offer. The powerful praetorian prefect Sextus Tigidius Perennis responded by replacing the legionary commanders in Britain. Commodus, meanwhile, adopted the victory title Britannicus, presenting the conflict as another imperial triumph despite the unrest within the army. In 185 CE, Marcellus was removed and replaced by Publius Helvius Pertinax, a highly experienced official and former military tribune of Legio VI Victrix. Pertinax inherited a province whose armies had become politically dangerous and difficult to control. In 186 CE, a Roman deserter named Maternus led a large rebellion known as the War of the Deserters. He gathered soldiers who had abandoned their units, along with criminals and other disaffected people. The rebels overran large parts of Gaul and Hispania, attacking cities and estates while Roman authorities struggled to respond. Commodus sent Gaius Pescennius Niger and Legio Octava Augusta against them. Unable to maintain their position in the western provinces, the rebels escaped into Italy. Maternus then developed an extraordinary plan to assassinate Commodus during a public festival and take control of the empire. Before he could act, however, he was betrayed by his own companions, arrested, and beheaded. According to the historian Cassius Dio, the Antonine Plague returned violently to Rome in 189 CE. He claimed that around 2,000 people died every day and that approximately 1/4 of those infected did not survive. Whether these numbers are exact or exaggerated, they reveal the fear and disruption caused by the renewed epidemic. In 192 CE, Emperor Commodus was assassinated after years of increasingly erratic and authoritarian rule. His death created another dangerous succession crisis. Publius Helvius Pertinax, the former governor of Britain and current urban prefect of Rome, was proclaimed emperor. He took the title Imperator Caesar Publius Helvius Pertinax Augustus, beginning a new and uncertain chapter in the history of the Roman Empire. In 193 CE, the brief reign of Emperor Pertinax came to a violent end after only 87 days. His assassination plunged the Roman world into yet another struggle for supreme power. In the Danubian provinces, Lucius Septimius Severus, commander of Legio XIV Gemina Martia Victrix, was proclaimed emperor by his soldiers in Illyricum and Pannonia. At the same time, the army stationed in Britain and Gaul raised their own governor, Decimus Clodius Albinus, as a rival claimant. Albinus initially chose not to challenge Severus directly. Instead, he supported him against two other competitors for the throne, Didius Julianus in Rome and Pescennius Niger in Syria. This temporary alliance allowed Severus to remove his immediate enemies and strengthen his position across the empire. The arrangement did not last. By 196 CE, Albinus understood that Severus no longer needed him and had ordered his elimination. Faced with almost certain death, he declared himself emperor under the full imperial style of Decimus Clodius Septimius Albinus Augustus, and crossed from Britain into Gaul. What began as an alliance now turned into open civil war. The decisive confrontation came in 197 CE at the Battle of Lugdunum near modern Lyon. The armies of Severus and Albinus fought in one of the largest battles between Roman forces ever recorded. Severus eventually emerged victorious, and Albinus was defeated and killed. His failure had major consequences for Britain because he had withdrawn many troops from the island to support his campaign in Gaul. Roman defenses there had been weakened, and northern peoples quickly took advantage of the situation. Severus appointed Virius Lupus as the new governor of Britannia and reorganized the province by dividing it into two separate administrative regions. The southern province became Britannia Superior, governed from Londinium, while the northern territory became Britannia Inferior, with its center at Eboracum. Both provinces were ruled by imperial governors bearing the title Legatus Augusti pro praetore. The reform was intended to make Britain easier to control, especially after decades of military unrest and political rebellion. When Lupus arrived, he discovered that the Maiatai and the Caledonii had broken their agreements with Rome and resumed raiding the south. The Maiatai appear to have occupied lands near the frontier zone between the two walls, while the Caledonii lived farther north. Lupus lacked enough soldiers to defeat both confederations in open war. Rather than risk a disastrous campaign, he negotiated with the Maiatai and paid them to end their attacks. The solution was humiliating for Rome, but it bought the province time to recover. During the early 3rd century, important political changes were also taking place in Ireland. In the west, the Connachta rose to power and gradually displaced the older Fir Ol Necmachta. Their growing influence was so great that the region itself eventually took their name, becoming Connaught. Northern Britain remained unstable. Between 208 and 211 CE, Emperor Septimius Severus personally led a massive invasion beyond Hadrian's Wall. He brought 3 legions, thousands of imperial guards, cavalry, and a large number of auxiliary troops. His goal was to crush the Caledonii, who had once again entered into conflict with Rome. The Roman army advanced deep into the north and won several engagements, but military victory did not bring lasting control. The Caledonian forces avoided prolonged pitched battles and relied instead on ambushes, raids, difficult terrain, and attacks on Roman supply lines. These guerrilla tactics caused severe losses. At the same time, the Maiate rose again, placing even more pressure on the invading army. Despite the enormous size of his force, Severus eventually withdrew behind Hadrian's Wall. The emperor did not abandon his plans. At Eboracum in 211 CE, he prepared for another northern expedition, determined to continue the war. Before the new campaign could begin, however, he died. His death ended one of the last great Roman attempts to conquer the whole of northern Britain. In 212 CE, his son Caracalla issued one of the most far-reaching legal measures in Roman history. The Constitutio Antoniniana granted Roman citizenship to nearly all free men living within the empire. Free women were also given the legal rights enjoyed by Roman women. Citizenship, once a highly valued privilege limited to certain communities and individuals, now became almost universal throughout the Roman world. The decree helped unify the empire legally, although it also expanded the number of people subject to certain Roman taxes. Around 220 CE, the Yoganakhta dynasty became established in Munster. Over time, this ruling family would dominate much of southern Ireland and play a central role in the political history of the region. Irish tradition dates the reign of Cormac mac Airt as High King of Ireland from approximately 226 to 266 CE. His age is remembered as one of the great heroic periods of Irish legend. Fionn mac Cumhail appears in these traditions as leader of the Fianna Éireann, a famous warrior brotherhood. One legendary episode tells of a Roman landing at the Battle of Ventry, where Fionn and his warriors supposedly repelled an invasion. Although the story belongs largely to heroic literature rather than confirmed history, it reflects an enduring Irish awareness of the power and reputation of Rome. From 235 to 285 CE, the Roman Empire entered the devastating period now called the Crisis of the 3rd century. It began after Emperor Severus Alexander was murdered by his own soldiers. Over the following decades, the empire faced repeated invasions, military revolts, civil wars, economic collapse, inflation, plague, and a rapid succession of short-lived emperors. At several moments, the Roman state appeared close to complete disintegration. The crisis became even more severe when a major epidemic spread through the empire between 249 and 270 CE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after Cyprian of Carthage, the disease first became especially destructive in Egypt. Ancient reports claim that the population of Alexandria fell from about 500,000 to fewer than 200,000, although the exact figures remain uncertain. The epidemic had profound social and political consequences. Emperor Decius attempted to restore traditional Roman religion through compulsory public sacrifice, leading to the persecution of Christians in 250 CE. Another major persecution followed under Valerian in 257. Yet these efforts failed to halt the growth of Christianity. By the end of the 3rd century, the religion had expanded rapidly, partly because Christian communities often provided organized care and support during times of illness, insecurity, and social breakdown. The empire also fractured politically. Between 260 and 274 CE, the western provinces were largely separated from Rome under a breakaway state often called the Gallic Empire. It included much of Gaul, both German provinces, Britain, Raetia, and for a time several provinces of Hispania. Although the name Imperium Galliarum is modern, its rulers viewed themselves as legitimate Roman emperors defending the western provinces during a period when the central government could not protect them. At roughly the same time, another independent power arose in the east. Between 260 and 273 CE, the Palmyrene Empire controlled Egypt, Syria, Palestine, and large parts of Anatolia. For a brief period, Rome had effectively broken into 3 competing imperial systems. Despite political instability, Britain experienced noticeable economic development around 260 CE. Roman villas increased in number and size, while towns and villages spread into new regions. Wealthy landowners invested in large rural estates, and agricultural production expanded. This growth suggests that parts of Britannia remained prosperous even while the wider empire faced severe military and political crisis. The year 260 CE brought one of Rome's greatest humiliations. Emperor Valerian was captured alive while fighting the Sasanian Persians. His co-ruler Gallienus was occupied in Pannonia, where the governor Ingenuus had declared himself emperor. Meanwhile, Gallienus's son, Saturninus, supported by the Praetorian prefect Silvanus, was proclaimed emperor at Colonia Agrippinensis, modern Cologne. The governor of Germania Inferior, Marcus Cassianius Latinius Postumus, marched from his base at Colonia Ulpia Traiana with Legio Triginta Ulpia Victrix. He surrounded Cologne, captured Saturninus and Silvanus, and ordered their execution. His own soldiers then proclaimed him emperor. Postumus established his capital at Cologne, already an important provincial center. He described himself as restorer of Gaul and protector of the provinces. Rather than immediately attempting to conquer Italy, he concentrated on defending Britain, Gaul, and the Rhine frontier. His rule created the political structure later remembered as the Gallic Empire, while Gallienus retained control of Rome and Italy. In 265 CE, Gallienus made 2 attempts to overthrow Postumus, but both failed. 3 years later, Gallienus was assassinated and Claudius Gothicus was proclaimed emperor. Claudius succeeded in recovering Gallia Narbonensis and parts of Aquitania, weakening the western breakaway state without destroying it. In 269 CE, another rebellion erupted within the Gallic Empire. Ulpius Cornelius Laelianus, governor of Germania Superior, declared himself emperor at Moguntiacum, modern Mainz. His revolt was dangerous because he controlled Legio 22 Primigenia at Mainz, the headquarters of the Rhine fleet, and Legio 8 Augusta at Argentoratum, modern Strasbourg. Postumus defeated Laelianus and killed him, but his own victory led to his downfall. His troops expected permission to plunder Mainz, and when Postumus refused, they turned against him and murdered him. The soldiers replaced him with Marcus Aurelius Marius, whose reign lasted only a few months. Marius was then overthrown through the actions of Victorinus, commander of the Praetorian troops. Victorinus was proclaimed emperor at Augusta Treverorum, modern Trier. Gaul, Germania, and Britain recognized his authority, but the Spanish provinces returned to the central Roman government. Around 270 CE, Rome began developing and strengthening a chain of coastal defenses that would later become known as the Saxon Shore. These forts grew out of earlier naval bases associated with the classis Britannica. Their original purpose was to patrol the coasts and protect shipping on both sides of the channel. At first, many of the garrisons included Frisians and Franks serving under Roman command. Ironically, the same system later became increasingly important for defense against other seaborne raiders from those regions. The North Sea itself was sometimes called the Mare Frissicum because of the strong Frisian presence along its shores. Victorinus was assassinated in 271 CE. His mother, Victoria, gained temporary control over the army and used her influence to install Tetricus, governor of Aquitania, as emperor. Tetricus moved his capital to Trier and recovered several territories that had been retaken by Claudius Gothicus. The breakaway Western Empire finally ended in 274 CE. Emperor Aurelian defeated Tetricus and his son at the Battle of Chalons, bringing Gaul and Britain back under central Roman rule. Rather than executing Tetricus, Aurelian treated him with unusual mercy and later appointed him governor of Lucania in Italy. The decision demonstrated that political reconciliation could sometimes be more useful than revenge. From 284 CE onward, Roman government entered a new phase usually called the Dominate. The name comes from Emperor Diocletian's insistence on being addressed as Dominus, meaning lord or master. Earlier, emperors had officially presented themselves as first citizens, but the rulers of the Dominate adopted more openly monarchic titles, court ceremonies, and claims of absolute authority. Between 284 and 285 CE, widespread rebellion broke out among the Bagaudae in Gaul and Hispania. Led by Aelianus and Amandus, the movement involved peasants, rural laborers, deserters, and communities resisting heavy taxation, exploitation, and the growing loss of personal freedom. Maximian, then serving as Caesar, crushed the rebellion in late 285 with the assistance of the commander Carausius. Carausius was of Menapian origin and had been born in Gallia Belgica. Because of his naval experience, he was appointed commander of the British fleet. His authority covered both sides of the English Channel, with important bases at Gessoriacum and Dubris. In 285 CE, Diocletian divided imperial responsibility between East and West. He ruled the eastern provinces from Nicomedia, while Maximian governed the western half from Rome. The two men were technically presented as partners, although Diocletian remained the senior emperor. A new western rebellion began in 286 CE. Maximian accused Carausius of keeping captured pirate wealth for himself and ordered his execution. Carausius responded by proclaiming himself emperor in Britain and northern Gaul. He adopted titles such as Restorer of Britain and Genius of Britain, presenting his rule not as rebellion, but as protection from a corrupt central government. His realm included Britain, sections of northern Gaul, Belgica Secunda, Germania Inferior, and the coastal districts later associated with Armorica. He governed from Londinium and Rotomagus, modern Rouen. His strength rested on the three British legions, Legio XXX Ulpia Victrix at Xanten, the British fleet, auxiliary soldiers, and allied barbarian troops. Carausius also issued his own coins and used Roman imperial imagery to justify his authority. His government was stable enough that Maximian's attempt to defeat him in 289 CE ended in failure. Around 290 CE, the coastal fortress of Andertitum was constructed, while other Saxon shore defenses were enlarged and strengthened. These works reflected the growing importance of naval warfare, piracy, and cross-channel control. In 293 CE, Diocletian created a four-part system of government known as the Tetrarchy. Two senior emperors held the title Augustus, while two junior rulers served as Caesars. Constantius Chlorus became Caesar in the west, ruling from Trier, while Galerius governed large eastern territories from Sirmium. Diocletian also moved the western imperial capital from Rome to Mediolanum, modern Milan, and reorganized the provinces into smaller administrative units grouped into 12 dioceses. Constantius immediately focused on destroying the power of Carausius. He besieged and captured the important port of Gessoriacum on the Channel coast. The city was heavily damaged, and Britain was cut off from its continental possessions. Soon afterward, Carausius was murdered by his treasurer Alectus, who took the imperial title for himself. Alectus inherited Britain, but lacked Carausius's authority, military reputation, and political skill. In 296 CE, Roman forces launched a coordinated invasion. The Praetorian prefect Julius Asclepiodotus crossed into Britain with an army, while Constantius supported the campaign from the continent. Alectus was defeated and killed near Caleva Atrebatum, modern Silchester. His remaining territories were restored to the Roman Empire. Gessoriacum was rebuilt and renamed Bononia, the future Boulogne-sur-Mer. During the same broad period, Diocletian introduced major taxation and labor reforms. One of the most important changes was the formal recognition of the colonus adscriptitius. These agricultural workers had once been legally free, but they became permanently tied to the large estates where they lived and worked. They could no longer leave the land freely, creating a system that would later develop into medieval serfdom. The first known use of the name Picti appeared around 297 CE. The word was used by Roman writers for the peoples living north of the formal frontier in Britain, although it may have referred to several different groups rather than a single unified nation. Constantius reorganized Britain once again. The older provinces of Britannia Superior and Britannia Inferior were divided into four smaller provinces, together forming the Diocese of Britain under a vicarius. Britannia. Maxima Caesariensis had its capital at Londinium and covered the heavily populated southeast. Britannia Prima was centered at Corinium and included much of Wales and the southwest. Britannia Secunda was governed from Eboracum and contained much of northern England south of Hadrian's Wall. Britannia Flavia Caesariensis, with its capital at Lindum, covered much of the Midlands. The governor of Britannia Maxima held the senior rank of consularis, while the other provinces were ruled by officials called presides. None of these civilian governors directly controlled troops. Military and civilian authority had been deliberately separated to reduce the chance that another provincial governor could use an army to seize imperial power. Londinium, which served as both the diocesan capital and the capital of Britannia Maxima, was officially renamed Augusta Britanniarum. The new title never became widely popular, and the older name continued to be used. Military command in the Diocese of Britain was divided among three senior officers. The Count of the Maritime District controlled Legio to Augusta, now stationed at Rutupiae, along with several thousand frontier infantry and cavalry. He supervised coastal defense on both sides of the Channel and also commanded the Classis Britannica, based at Dubri and Bononia. The Duke of the Britons commanded Legio Sexta Victrix at Eboracum and a much larger body of frontier troops, especially along the northern defenses. The Count of Britain, also known as the Count of Military Affairs throughout the Britons, commanded Legio Vicesima Valeria Victrix at Deva Victrix, along with mobile field troops who could be sent rapidly to areas of danger. The Rhine fleet, the Classis Germanica, operated from Xanten and later Cologne. Its main duty was patrolling the Rhine, but it also watched the river mouth and nearby North Sea coastline under commanders based in Gaul. The same reforms reorganized Gaul into two dioceses. The Diocese of Gaul included several provinces of Lugdunensis, Belgica, Germania, and the territory of the Sequani. The Diocese of Viennensis, also called the Seven Provinces, contained Aquitania, Narbonensis, Viennensis, and the Alpine provinces. Hispania was also restructured. The former three provinces became five: Tarraconensis, Galaecia, Lusitania, Baetica, and Carthaginensis. These were further divided into judicial and administrative districts known as conventus, serving a role similar to the civitates found in other parts of the empire. During the early 4th century, the Uí Néill, a branch of the Connachta, moved northward into western and northern Ulster. Their expansion would eventually transform the political balance of Ireland and create one of its most powerful dynastic groupings. Between 305 and 306 CE, Constantius, now senior emperor in the west, crossed beyond Hadrian's Wall and campaigned in the lowlands north of the abandoned Antonine frontier. His son Constantine accompanied him and gained valuable military experience during the expedition. Constantius died at Iberacum in 306 CE. His soldiers immediately proclaimed his son emperor under the name Flavius Valerius Constantinus Augustus. He would later become known as Constantine the Great, one of the most influential rulers in Roman history. His proclamation began a long series of civil wars among the surviving rulers of the Tetrarchy. These conflicts lasted until 324 CE, when Constantine finally defeated his rivals and became the sole ruler of the empire. By 313 CE, the original political balance of the Tetrarchy had effectively collapsed. Constantine emerged as the dominant Augustus, although the administrative system of smaller provinces grouped into dioceses remained in place. The growing importance of Christianity in Britain became visible in 314 CE. 3 British bishops attended the Council of Arles: Eborius of York, Restitutus of London, and Adelphius of Caerleon. Their presence proves that organized Christian communities with recognized bishops already existed in Roman Britain by the early 4th century. The council was held mainly to condemn Donatism, a movement that had divided the churches of North Africa. The participation of British clergy shows how closely the province had become connected to religious debates taking place across the empire. In 315 CE, Constantine adopted or renewed the victory title Britannicus Maximus, linking himself with military success in Britain and presenting his dynasty as the protector of the province. In 325 CE, Constantine convened the First Council of Nicaea. At this time, he still used religious titles associated with the unconquered son, reflecting the gradual and complex nature of his relationship with Christianity. The council brought bishops together from across the empire to resolve major disputes within the church. It supported the Trinitarian position associated with Athanasius, condemned Arianism, established a method for determining the date of Easter, and issued the original Nicene Creed. It also confirmed the high status of the churches of Alexandria and Antioch and elevated Jerusalem to metropolitan rank, separating it from the older authority of Caesarea Maritima. In Irish tradition, Cyril mac Cairbre, known as Colla Uais, became High King of Ireland but was overthrown in 326 CE by Muiredac Tirech. Colla Uais and his brothers, Colla Men and Colla da Crish, were expelled to Alba with a following of approximately 300 warriors. In 330 CE, Constantine founded a new imperial capital on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. He called it Nova Roma, though it soon became universally known as Constantinople. Located between Europe and Asia, the city controlled major sea routes and became the senior capital of the Roman Empire. A year later, according to Irish tradition, the 3 Collas returned from exile. They defeated the last Uleid High King of Ulster, destroyed the ancient royal centre of Emain Macha, and established the kingdom of Argiala. The Uleid were pushed back into the northeastern corner of their former territory, permanently changing the political map of Northern Ireland. In 335, Emperor Constantine ordered the First Synod of Tyre to examine a series of accusations brought against Athanasius, the influential bishop of Alexandria. The council was led by Eusebius of Caesarea, and after lengthy debates, Athanasius was found guilty. Refusing to accept the decision, he traveled to Constantinople and appealed directly to the emperor. Constantine dismissed nearly all of the accusations, but one remaining charge proved serious enough to remove Athanasius from office. His exile temporarily strengthened the Arian movement, which regained much of the influence it had previously lost. When Constantine died in 337, the Roman Empire was divided among his three sons. The western provinces, including Gaul, Britain, Spain, and Germany, were assigned to Constantine II. Italy, the Balkans, and North Africa passed to Constans, while Constantius II ruled the eastern provinces stretching from Thrace and Anatolia to Syria and Egypt. Each region was supervised by a praetorian prefect responsible for civil government, while Rome and Constantinople each retained their own prefect. Military authority remained separate from civil administration, creating a more organized imperial structure. Only a few years later, in 340, Constantine II attempted to seize Italy from his younger brother Constans. The campaign ended in disaster when Constantine was killed in an ambush, allowing Constans to absorb his brother's western territories. Around 343, Constant personally visited Britain, possibly leading a brief military expedition despite traveling with only a small escort. During the same period, bishops from Britain attended the Council of Serdica, an important gathering intended to settle the growing dispute over Arianism, although lasting agreement remained out of reach. By 347, Roman authorities established a colony of Frisian settlers in Britain, creating a community that later became known as Cair Paris, or Dunfries. A few years afterward, the empire entered another period of civil war. In 350, Magnus Magnentius, a respected commander of the Imperial Guard whose family combined British and Frankish ancestry, overthrew the deeply unpopular Emperor Constans and declared himself emperor. His rebellion quickly gained the support of Britain, Gaul, Spain, Germany, Italy, and Africa, and even received recognition from the Roman Senate. Only Constantius II in the east refused to acknowledge his claim. The struggle between the rivals reached its climax in 351 at the Battle of Mursa Major, one of the bloodiest civil wars in Roman history. Although Constantius emerged victorious, the enormous loss of life made the victory painfully expensive. Magnentius attempted to negotiate during the following year, even offering to serve merely as an officer under Constantius, but his proposals were rejected. As more of his legions abandoned him, Constantius strengthened the Rhine frontier by appointing the Romanized Frankish general Silvanus to restore order and defend northern Gaul against Germanic attacks and renewed Bargaudae uprisings. Some historians believe that between 354 and 358, Britain may even have witnessed the brief rule of an otherwise unknown imperial claimant, sometimes called Carausius II, whose existence has been suggested by a small number of coins discovered at Richborough. During these same years, Paulus Catina became associated with several political purges, including the downfall of Constantius Gallus. In 355, another crisis erupted when Silvanus, falsely accused of plotting against the emperor, was proclaimed emperor by his own troops at Cologne. His reign lasted only a few weeks before he was assassinated, after which Catina once again pursued suspected supporters with relentless determination. Administrative reforms continued throughout the empire. A separate prefecture of Illyricum was established in 356, dividing responsibilities that had previously belonged to the Italian administration. Beyond the imperial frontiers, new regional kingdoms also appeared, including the early Irish kingdom that later became known as Uí Main. In 358, the future Emperor Julian defeated the Salian Franks, but allowed them to remain inside imperial territory as protected communities on the condition that they supplied soldiers to defend the frontier. Religious controversy continued to shape imperial politics. In 359, British bishops participated in the Council of Rimini, while Eastern bishops met at Seleucia in another attempt to resolve the divisions created by Arianism. Neither gathering fully restored unity. Around the same time, Paulus Catena was dispatched to the eastern provinces to investigate suspected traitors and suppress opponents of the imperial-backed bishop in Alexandria. From 360 to 363, the empire came under the rule of Julian, later remembered as Julian the Apostate because he sought to revive traditional Roman paganism after decades of Christian imperial policy. His reign coincided with renewed raids by the Picts and the Scots into Britain. After Julian's death, many officials connected with the previous persecutions, including Paulus Catina, were executed for their abuses of power. Meanwhile, an even greater challenge was emerging beyond Rome's borders. Beginning in 363, the Huns expanded rapidly across the Eurasian steppe into the northern Balkans. Their advance forced the Alans, Goths, and many other peoples to migrate westward, creating a chain reaction that would transform the political map of Europe. At the same time, Britain continued to suffer repeated attacks by the Picts, Saxons, Scots, and Attacoti, exposing the growing weakness of Roman frontier defenses. Under Emperor Jovian, Christian policy became considerably stricter. Pagan religious practices were increasingly suppressed, severe penalties were introduced for traditional ceremonies, and non-Christians were barred from commanding Roman troops. Although his reign was short, these decisions further accelerated the empire's transformation into an officially Christian state. The crisis deepened dramatically in 367 during what later became known as the Great Conspiracy. Picts, Attacoti, Scots, and Frankish raiders launched coordinated attacks against Roman Britain and northern Gaul, while sections of Hadrian's Wall garrison revolted alongside local frontier forces. Large parts of northern and western Britain fell into chaos. Several senior Roman commanders were either killed or captured, while the usurper Valentinus attempted to exploit the confusion by launching his own revolt. Emperor Valentinian I, occupied by wars against the Alemanni, dispatched a succession of trusted generals to restore order. Although the empire eventually recovered control, the campaign exposed how vulnerable Roman Britain had become after decades of internal conflict, religious division, and continuous pressure from enemies both within and beyond the imperial frontier. After the Great Conspiracy, Roman authority in Britain was restored through the efforts of the experienced General Flavius Theodosius, who had recently been appointed military commander of the province. Accompanied by his young son, the future Emperor Theodosius I, and the capable officer Magnus Maximus, he assembled his forces at Bononia before crossing into Britain. The Roman army successfully drove back the invading Picts, Scots, Saxons, and Attacoti, crushed the rebellion led by Valentinus, and reorganized the province. Theodosius abolished the unreliable frontier intelligence network known as the Ariani and introduced a stronger administration by appointing Civilis as Vicar of Britain and Dulcitius as commander of its military forces. Around the same period, Roman authorities also began relocating Brittonic troops to Armorica in northern Gaul to strengthen the coastal defenses against increasing pirate attacks. By 369, the northern frontier was reorganized once again with the creation of a new province known as Britannia Valentia. Although historians continue to debate its exact location, it represented Rome's determination to restore order after years of instability. Only a few years later, Emperor Valentinian I settled groups of Alemanni inside Britain as federate allies, allowing them to defend imperial territory while remaining loyal to Rome. During the 370s, dramatic events unfolded across both Britain and the wider empire. The Huns continued expanding westward under their rising leaders, while in Ireland, the powerful Uí Níl dynasty began its long ascent toward dominance. Niall of the Nine Hostages emerged as one of the most famous early Irish rulers, and his descendants would influence Irish politics for centuries. At the same time, Christianity gained even greater influence within the Roman world. Bishop Ambrose persuaded Emperor Gratian to abandon the ancient pagan title of Pontifex Maximus, while the Bishop of Rome gradually assumed greater religious authority, marking another important step in the development of the medieval papacy. In 380, Magnus Maximus became commander of the Roman forces in Britain. That same year, the Edict of Thessalonica declared Nicene Christianity to be the official religion of the Roman Empire, ending centuries of religious uncertainty. 1 year later, the Second Ecumenical Council at Constantinople reaffirmed Orthodox Christian doctrine, condemned several competing beliefs, and strengthened the position of the Imperial Church while recognizing Constantinople as second only to Rome in ecclesiastical importance. Britain soon faced another series of attacks. In 382, fresh waves of Pictish, Scottish, and Saxon raiders struck the province. After restoring order, Maximus reorganized the northern frontier by placing trusted commanders over several frontier regions. Medieval Welsh traditions later claimed that many local royal families traced their ancestry back to these Roman military governors, illustrating how Roman administration gradually blended with emerging British kingdoms. A turning point arrived in 383 when the British legions proclaimed Magnus Maximus emperor. Frustrated with Emperor Gratian's leadership and his preference for foreign troops, the soldiers supported Maximus as their new ruler. Crossing into Gaul with much of Britain's professional army, Maximus quickly defeated Gratian after many imperial forces deserted to his side. Establishing his capital at Trier, he gained control over Britain, Gaul, Spain, Germany, and eventually Africa. Even the Eastern Emperor reluctantly accepted his position for a time. According to later British and Breton traditions, this period also saw large groups of Britons migrate to Armorica under the legendary Conan Meriadoc, laying the foundations for what would become Brittany. Maximus continued to strengthen his rule over the following years. He established military settlements in northwestern Spain that later evolved into important Brittonic communities, while also becoming deeply involved in religious affairs. The execution of the Christian teacher Priscillian on charges of heresy became one of the earliest examples of the imperial government putting a Christian to death over doctrine. His later invasion of Italy temporarily forced the young Emperor Valentinian II from power, but the success proved short-lived. In 388, Emperor Theodosius marched west, defeated Maximus, captured him at Aquileia, and ordered his execution, ending Britain's most successful imperial rebellion. The decades that followed witnessed an even more dramatic transformation of the Roman world. Emperor Theodosius launched an aggressive campaign against traditional pagan religion. Ancient temples were closed, sacrifices were outlawed, the sacred fire of Vesta was extinguished, the Vestal Virgins were dissolved, and the famous Serapeum at Alexandria was destroyed by a Christian mob. During the same period, the great intellectual center associated with the Library of Alexandria suffered devastating destruction, symbolizing the end of one of the ancient world's greatest centers of learning. By 395, the Roman Empire experienced its final and permanent division following the death of Theodosius. The Eastern and Western empires would never again be united under one emperor. Britain remained part of the Western Roman Empire, but its military command was increasingly focused on defending the vulnerable Saxon shore against growing seaborne raids. Across the English Channel, new defensive districts were established along the coasts of Gaul, reflecting Rome's growing concern over attacks from both pirates and migrating peoples. At almost the same moment, the Huns reached the lands north of the Black Sea, beginning the chain of invasions that would soon reshape Europe. During the final years of the 4th century, the powerful general Stilicho attempted to preserve the weakening Western Empire. Although he never personally campaigned in Britain, he reinforced the province with additional troops, strengthened frontier defenses, and repaired Hadrian's Wall. His government also crushed a rebellion in North Africa led by Gildo, preserving one of Rome's most valuable grain-producing regions. Around this period, several Irish and other Federate communities were settled in western Britain, while Breton traditions remembered Conan Meriadoc as the founder of Brittany across the Channel. The opening years of the 5th century revealed just how fragile Roman power had become. Ireland entered what many historians describe as its cultural golden age, with learning, literature, and religious scholarship flourishing. Niall of the Nine Hostages rose to become the dominant High King, while Britain itself struggled to maintain its defenses. Hadrian's Wall underwent further repairs, yet the growing Gothic threat forced Stilicho to withdraw experienced troops from Britain in order to defend Italy. Emperor Honorius abandoned Milan and established his capital at the more secure city of Ravenna, a decision that clearly demonstrated how the empire's priorities had shifted. As Rome concentrated on survival closer to its heartlands, Britain found itself increasingly isolated, setting the stage for the eventual end of Roman rule on the island only a few years later. By the beginning of the 5th century, Roman Britain faced growing pressure from every direction. In 405, waves of Picts, Scots, and Saxon raiders once again struck the island's coasts and northern frontiers. At the same time, the Gaelic kingdom of Dalriata began expanding into western Scotland as changing political conditions in Ireland pushed its people across the sea. In Ireland itself, the famous High King Niall of the Nine Hostages died, leaving behind a powerful dynasty that would dominate Irish politics for generations. Meanwhile, on the European mainland, the relentless advance of the Huns forced entire nations to abandon their homelands. Goths, Vandals, Alans, and many other tribes poured into Roman territory, creating one of the greatest migration movements in European history. One of these armies, led by the Gothic king Radagaisus, invaded Italy but was crushed by the brilliant Roman general Stilicho in 406 before it could threaten the empire's heartland. The same year brought another crisis to Britain. Frustrated by the empire's inability to defend the province, the Roman legions stationed there rebelled. They first proclaimed Marcus as emperor, only to murder him a few months later and replace him with Gratian. His rule also proved short-lived, and the soldiers soon elevated Constantine III, believing he was the leader capable of saving both Britain and the Western Empire. Constantine immediately crossed into Gaul with much of Britain's professional army, hoping to restore order and establish himself as the legitimate emperor. At almost exactly the same moment, Vandals, Suebi, and Alans crossed the frozen Rhine River in one of the most devastating invasions the Western Roman Empire had ever faced. The frontier that had protected Gaul for centuries effectively collapsed overnight. In 408, disaster struck the empire once again. Stilicho, Rome's greatest military commander, became the victim of political conspiracies. Accused of plotting against the imperial family, he was executed along with his son. His death removed the last commander truly capable of defending the Western Empire. Soon afterward, thousands of barbarian families living peacefully in Italy were massacred. Their surviving husbands and fathers fled to Alaric, king of the Visigoths, greatly strengthening his army. Alaric marched on Rome and surrounded the city several times, while imperial authority continued to weaken across the western provinces. The years that followed were marked by rebellion and invasion. Large areas of Gaul fell into chaos as peasant uprisings known as the Bagaudae spread through the countryside. Vandals, Suebi, and Alans overran much of Hispania, while Saxon pirates launched increasingly frequent attacks on the shores of Britain and Armorica. Constantine III gradually lost control as local governors abandoned him, and even his own general, Gerontius, revolted in support of another rival emperor in Spain. Britain, isolated from the imperial government, was increasingly forced to defend itself. The year 410 became one of the most famous in Roman history. After several unsuccessful attempts, Alaric and the Visigoths finally entered Rome and spent 3 days plundering the Eternal City. It was the first time in nearly 8 centuries that Rome had fallen to a foreign army, sending shockwaves throughout the ancient world. Around the same period, Roman authority in Britain continued to disappear. Powerful local rulers began establishing independent kingdoms across the island. Colhen emerged as a dominant figure in the north, while the kingdoms that later became Strathclyde and Gwent started taking shape. Irish settlers established themselves in parts of western Britain, and some of the earliest permanent Anglo-Saxon communities appeared near the Thames estuary. Although it was once widely believed that Emperor Honorius officially abandoned Britain during this period, modern historians generally agree that the famous imperial order was actually directed to communities in southern Italy rather than Britain itself. Constantine III's ambitions came to an end in 411 when he was defeated, captured at Arles, and executed. His supporters quickly proclaimed another emperor, Jovinus, while the Burgundians established their first kingdom along the Rhine frontier. In Hispania, the invading Germanic tribes divided the peninsula among themselves. The Suebi settled in the northwest, while the Vandals and Alans occupied much of the south and central regions. Roman influence survived only in a few isolated provinces. Over the next several years, however, the Visigoths fought on behalf of Rome, crushing the Siling Vandals and severely weakening the Alans before receiving lands in Aquitaine as Federate allies. Their settlement marked the beginning of the Visigothic kingdom, one of the first major successor states to emerge from the declining Western Roman Empire. Religious conflict also continued to reshape the empire. Pelagian Christianity gained widespread support in Britain, Ireland, and parts of Gaul, despite being condemned by church leaders in Rome. In 415, one of antiquity's greatest philosophers, Hypatia of Alexandria, was brutally murdered by a fanatical mob, an event that has long symbolized the fading intellectual traditions of the classical world. During these same years, pagan temples were closed across the empire as Christianity became firmly established as Rome's dominant religion. By the early 420s, Roman Britain had entered its final chapter. Following the death of Coel Hen, northern Britain fragmented into several smaller Brittonic kingdoms that would shape the political landscape of the coming centuries. In Ireland, new kingdoms such as Ailic and Tir Conaill rose to prominence under descendants of Niall of the Nine Hostages. Around the same time, the future St. Patrick was born, while Vortigern emerged as one of Britain's most influential political leaders during the collapse of Roman authority. Across the Channel, the gifted general Flavius Aetius rose to command Roman forces in Gaul, but even his remarkable military skill could only slow the empire's decline. Armorica slipped further from imperial control, local revolts became more common, and Visigothic attacks intensified. Although the Western Roman Empire still officially claimed Britain, its authority had become little more than a memory, and a completely new era was about to begin. Around the early 5th century, one of the most valuable records of the late Roman Empire, the Notitia Dignitatum, was compiled. Although parts of it reflected an earlier period, it offered a remarkably detailed picture of how Roman Britain was still supposed to function between roughly 410 and 420. The document outlined both the civil administration and the military organization of the province, revealing that, despite the empire's weakening control, an impressive administrative system officially remained in place. At the head of Roman Britain stood the Vicarius Britanniarum, the emperor's highest civil representative on the island. Working under the Praetorian prefect of Gaul, the Vicarius supervised taxation, legal affairs, government records, correspondence, and provincial administration through a large staff of assistants, financial officers, archivists, clerks, and secretaries. Below him were the governors of Britain's provinces, each supported by their own administrative officials who handled local government, justice, and taxation. According to the Notitia Dignitatum, Britain was divided into at least 5 major provinces, including Britannia Prima, Britannia Secunda, Britannia Maxima Caesariensis, Britannia Flavia Caesariensis, and Britannia Valentia. Some later writers even suggested the existence of an additional province covering the Orkney Islands. The military structure was just as carefully organized. By this period, the Roman army had changed considerably from the massive legions of earlier centuries. Instead of 5,000-man legions, most field legions now consisted of roughly 1,000 professional soldiers supported by cavalry and specialized auxiliary units. Smaller formations such as numeri, cohorts, and cavalry wings were stationed across Britain to respond quickly to raids and local uprisings. Overall command of the mobile field army belonged to the Comes Britanniarum, one of the empire's most senior military officers. Under his leadership served elite infantry formations, heavily armored cavalry, mounted archers, and mercenary horsemen recruited from many different parts of the empire. These highly trained troops formed the strategic reserve, ready to reinforce threatened frontiers or suppress rebellions wherever they appeared. Protecting Britain's southeastern coastline was another important commander, the Count of the Saxon Shore. His responsibility was defending the vulnerable coast against increasing attacks by Saxon pirates and raiders crossing the North Sea. Powerful forts stretched from Norfolk through Kent and down to Hampshire, including major strongholds at Richborough, Dover, Reculver, Lympne, Burgh Castle, Brancaster, Pevensey, and Portchester. These fortresses were linked by naval patrols operated by the Roman fleet, creating a defensive network designed to detect and intercept enemy ships before they could reach Britain's interior. Farther north, responsibility passed to the Dux Britanniarum, commander of the frontier armies stationed along Hadrian's Wall and northern Britain. From his headquarters, he oversaw dozens of garrisons stretching across the entire frontier. Famous forts such as Segedunum, Vindolanda, Chesters, Housesteads, Burdeswald, Caribur, and Maryport remained occupied by Roman infantry, cavalry, engineers, scouts, and specialized frontier troops. Each fortress played a specific role in guarding roads, monitoring enemy movements, and protecting the empire from raids launched by the Picts and other northern peoples. Western Britain also continued to maintain important military positions. Strongholds such as Caerleon, Chester, Caerwent, Cardiff, Wroxeter, and Saguntium remained active well into the late 4th and early 5th centuries. Some were still occupied even after direct Roman administration had begun disappearing, suggesting that local Romano-British leaders inherited and continued using these strategic fortifications long after imperial officials had departed. Across the English Channel, Roman defenses formed a coordinated system with Britain. Separate military districts guarded the coasts of Armorica and northern Gaul, maintaining fleets, cavalry units, and frontier garrisons that worked closely with the Saxon Shore Command. Their mission was to defend the Atlantic and Channel coastlines from piracy, migration, and invasion, while preserving communication between Britain and the continent. These continental commands protected important ports throughout Normandy, Brittany, Picardy, and the lower Somme region, where Roman soldiers, cavalry, and naval forces remained on constant alert. Although the Notitia Dignitatum presents an image of a highly organized and disciplined military machine, reality was becoming very different. Many of the units listed in the document had probably been reduced in strength, relocated, or existed only on paper by the early 5th century. Even so, the document remains an extraordinary record of Rome's final military organization in Britain. It captures the last moment when the empire still claimed to govern the island through a vast network of governors, frontier commanders, professional soldiers, cavalry regiments, naval squadrons, and fortified bases. Within only a few decades, much of this remarkable system would disappear, giving way to the independent Brittonic kingdoms and the emerging Anglo-Saxon settlements that would shape the next chapter of Britain's history. By the late 420s, Roman Britain stood largely on its own. In 427, British leaders appealed to the powerful Roman commander Aetius for military assistance against constant attacks from the Picts and Scots, but the empire was overwhelmed by crises elsewhere and could offer little help. Forced to rely on their own resources, the Britons recruited Germanic Federate warriors and settled them in southern Britain to strengthen local defenses. Around the same time, Ireland's High King Dathi died during a campaign on the continent, marking the end of the era of Ireland's great warrior kings. Religious disputes also shaped this period. The teachings of Pelagius continued spreading across Britain, prompting Pope Celestine I to send bishops Germanus of Auxerre and Lupus of Troyes to restore Orthodox Christianity. Besides preaching, Germanus also helped organize the Britons against invading raiders, combining military leadership with religious authority. Meanwhile, the brilliant Roman general Aetius rose to become the empire's leading military commander as he fought to preserve Roman power against enemies on every frontier. Throughout the 430s, the Western Roman Empire struggled to survive. The Vandals abandoned Spain under their ambitious king Genseric and crossed into North Africa, eventually capturing Carthage and creating one of the strongest barbarian kingdoms in the Mediterranean. At the same time, the Visigoths repeatedly invaded southern Gaul, while revolts by the Bagaudae weakened Roman control in Armorica. Although Aetius defeated several enemies with the help of Hunnic mercenaries, the empire increasingly depended on alliances rather than its own strength. In Britain, political fragmentation accelerated. Local rulers gained greater independence, and conflicts erupted between native Brittonic kingdoms and Irish settlers who had established themselves in western regions. According to later tradition, Vortigern emerged as Britain's leading ruler during this difficult period, attempting to unite the island against growing external threats. Around the same time, Irish legal traditions were formally organized into written codes, reflecting the growing sophistication of Irish society. The situation became even more desperate during the 400s and 40s. Britain suffered repeated invasions, famine, civil conflict, and outbreaks of disease. Many Romano-British communities abandoned the eastern lowlands and migrated toward the safer western regions. New kingdoms gradually appeared around former Roman cities such as London and Winchester, while Germanic Federate settlements became increasingly powerful. Despite repeated appeals for help, Aetius could spare no troops, as he was fully occupied confronting Attila the Hun and defending the collapsing Western Empire. Around 446, the desperate Britons sent what later became famous as the Groans of the Britons, pleading with Aetius for military assistance. No substantial Roman army ever arrived. Instead, Germanus returned to Britain once more, encouraging resistance against the Picts and Scots while supporting the island's Christian communities. During these years, St. Patrick also began his mission in Ireland, establishing churches that would transform the religious history of the island. A decisive turning point came in 450 when Vortigern invited the Jutish leaders Hengist and Horsa to Britain as mercenary allies. Arriving with only a few ships, they were granted land in return for defending the island against northern enemies. What began as a military alliance soon evolved into permanent settlement. More Germanic warriors followed, while the Britons gradually realized that their new allies had ambitions far beyond military service. At the same time, important Brittonic kingdoms continued to emerge. Reged expanded across much of northern Britain, while large numbers of Britons migrated across the Channel into Armorica. Their settlement became so significant that the region gradually became known as Brittany, or Little Britain, preserving its British cultural identity for centuries. The wider Roman world faced equally dramatic events. In 451, Aetius joined forces with the Visigoths to defeat Attila the Hun at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains, one of the most important victories in late Roman history. That same year, the Council of Chalcedon defined key Christian doctrines and reshaped the structure of the early church. Yet even these successes could not stop the empire's decline. Relations between the Britons and the Germanic settlers rapidly deteriorated. Vortigern strengthened his alliance by marrying Hengist's daughter, but additional waves of Jutes soon arrived from northern Europe. At the same time, Cunedda led his followers into northwestern Wales, driving back Irish settlers and establishing the Kingdom of Gwynedd, one of the most influential Welsh kingdoms of the early medieval period. The crisis deepened after the assassination of Aetius in 454. Without Rome's greatest general, the Western Empire lost its strongest defender. Only a year later, Emperor Valentinian III was also murdered, while the Vandals crossed into Italy and brutally sacked Rome. Imperial authority collapsed even further as emperors rose and fell in rapid succession, each controlling less territory than the last. Britain experienced the same instability. Battles between Vortimer and Hengist became increasingly fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Eastern Kent gradually fell under Jutish control, forcing many Britons farther west. Despite temporary Roman victories in Gaul under generals such as Aegidius and Majorian, imperial influence in Britain had effectively disappeared. By around 460, leadership of the Romano-British resistance passed to Ambrosius Aurelianus, remembered by later writers as one of the last true representatives of Roman civilization in Britain. While he continued fighting the growing Germanic settlements, Roman authority elsewhere continued to fragment. Following the murder of Emperor Majorian, Aegidius established an independent Romano-Gallic state centered on Soissons, preserving Roman traditions in northern Gaul for a few more decades. By this stage, however, the age of Roman Britain had effectively come to an end, giving way to a new era dominated by Brittonic kingdoms, Anglo-Saxon settlements, and the emerging medieval world. By the early 460s, the Western Roman Empire was rapidly losing its remaining territories. In 462, the Roman commander Agrippinus handed over much of southern Gaul to the Visigoths, hoping to secure their support against the independent Roman ruler Aegidius. This agreement allowed the Visigoths to consolidate their kingdom around Toulouse, while the region gradually became known as Septimania. Despite this setback, Aegidius refused to surrender. Together with the Frankish king Childeric, he defeated the Visigoths at the Battle of Orléans in 463, proving that Roman resistance had not yet disappeared. Aegidius sought allies wherever he could, even opening diplomatic contacts with the Vandal king Genseric. His sudden death in 465, however, changed everything. His son Syagrius inherited the remaining Romano-Gallic territories and continued governing them as an independent Roman stronghold centered on Soissons. Although the Western Empire was collapsing, Syagrius remained determined to preserve Roman law, military traditions, and administration for as long as possible. In Britain, conflict between the native Britons and the Germanic settlers continued. Around 466, the Britons won an important but costly victory over Hengist and his son Oisc near Richborough. Neither side achieved a decisive advantage, and after heavy losses, the fighting temporarily subsided. During this brief period of peace, old hill forts across western Britain were rebuilt, new defensive earthworks such as Wansdyke were strengthened, and local rulers prepared for the next wave of invasions. Meanwhile, the Eastern Emperor Leo I attempted to restore stability in the west by placing Anthemius on the imperial throne. Relations between his government and Syagrius improved, but new dangers quickly emerged. Roman officials encouraged the Visigoths to attack the Britons living in Armorica, while thousands of Brittonic warriors crossed the English Channel to defend their relatives on the continent. Despite their courage, these forces suffered a crushing defeat, forcing many survivors to seek refuge among the Burgundians. Even so, the migration of Britons into Armorica continued, gradually transforming the region into what later became Brittany, or Little Britain. Across Britain, several new kingdoms emerged from the ruins of Roman administration. Elmet, Gododin, and other Brittonic states expanded their influence, while ancient strongholds such as Cadbury Hill were rebuilt into impressive fortified centers. Because of its enormous defenses and evidence of Mediterranean trade, Cadbury later became closely associated with the legendary court of Arthur in medieval tradition. Political turmoil continued across the empire. In 472, Emperor Anthemius was overthrown after another civil war that left Rome itself devastated once again. At the same time, the Visigoths completed their conquest of nearly all Roman Spain, leaving only scattered pockets of imperial influence. In Britain, Angles and Saxons continued arriving in increasing numbers, settling along the eastern coast and gradually extending their influence inland. A defining moment came in 476, traditionally remembered as the end of the Western Roman Empire. Odoacer deposed the young emperor Romulus Augustulus and assumed control of Italy while recognizing the Eastern Emperor Zeno as the senior ruler of the Roman world. Although later historians called the surviving eastern state the Byzantine Empire, its people still considered themselves Romans, and the empire itself continued to preserve Roman institutions for many centuries. Syagrius, however, refused to recognize Odoacer's authority and maintained his independent Romano-Gallic realm in northern Gaul. Germanic expansion accelerated during the following years. Around 477, the Saxon leader Aeli landed in southern Britain with his sons and founded the Kingdom of Sussex. His warriors defeated local Britons, captured important strongholds such as Pevensey, and gradually expanded their territory along the southern coast. Additional Brittonic kingdoms, including Rhegin and several western realms, also emerged as Roman political structures disappeared completely. The final years of the 5th century witnessed the rise of several figures who would shape medieval Europe. After the death of Julius Nepos, Emperor Zeno formally claimed authority over the entire Roman world, while Odoacer extended his rule across Italy and Dalmatia. In northern Gaul, Clovis inherited the Frankish throne and soon turned against Syagrius. At the same time, British tradition began celebrating a military commander known simply as Arthur. Rather than describing him as a king, the earliest accounts present him as a great war leader who united the Britons against the growing Saxon threat. In 486, Clovis defeated Syagrius at the Battle of Soissons, destroying the last independent Roman state in Western Europe. From that point onward, Frankish power dominated northern Gaul, while Roman political authority finally disappeared from the region. Britain entered the sub-Roman age, where local kingdoms rather than imperial governors controlled the island. The years that followed saw further Saxon expansion. Hengist died and was succeeded by his son Oisc, while Aella continued extending his kingdom across Sussex. The missionary Patrick transformed Christianity in Ireland, and the Ostrogothic king Theodoric established a remarkably stable government in Italy that preserved many Roman traditions while allowing religious tolerance. Another important migration occurred in 495 when Celtic and his followers landed on Britain's southern coast, laying the foundations of the future Kingdom of Wessex. Soon afterward came one of the defining battles of early British history. Around 496, the Britons, led by Arthur, according to later tradition, achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of Mons Badonicus. The triumph halted Saxon expansion for an entire generation, creating a rare period of peace during which the surviving Brittonic kingdoms were able to recover. Although Roman Britain had long since disappeared, its military traditions, culture, and identity endured through these kingdoms, bridging the ancient Roman world and the emerging Middle Ages. By the close of the 5th century, Britain and Western Europe had entered an age of profound transformation. Around 497, King Urban of Domnonia died, while on the continent Clovis I strengthened ties with the Britons who had settled in Armorica. Through agreements negotiated by influential church leaders, the Franks allowed continued migration from Britain in exchange for political loyalty rather than tribute. As more Britons crossed the Channel, the region gradually evolved into Brittany, where several small kingdoms emerged, each preserving strong Brittonic traditions while developing their own identities. At roughly the same time, Ireland experienced major political changes. The Fir Domnan were gradually displaced westward by the expanding Lygin, giving the province of Leinster its modern name. In the south, the Eoganachta dynasty replaced older ruling families and established dominance over Munster. Across the sea in Brittany, kingdoms such as Domnonia, Cornouailles, and Van were founded by rulers remembered in later tradition as immigrants from Wales and Western Britain, further strengthening the cultural links between the two shores. Around the year 500, Romano-British leaders fought to recover territories that had fallen under Irish control. Supported by commanders connected to the remnants of the old Roman navy, and by allies from Brittany, local rulers reclaimed parts of southwest Wales after defeating Irish forces in a decisive campaign. Yet while victories were still possible, Rome itself had become only a shadow of its former greatness. The once mighty imperial capital, which had housed well over 1 million inhabitants during its peak, had declined to a city of fewer than 50,000 people. The first years of the 6th century witnessed the birth of several new kingdoms. Regen fell to the South Saxons, while rulers in northern Britain established states such as Afterid and strengthened older realms like Reged and Altclut. In Ireland, new high kings continued to emerge, and the Kingdom of Dalriata expanded its influence across western Scotland, creating lasting connections between Ireland and Britain. On the continent, Clovis transformed the political balance of Western Europe. After years of rivalry with the Visigoths, he united the Franks with the Armorican Britons, Burgundians, and Alans in a massive campaign. His decisive victory at the Battle of Vouillé in 507 shattered Visigothic dominance in Gaul, leaving them with only Septimania and Spain, while Aquitaine passed into Frankish hands. The triumph established Clovis as the most powerful ruler in Western Europe, and the Eastern Roman Emperor honored him with prestigious Roman titles, recognizing both his military achievements and political importance. Meanwhile, Britain remained divided between native kingdoms and expanding Germanic settlers. The Saxon leader Cerdic pushed farther inland, while religious and educational life continued to flourish despite the political turmoil. Important monasteries and schools were founded, including the famous community at Llantwit Major, which would become one of the greatest centers of learning in early medieval Britain. Traditional Welsh sources also remember the Battle of Longborth, where King Geraint of Domnonia fought alongside Arthur against invading enemies. Although Geraint was killed, these stories helped preserve Arthur's reputation as a courageous military commander rather than a crowned monarch. During the same period, Theodoric the Great restored much of Roman administration in southern Gaul while preserving imperial traditions from his base in Italy. After Clovis died in 511, the Frankish kingdom was divided among his sons, yet Frankish influence continued to expand. Theodoric restored the prefecture of Gaul, while church councils strengthened cooperation between the Frankish monarchy and the Christian clergy. In southern Britain, however, Saxon kingdoms continued growing. Following the death of Aiel, his successors maintained Sussex, although its influence gradually declined as neighboring Germanic kingdoms became stronger. According to later tradition, the famous Battle of Camlann took place during this era, where both Arthur and Medrawd were said to have fallen. Whether entirely historical or partly legendary, the story symbolized the end of one generation of Brittonic leadership. Around the same time, Cerdic established the royal dynasty that would eventually rule Wessex for centuries, while several northern British rulers divided their territories among their heirs, creating new regional kingdoms that shaped the political landscape of post-Roman Britain. Religion and scholarship flourished despite constant warfare. St. Brendan became famous for his legendary Atlantic voyage in search of the Isle of the Blessed, while monasteries founded by saints such as Cadoc and Samson grew into major centers of learning. Stone inscriptions from Wales also demonstrate that Roman culture had not completely disappeared, as Latin continued to be used on memorials well into the 6th century, preserving echoes of the Roman world long after imperial rule had ended. By the late 520s, the balance of power continued shifting. New Saxon kingdoms emerged in southeastern England, while the Gewissae expanded through a series of victories over neighboring Britons. At the same time, Emperor Justinian began his reign in Constantinople, ushering in one of the greatest periods of the Eastern Roman Empire. His government closed the ancient Academy of Plato in Athens, symbolizing the final end of one of the classical world's oldest philosophical institutions. Around 530, Germanic expansion in Britain accelerated once again. The Britons lost further territory, including the Isle of Wight and parts of central England, as Saxon and Angle settlements steadily expanded. Even so, many Brittonic kingdoms remained independent, preserving Roman traditions, Celtic culture, and Christian learning. Britain had entered a new age where the legacy of Rome, the ambitions of Germanic kingdoms, and the resilience of the native Britons would together shape the foundations of medieval Britain. The middle decades of the 6th century marked a period of dramatic change across Britain, Ireland, and the former Western Roman world. In 534, Cynric became ruler of the Gewissae, strengthening one of the growing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms in southern Britain. At the same time, the brilliant Eastern Roman general Belisarius completed the destruction of the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, restoring the region to imperial rule and beginning Emperor Justinian's ambitious campaign to rebuild the Roman Empire. His victories soon expanded into Italy, where years of brutal warfare against the Ostrogoths sought to reclaim the old heart of the empire. While the Eastern Empire experienced a remarkable revival, Britain remained politically divided. Kingdoms frequently split apart as rulers died or were overthrown. Reged lost part of its territory, Powys was shaken by internal conflict, and several rulers were driven into exile. Religious life, however, continued to flourish. Great churchmen such as St. Iltude and St. Gildas established monasteries and schools that preserved learning during an age of constant warfare. Around this time, Gildas settled in Brittany, where he became one of the most respected religious figures of the age. The year 536 brought one of the greatest natural disasters of the ancient world. Massive volcanic eruptions darkened the skies across much of the northern hemisphere, causing temperatures to fall dramatically. Crop failures, famine, and economic hardship spread across Europe for several years, affecting nearly every kingdom. Political instability worsened as rulers struggled to cope with food shortages and unrest. During the late 530s and early 540s, civil wars erupted in several Brittonic kingdoms. Rival princes fought for power, while ambitious rulers expanded their influence through warfare and political intrigue. Around this period, Gildas composed his famous work De Excidio Britanniae, a passionate criticism of Britain's rulers. Rather than celebrating their victories, he condemned them for corruption, violence, and moral failure, warning that their divisions threatened the survival of their people. A far greater catastrophe followed in 541, when the plague of Justinian swept across Europe. The disease devastated cities and villages alike, killing countless people throughout the Roman Empire, Britain, and Ireland. Entire communities were weakened, trade declined sharply, and many kingdoms struggled to recover from repeated outbreaks that continued for generations. Despite these hardships, Christianity continued expanding. new monasteries appeared across Ireland and Wales, including famous foundations at Duro, Clonmacnoise, Bangor, and Killedy. Church councils condemned remaining Pelagian beliefs, while St. David emerged as one of the leading religious figures in Wales. These monasteries soon became centers of education, preserving Latin learning, copying manuscripts, and training generations of scholars and missionaries. Meanwhile, political struggles continued across both Britain and Brittany. Succession disputes divided Breton kingdoms, while rival families competed for control with the support of influential bishops. In northern Britain, Germanic expansion accelerated. Around 547, the Angle leader Ida captured the stronghold of Bamberg and established the Kingdom of Bernicia, creating one of the foundations of the future Kingdom of Northumbria. The native Britons resisted fiercely, but the balance of power was steadily shifting. The plague struck Britain particularly hard in the late 540s, claiming the lives of many prominent rulers, including the powerful king Maelgwn of Gwynedd. Curiously, early traditions often claim that the Saxon settlers suffered far less from the epidemic, allowing them to continue expanding while many Brittonic kingdoms struggled to recover. Around the middle of the century, several more Brittonic kingdoms emerged as older territories divided among local rulers. At the same time, groups of Britons from Wales and Dumnonia crossed the sea to northwestern Spain, founding the colony known as Brittonia. There, they preserved their language, traditions, and distinctive Celtic Christian practices while remaining connected to their homeland across the sea. The Eastern Roman Empire also continued its remarkable recovery. Imperial armies reconquered parts of southern Spain, while General Narses finally defeated the Ostrogoths and restored Roman authority over Italy in 554. Although Justinian had recovered large areas of the former Western Empire, these victories came at enormous financial and human cost. In Britain, however, the advance of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued. Cynric and later his son Ceawlin defeated several Brittonic armies and steadily expanded the territory of the Guisae. Important Roman cities and fortresses gradually fell into Germanic hands, while new Anglo-Saxon settlements spread across southern and eastern England. Even London, once one of Roman Britain's greatest cities, had largely declined before new Saxon communities developed nearby. Throughout the 550s and 560s, Britain remained a land of competing kingdoms. Bernicia, Deira, Reged, Altclut, Powys, Gwynedd, and Dumnonia all fought for survival, while Angles, Saxons, and Jutes continued pressing westward. At the same time, Ireland experienced a remarkable religious flowering. St. Columba founded the famous monastery of Iona in 563, which became one of the greatest centers of Christian learning in northern Europe. From there, missionaries carried Christianity throughout Scotland and beyond. The final years of this period saw continuing wars between Britons, Picts, Irish kingdoms, and the expanding Anglo-Saxon states. Urien of Reged emerged as one of the strongest Brittonic rulers, leading campaigns against the Angles and defending northern Britain. Meanwhile, church councils in both Britain and Spain recognized the growing Brittonic communities established overseas, confirming that even as Roman Britain disappeared politically, its culture, faith, and traditions continued to spread across Western Europe. By the close of the 6th century, the Roman age had fully given way to the medieval world, where powerful new kingdoms, Christian monasteries, and regional dynasties would define the future of Britain and its neighboring lands. During the final decades of the 6th century, Britain remained a land of constant warfare as the expanding Anglo-Saxon kingdoms steadily pushed into territories still held by the Britons. In 571, the Gewissae under Cuthwulf captured several important settlements across the Midlands after defeating local Brittonic rulers. Around the same time, the East Anglian kingdom strengthened under King Wuffa, whose dynasty would become one of the most influential in eastern England. For the next 20 years, northern Britain became the center of a long struggle between the Anglian kingdom of Bernicia and the Brittonic rulers collectively remembered as the Men of the North. Powerful kings such as Urien of Reged, Rhydderch Hael of Altclut, Gwalog of Elmet, and others repeatedly united against the expanding Angles. Although alliances shifted frequently, they shared the common goal of preserving the last independent Brittonic kingdoms. During these same years, Christianity continued spreading throughout the Celtic world. At the Council of Braga, the monastery of Britonia in northwestern Spain received its first bishop, demonstrating how Brittonic communities established across the sea had become firmly rooted. New monasteries also appeared throughout Scotland and northern Britain, including the foundation that eventually developed into the city of Glasgow. The Battle of Afterid became one of the most famous conflicts of the age. Rival Brittonic kings fought for control of the north, ending with the death of Gwendolew. According to later Welsh tradition, the legendary bard Myrddin, better known in later legend as Merlin, lost his mind after witnessing the slaughter and wandered into the forests as a prophet. Whether entirely historical or partly legendary, the story became one of the foundations of Arthurian tradition. In 574, Iaddan mac Gabrian became king of Dalriata and transformed the kingdom into a major regional power. Supported by St. Columba, he united several smaller territories and launched campaigns across western Scotland, the Isle of Man, the Orkneys, and surrounding seas. His reign marked the beginning of Dalriata's greatest period of influence. The following years brought both diplomacy and war. The Council of Druim Chet strengthened cooperation between Irish rulers while recognizing the growing independence of Dalriata in Scotland. Elsewhere, Corlin of the Gewisse achieved one of the greatest Anglo-Saxon victories at the Battle of Direham in 577. 3 Brittonic kings were killed, and the capture of Bath, Cirencester, and Gloucester permanently separated Dumnonia in the southwest from the Brittonic kingdoms of Wales, changing Britain's political geography forever. While Anglo-Saxon expansion continued, Brittany also experienced repeated conflicts. Local rulers fought both among themselves and against Frankish kings attempting to extend their authority. Despite these pressures, Breton independence survived, and its rulers continued preserving strong Brittonic traditions inherited from earlier migrants. In northern Britain, Urien of Reged emerged as perhaps the greatest military leader of his generation. Together with his son Owain, he won several victories over Bernicia, defeating Anglian armies in a series of fierce campaigns. Yet these successes proved temporary. Rivalries between Brittonic rulers often undermined their own resistance, allowing the Angles to recover after each defeat. The 580s witnessed dramatic political changes throughout Britain and Europe. The Eastern Roman Emperor Maurice reorganized what remained of the empire's western territories by creating the Exarchates of Italy and Africa, giving military governors both civil and military authority. Meanwhile, the Visigoths completed the conquest of the Suevic kingdom in northwestern Spain, bringing almost the entire Iberian Peninsula under their rule. In Britain, warfare continued almost without pause. Sewland's advance was checked by the Britons at the Battle of Fethenly, where the former King Tuedrig fought one final campaign before dying from his wounds. Although the Britons achieved important victories, Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued expanding across central and southern England. Religious change also reshaped Europe. In 589, King Record of the Visigoths abandoned Arian Christianity and converted to the Catholic faith at the Third Council of Toledo. His decision united the Visigothic kingdom with the wider Christian world and strengthened relations with the Roman Church. Around the same time, Urien of Reged attempted one final grand alliance against Bernicia. Brittonic armies surrounded the Anglian stronghold on Lindisfarne and seemed close to achieving a decisive victory. However, before the campaign could succeed, Urien was assassinated by a rival acting on behalf of another Brittonic ruler. His death shattered the alliance, the siege collapsed, and the Angles survived what may have been their greatest crisis. The years that followed brought even more setbacks for the Britons. Ceawlin was eventually defeated and replaced by a new dynasty among the Gewisse, while Bernicia continued expanding after the deaths of several Brittonic kings. Reged itself declined following the death of Urien's son Owain, and many smaller kingdoms gradually disappeared beneath the growing power of the Anglo-Saxon states. Despite the relentless warfare, the 6th century also became a golden age of Celtic Christianity. St. Columba founded the monastery of Iona, which grew into one of Europe's greatest centers of learning and missionary activity. In 597, another major turning point arrived when Augustine landed in Kent to begin the Gregorian mission. His successful conversion of the Anglo-Saxons laid the foundation for the English Church and permanently transformed the religious future of Britain. By the end of the century, the political map had changed dramatically. Bernicia, East Anglia, Essex, and the Gewissae continued expanding, while the remaining Brittonic kingdoms fought to preserve their independence. Around the year 600, the famous Battle of Cattraeth, celebrated in the Welsh poem Y Gododin, symbolized both the extraordinary courage of the Brittonic warriors and the harsh reality that the balance of power had shifted. Roman Britain had become a distant memory, replaced by a new medieval world shaped by Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, Celtic rulers, Christian monasteries, and the enduring legends of heroes such as Urien, Columba, and Arthur. The opening decades of the 7th century marked another decisive turning point in the history of Britain. While the old Romano-British kingdoms struggled to preserve their independence, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms grew stronger each year, and Christianity continued spreading across both Britain and Ireland. Political alliances shifted constantly as rulers fought not only foreign enemies, but also one another for survival. In 601, an important church gathering was held at Chester, while the rulers of Dumnonia granted land at Glastonbury for the construction of what would become one of Britain's most famous monasteries. Across the Channel, Aquitaine emerged as a largely independent duchy under Gallo-Roman and Basque influence, preserving many Roman traditions despite the collapse of imperial authority. At the same time, the Eastern Roman Empire entered its final and greatest war with the Sasanian Persians, a conflict that would reshape the entire Near East. Saint Augustine of Canterbury attempted to persuade the Brittonic bishops to recognize Roman customs and cooperate in converting the Anglo-Saxons. The British clergy, however, refused to abandon their own traditions or accept Canterbury's authority, leaving a deep division between the Celtic and Roman churches. While religious disagreements continued, new Anglo-Saxon kingdoms expanded across eastern Britain, and Bernicia steadily increased its power. A major turning point came in 603 at the Battle of Degsastan. King Iadon of Dalriata led a coalition against Ethelfrith of Bernicia, but suffered a devastating defeat. Several of Iadon's sons were killed, ending Dalriata's ambitions of dominating northern Britain. From that moment onward, Bernicia emerged as the strongest military power in the north. Around the same period, the Lombards abandoned Arian Christianity and embraced Catholicism, further strengthening the influence of the Roman Church throughout Western Europe. Relations between the Britons and Augustine deteriorated even further when a second meeting ended in complete failure. Neither side was willing to compromise, ensuring that the British Church would continue developing independently for many years. Meanwhile, Ethelfrith conquered Deira and united it with Bernicia, creating the powerful kingdom of Northumbria. The exiled Prince Edwin escaped to Wales before later seeking protection elsewhere, keeping alive his claim to the northern throne. During the following years, new kingdoms continued to emerge. Mercia developed into an important Anglo-Saxon power under King Serle, while the Gewissae steadily expanded farther into southern Britain. Across the Eastern Roman Empire, Emperor Heraclius introduced Greek as the official language of government, reflecting the empire's gradual transformation from its Latin-speaking Roman past into the medieval Byzantine world. The year 613 witnessed one of the most famous battles of early medieval Britain. A united alliance of Gwynedd, Powys, Pengwern, and Dumnonia confronted Ethelfrith at Chester in an attempt to halt Northumbrian expansion. Although the outcome remains debated, the campaign proved disastrous for the Britons. Many important rulers were killed, and shortly afterward, hundreds of monks from the nearby monastery of Bangor were massacred. The defeat permanently weakened communication between the northern Brittonic kingdoms and those of Wales, making future cooperation far more difficult. Only a few years later, fortune turned against Ethelfrith himself. In 616, he was defeated and killed at the Battle of the River Idle by Edwin, who had secured the support of King Redwald of East Anglia. Edwin reclaimed Deira and took control of Northumbria, while Ethelfrith's family fled into exile among the northern Britons and the Scots of Dalriata. At the same time, religious conflict continued in Kent and Essex, where pagan reactions temporarily forced several Christian bishops to flee before the church eventually recovered. Edwin quickly became one of the most powerful rulers in Britain. He conquered Elmet, expanded Northumbrian influence deep into former Brittonic territory, and was eventually baptized into Christianity by Bishop Paulinus. His conversion encouraged many nobles to follow the Christian faith and helped establish York as one of the leading religious centers of northern England. Elsewhere, the political landscape continued changing. The Visigoths completed their conquest of the remaining Byzantine possessions in Spain, while new kingdoms appeared across Ireland. In Britain, Mercia rose under the ambitious warrior Penda, whose growing power challenged both Northumbria and the southern Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Rivalries between Edwin, Penda, and Cadwallon of Gwynedd soon became the defining struggle of the age. By the late 620s, the Eastern Roman Empire achieved one of its greatest victories when Emperor Heraclius crushed the Sasanian Persians after generations of warfare. The ancient Roman-Persian conflict, which had lasted for centuries, finally came to an end. Following his triumph, Heraclius adopted new imperial titles and increasingly emphasized the empire's Greek identity, marking the beginning of the medieval Byzantine era. Back in Britain, events moved toward another dramatic confrontation. Cadwallon of Gwynedd returned from exile and formed an unlikely alliance with the pagan king Penda of Mercia. Together, they launched a devastating campaign against Northumbria, defeating Edwin's armies and ravaging much of the kingdom. At the same time, Christianity continued spreading among the Anglo-Saxons as new bishoprics, monasteries, and convents were founded across eastern England. By the early 630s, Britain had become a land where expanding Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, resilient Brittonic rulers, ambitious Irish dynasties, and the rapidly growing Christian church all competed to shape the future of the island. The middle of the 7th century was a period of dramatic political, religious, and military change across Britain. In 633, the British king Cadwallon of Gwynedd formed a powerful alliance with the Mercian ruler Penda and confronted the Northumbrian king Edwin at the Battle of Hatfield Chase. Edwin was killed, ending one of the strongest reigns in early Anglo-Saxon England. His family fled south into Kent, while Bishop Paulinus escaped with them, preserving the Christian mission that Edwin had supported. At roughly the same time, church leaders in Visigothic Spain officially replaced the ancient Celtic liturgy of Britannia with the Visigothic rite, reflecting the growing influence of a more unified Christian tradition. Cadwallon continued his campaign by defeating Edwin's successors one after another, temporarily making Gwynedd the dominant military power in Britain. His remarkable victories came to an abrupt end in 634 when Oswald returned from exile in Dalriata with support from monks of Iona and defeated Cadwallon at the Battle of Heavenfield. Cadwallon was killed, and Oswald reunited Northumbria, beginning one of the kingdom's greatest periods of expansion. Around the same time, the missionary Britons arrived among the West Saxons and established the bishopric that would later become one of southern England's leading religious centers. Christianity continued spreading rapidly. St. Aidan left Iona to found the monastery of Lindisfarne in 635, creating a center of learning and missionary activity that profoundly influenced northern Britain. Across the Channel, Breton rulers strengthened their kingdom through diplomacy with the Franks, while several kings voluntarily abandoned their thrones to enter monasteries, illustrating the growing prestige of religious life during this period. A major turning point came in 637 at the Battle of Mag Rath. Domnall Brecc of Dalriata suffered a crushing defeat against the High King of Ireland, permanently weakening his kingdom. From that moment onward, Western Dalriata gradually fell under Irish influence, while its eastern territories increasingly depended on Northumbria and later the Picts. Shortly afterward, Northumbria peacefully absorbed Reged through dynastic marriage and completed its conquest of the remaining territory of Gododin, extending its authority across much of northern Britain. Beyond Britain, the world was changing with astonishing speed. Muslim armies swept out of Arabia and rapidly conquered Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and much of North Africa, ending centuries of Roman rule in those regions. Despite these enormous losses, the Eastern Roman Empire entered a new phase of stability after Emperor Heraclius defeated the Sasanian Persians, laying the foundations for what historians often describe as Byzantium's medieval Golden Age. The rise of Mercia reshaped the balance of power in Britain. Under the ambitious king Penda, Mercia defeated and killed Oswald at the Battle of Maserfield in 642, becoming the strongest kingdom in central England. Meanwhile, Oswald's brother Oswiu secured Northumbria by marrying into Edwin's royal family and preparing for an inevitable conflict with Mercia. During the same period, Visigothic Spain introduced a unified legal code that largely erased the distinction between Romans and Visigoths, creating a common identity that would eventually evolve into the medieval Spanish people. Throughout the 640s, Britain endured famine, political unrest, and repeated warfare. Gwynedd descended into civil conflict, while the West Saxon king Cenwalh was driven into exile before later returning to reclaim his throne. Mercia expanded relentlessly, conquering neighboring territories and placing loyal rulers over newly acquired lands. At the same time, Scandinavian seafarers began settling the Orkney and Shetland Islands, foreshadowing the Viking expansion that would transform northern Europe centuries later. Religious conversion continued even among the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbrian missionaries established churches throughout Essex, while Christian influence spread across East Anglia and Mercia through royal marriages and monastic foundations. Yet political rivalries remained fierce. Oswiu struggled constantly against Penda, while smaller kingdoms repeatedly shifted their loyalties depending on the fortunes of war. The decisive confrontation finally arrived in 655 at the Battle of the Winwade. Penda assembled a vast coalition against Northumbria, but several allies abandoned him before the fighting began. Oswiu seized the opportunity, winning a decisive victory in which both Penda and the East Anglian king Ethelhere were killed. The battle transformed Britain overnight. Oswiu reunited Northumbria, briefly dominated Mercia, and emerged as the most powerful ruler in Britain. Christianity also gained an enormous advantage, as the remaining pagan rulers either converted or lost their influence. Following his triumph, Oswiu reorganized much of central England. Mercia was placed under subordinate rulers, new bishoprics and monasteries were founded, and Christianity spread rapidly throughout the Midlands. Great religious centers such as Medeshamstede, later known as Peterborough, and Whitby were established during these years, becoming major centers of education, manuscript production, and missionary work. Although warfare continued, the political landscape had changed dramatically by the late 600s and 50s. Northumbria stood at the height of its influence, Mercia slowly recovered under new leadership, and the surviving Brittonic kingdoms found themselves increasingly surrounded by expanding Anglo-Saxon states. At the same time, the Eastern Roman Empire was adapting to the loss of its eastern provinces, while the rapidly expanding Islamic Caliphate emerged as a dominant new power across the Mediterranean. Britain had entered a new chapter in which kingdoms would increasingly be defined not only by military strength, but also by Christianity, royal alliances, and the growing network of monasteries that shaped medieval society. The decades between the late 650s and early 680s brought profound political, military, and religious change to Britain. In 658, the West Saxon king Cenwalh defeated a combined force from Dumnonia and Gwynedd, expanding his kingdom farther into the southwest. The conquered lands were gradually settled by Saxons, while Glastonbury Abbey, despite falling under West Saxon rule, continued to flourish under its existing religious leadership. At the same time, Mercian nobles rebelled against Northumbrian control, placing Wulfhere on the throne and restoring Mercia as an independent kingdom. Religious organization also evolved rapidly. Cenwalh divided his bishopric after disagreements with Bishop Agilbert, creating a new ecclesiastical center at Winchester. Across England, Christianity continued spreading despite occasional resistance. Several East Saxon rulers accepted baptism, while new monasteries and churches appeared throughout the country, reflecting the growing influence of the Roman Church. Meanwhile, Northumbria expanded its authority into Pictish territory under King Oswiu, extending influence across much of northern Britain. In the wider Mediterranean world, Emperor Constans II temporarily moved the imperial court from Constantinople to Sicily and even visited Rome, something no emperor had done for centuries. A devastating epidemic, remembered as the Yellow Plague, swept across Britain and Ireland beginning in 664. The disease claimed thousands of lives, including kings, bishops, and abbots, leaving many kingdoms politically unstable. Despite the tragedy, one of the most significant church gatherings in British history took place that same year. At the Synod of Whitby, Northumbria officially adopted Roman rather than Celtic religious customs, bringing the Northern English Church into closer alignment with Rome. The decision reshaped English Christianity and strengthened the influence of Roman traditions for generations. The following years saw continuing religious reforms. Theodore of Tarsus arrived as Archbishop of Canterbury and reorganized the English Church into a far more structured system of dioceses and bishoprics. Under his leadership, Christianity became more centralized, new churches were founded, and bishops were appointed throughout the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Monasteries such as Chertsey, Barking, Ely, Monkwearmouth, Jarrow, and later Selsey became important centers of learning, manuscript production, and missionary work. Beyond Britain, the Mediterranean world was changing just as dramatically. Muslim armies completed the conquest of most of North Africa, leaving the Byzantine Empire with only a few remaining coastal possessions. Meanwhile, Constantinople remained the center of a revitalized Eastern Roman Empire, while new powers such as Bulgaria emerged in the Balkans, permanently altering the political balance of southeastern Europe. Political rivalry within Britain remained constant. Wulfhere transformed Mercia into the strongest kingdom in central England, repeatedly challenging Northumbrian dominance. Northumbria, under Oswiu and later Ecgfrith, answered with campaigns against both Mercia and the Picts. Victories and defeats shifted the balance of power almost yearly. Battles near the River Trent and across northern England demonstrated that neither kingdom could establish permanent supremacy. In Wales and the Western Brittonic kingdoms, resistance against Anglo-Saxon expansion continued despite growing pressure. Dumnonia gradually lost more territory to the West Saxons, while new regional kingdoms emerged from older Brittonic lands. At the same time, rulers in Ceredigion expanded their authority, creating political foundations that would shape medieval Wales for centuries. The Church remained deeply involved in politics. Archbishop Theodore convened several councils that established common rules for the English Church and resolved disputes among bishops. Yet, conflict persisted. The influential Bishop Wilfrid repeatedly clashed with Northumbrian kings over church authority and diocesan boundaries. Although temporarily exiled, he continued founding monasteries and spreading Christianity wherever he traveled. The late 670s and early 680s witnessed further administrative reforms. New dioceses were created across Mercia, Northumbria, and Sussex, allowing Christianity to reach even remote communities. Missionaries attempted to convert neighboring peoples, including the Frisians, while scholars produced remarkable manuscripts such as the Book of Durrow, one of the masterpieces of early medieval Celtic art. Military conflict never ceased. Ecgfrith campaigned against the Picts, while Bride of Fortriu expanded his own authority in northern Scotland and eventually destroyed the independence of Orkney. In southern Britain, the West Saxons continued driving the Britons farther west. According to later tradition, by 682 they had forced many of the remaining people of Dumnonia back toward the sea, marking another major stage in the gradual Anglo-Saxon expansion across Britain. By the beginning of the 680s, Britain had become a patchwork of powerful Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, resilient Brittonic states, flourishing monasteries, and ambitious church leaders. While wars continued almost without interruption, Christianity, learning, and royal administration steadily reshaped society, laying many of the foundations upon which medieval England, Wales, and Scotland would eventually develop. The final years of the 7th century brought major political and religious changes that reshaped Britain and much of Western Europe. In 683, the northern kingdom of Bernicia expanded farther into Brittonic territory, while the Pictish king Bride strengthened his authority by forcing Dalriata to recognize his supremacy after capturing its important royal fortress of Dunad. In the south, leadership also changed as Saebi became king of Essex following the death of his brother Sighere. Northumbria reached the height of its power under King Ecgfrith, but his ambitions soon led to disaster. In 684, he ignored the advice of church leaders and launched a raid into Ireland, attacking the Kingdom of Brega. The campaign brought little lasting gain and damaged his reputation. Only a year later, he marched north against the Picts. At the Battle of Dun Nectain in 685, the Picts, supported by warriors from Dal Riata and the Britons of Alt Clwyd, destroyed the Northumbrian army. Ecgfrith was killed, Northumbria lost much of its influence beyond the River Forth, and Pictish independence was firmly restored. His half-brother Aldfrith, who had been living in exile at Iona, was recalled to become the new king. At the same time, southern Britain experienced equally dramatic events. The energetic king Cadwalla of Wessex launched campaigns across Sussex, Kent, Essex, and the Isle of Wight. He defeated local rulers, expanded West Saxon authority, and worked closely with the missionary Wilfrid to spread Christianity in the newly conquered territories. His victories transformed Wessex into one of the strongest kingdoms in southern England. During these years, a terrible outbreak of plague struck several monasteries, killing many monks and leaving only a handful of survivors at famous houses such as Monk Wearmouth and Jarrow, where the young Bede continued his education. In 687, rebellion broke out in Kent, where King Mul, Cadwalla's brother, was killed by local insurgents. Cadwalla responded with a devastating invasion that restored his authority. Around the same time, the respected scholar and abbot Adamnan secured the release of Irish prisoners who had been captured during earlier Northumbrian raids. St. Cuthbert also withdrew from public life and died shortly afterward, becoming one of the most venerated saints in northern Britain. A surprising change came in 688 when Cadwalla voluntarily gave up his throne and traveled to Rome as a pilgrim. After receiving baptism from Pope Sergius I, he died only days later. His successor, Ine, became one of the greatest rulers of Wessex, reorganizing the kingdom and strengthening royal authority. During his reign, the people of the Gewissae increasingly became known simply as the West Saxons, or Wessex. At the same time, Mercia expanded its influence across much of southern Britain, while the church in Alt Clwyd accepted Roman religious customs following the efforts of Adamnan. The closing years of the century witnessed important religious reforms. Theodore of Tarsus completed the reorganization of the English Church before his death, leaving behind a far more unified system of dioceses and bishops. His successor, Bertwald, continued this work, while missionaries such as Willibrord crossed the North Sea to preach among the Frisians. His efforts eventually led to the establishment of a major religious center at Utrecht, which became one of the leading missionary bases in northern Europe. King Ine also introduced one of the earliest Anglo-Saxon law codes outside Kent. His legislation clearly distinguished between the English and the native Britons, showing that large Brittonic communities still lived under West Saxon rule while maintaining many of their own traditions. In Kent, King Witred issued his own legal code, further strengthening royal government and the influence of the church. Beyond Britain, the Mediterranean world was changing rapidly. Muslim armies completed the conquest of Carthage in 698, bringing centuries of Byzantine rule in North Africa to an end. The city was heavily damaged, and political power shifted to the newly founded center at Tunis. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire continued adapting to its losses while recognizing the growing power of the First Bulgarian Empire in the Balkans. The Council of Bur in Ireland became another landmark event. Led by Adamnan of Iona, church and political leaders introduced the famous Cain Adamnain, also known as the Law of the Innocents. The new legislation protected women, children, and clergy from violence during warfare and became one of the earliest humanitarian legal reforms in medieval Europe. During the same period, more Irish churches accepted Roman customs, bringing religious practices across Ireland and Western Scotland into closer agreement with continental Christianity. The beginning of the 8th century saw further political adjustments. Cornubia, or Cornwall, was increasingly recognized as a distinct region within the Old Kingdom of Dumnonia. Church leaders urged the remaining Brittonic kingdoms to adopt Roman customs completely, while Inni replaced many local sub-kings with loyal officials, creating a stronger and more centralized administration. New dioceses, monasteries and schools continued to appear throughout southern Britain, helping Christianity become the dominant cultural force of the age. The years after 705 were marked by frequent successions, royal pilgrimages, and renewed wars. Several kings abandoned their thrones to become monks, reflecting the enormous prestige of religious life. At the same time, conflicts between Wessex, Northumbria, the Picts, Dalriata, and the Brittonic kingdoms continued almost without interruption. Geraint of Dumnonia died fighting against the expanding West Saxons, while Northumbrian armies campaigned repeatedly against the Picts. In 711, events far beyond Britain changed European history forever. Muslim forces crossed from North Africa into the Iberian Peninsula and defeated the Visigothic king Roderick at the Battle of Guadalete. Within only a few years, most of Spain had fallen under Umayyad rule, giving birth to Al-Andalus. As Britain continued its own struggles between Anglo-Saxons, Britons, Picts, and Irish kingdoms, Western Europe entered an entirely new era in which old Roman traditions, emerging Christian kingdoms, and powerful new civilizations would shape the medieval world for centuries to come. The early 8th century was a period of shifting power across Britain and Western Europe. In East Anglia, King Elfwald succeeded his father and ruled during a relatively stable era, while in Wessex, Queen Cuthber founded the great monastery of Wimborne, which soon became an important center of learning and religious life. Beyond Britain, Muslim armies continued advancing across the Iberian Peninsula, extending their control into the northwest after years of successful conquest. At the same time, Northumbria produced one of its greatest artistic treasures. Around 715, the magnificent Lindisfarne Gospels were created, demonstrating the extraordinary skill of the island's monks. Yet political rivalry continued. King Aine of Wessex fought Mercia in an inconclusive struggle for influence, while in northern Scotland, King Nectan encouraged his kingdom to adopt Roman Christian practices, further reducing the influence of the older Celtic traditions. A new chapter began in 716 when Ethelbald seized the Mercian throne. His reign marked the beginning of Mercia's return as the dominant kingdom of southern Britain. Northumbria, by contrast, entered another period of instability as kings rose and fell in quick succession through rebellion and assassination. During these same years, the missionary Boniface left England to preach among the Germanic peoples, beginning a career that would eventually make him one of the most influential figures in European Christianity. Religious reforms accelerated throughout Britain. In 717, the Pictish king Nectan expelled clergy who refused to follow Roman customs, while even the monastery of Iona gradually accepted continental practices after generations of resistance. These decisions helped bring the churches of Britain, Ireland, and Scotland into closer alignment with Rome. Beyond Britain, Europe witnessed another historic turning point. In 718, the Visigothic noble Pelagius defeated Muslim forces at the Battle of Covadonga, establishing the Kingdom of Asturias. Though small, this victory became the symbolic beginning of the long Reconquista, the Christian effort to reclaim the Iberian Peninsula. During the following years, Muslim armies expanded into southern Gaul, capturing Septimania, while King Ini strengthened Wessex by constructing churches and reinforcing royal authority. In 721, Duke Odo of Aquitaine achieved a remarkable victory at the Battle of Toulouse, temporarily halting the advance of Al-Andalus into Western Europe. Britain remained divided by constant warfare. In 722, the Britons of Cornwall and Dumnonia defeated the West Saxons in several important battles, forcing King Ine to retreat after suffering heavy losses. Despite these setbacks, Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued expanding elsewhere. Mercia steadily increased its influence, while Kent experienced repeated dynastic struggles after the death of King Witred. By the mid-720s, King Uine chose to abdicate and travel to Rome as a pilgrim, ending one of the longest and most successful reigns in Wessex. His successor inherited a kingdom that had become one of the strongest powers in southern England. Around the same time, Bede completed The Reckoning of Time, another major contribution to medieval scholarship. The late 720s and early 730s saw the rise of the powerful Pictish king Oengus Macfergus. After defeating his rivals, he united much of Pictland and eventually extended his influence over Dal Riata. In Wales, Powys successfully expelled Mercian control for a time, while in Northumbria, the scholar Bede completed his masterpiece, The Ecclesiastical History of the English People, preserving invaluable knowledge about the early history of Britain. Events beyond the British Isles continued changing Europe. In 732, Charles Martel defeated the Umayyad army at the Battle of Tours, stopping its advance deeper into Frankish territory. Although Muslim rule remained secure in Spain, this victory became one of the defining moments of medieval European history. At the same time, Boniface was elevated as archbishop over much of Germany, strengthening the influence of the Roman Church across Central Europe. Mercia reached the height of its power under Ethelbald during the 730s. Contemporary writers described him as the leading ruler of southern Britain, while his authority extended over many neighboring kingdoms. Yet his dominance faced growing resistance. The Britons won several important victories, and conflicts with Northumbria and the Picts continued almost without interruption. Religious life flourished despite the wars. Monasteries multiplied across Britain and Ireland, and scholars such as Bede and Boniface shaped the intellectual life of Western Europe. After Bede's death in 735, his writings quickly became some of the most influential historical works of the Middle Ages. The following decades witnessed renewed struggles for supremacy. Mercia built massive frontier defenses, including the beginnings of Offa's Dyke, while successive kings fought to control Kent, Sussex, East Anglia, and the Welsh borderlands. In the north, Pictish and Northumbrian rulers battled repeatedly for dominance, while the Britons of Old Clut continued resisting both their Pictish and Anglian neighbors. The rise of Charlemagne transformed continental politics. After becoming sole ruler of the Franks, he expanded his kingdom, established the Breton March to defend his western frontier, and forged new diplomatic relationships across Europe. Britain also felt his growing influence as several English rulers sought alliances with the Frankish court. During the late 700s and 70s, Mercia reached the peak of its influence under Offa. He conquered neighboring kingdoms, strengthened royal administration, and promoted major church reforms. At the Synod of Chelsea, the English Church was reorganized, while the Seventh Ecumenical Council at Nicaea restored the veneration of icons and condemned iconoclasm, resolving one of the greatest theological controversies of the age. Another era began in 789 when 3 ships from Norway landed on the Dorset coast. The encounter ended with the death of a local official, becoming the first recorded Viking raid on the British Isles. Few at the time realized that this small attack marked the beginning of the Viking Age, a period that would transform Britain, Ireland, and much of Europe over the next 3 centuries. The final years of the century were marked by both achievement and tragedy. Viking raids intensified, culminating in the devastating attack on Lindisfarne in 793, which shocked the Christian world. Offa strengthened coastal defenses and founded new monasteries, while political struggles continued across Northumbria, Mercia, and Kent. Charlemagne expanded his influence across Western Europe, and in the year 800, Pope Leo III crowned him emperor in Rome, reviving the idea of a Western Roman Empire. Soon afterward, Ecgbert became King of Wessex and began the long campaign that would eventually unite much of England. As the 9th century approached, Britain stood at the crossroads of 2 great forces: the rise of powerful Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and the growing threat of Viking expansion that would soon reshape the history of the islands forever. The early 9th century was a time of enormous political change as Britain faced growing Viking attacks while new kingdoms struggled for dominance. In 803, an important church council abolished the independent Archbishopric of Lichfield, restoring Canterbury as the leading religious authority in England. Only a few years later, tragedy struck the monastery of Iona when Viking raiders slaughtered dozens of monks. Survivors escaped to Ireland, carrying with them the magnificent illuminated manuscript now known as the Book of Kells, preserving one of the greatest masterpieces of early medieval art. Northumbria remained trapped in political instability. Rival kings repeatedly seized the throne through rebellion, exile, and foreign support. One claimant even returned with the backing of Charlemagne and Pope Leo III, reclaiming the crown after driving out his rival. Across Britain, Welsh kingdoms also experienced frequent struggles for succession, while Mercia and Wessex competed for influence over their neighbours. The Viking threat grew steadily stronger. Danish fleets appeared along the Cornish coast, sometimes forming temporary alliances with the native Britons against Wessex. Monasteries including St. David's, Bangor, and Iona suffered repeated attacks, while new Viking settlements were founded at Limerick and later Dublin. These raids gradually evolved from quick coastal assaults into permanent attempts at colonization. Meanwhile, Europe itself was changing. Following the death of Charlemagne in 814, his son Louis the Pious inherited the Frankish Empire, but soon faced revolts in Brittany and internal political divisions. Breton leaders fought for greater independence, while Frankish armies repeatedly campaigned across the region. Eventually, local rulers secured considerable autonomy, laying the foundations of medieval Brittany. In southern Britain, King Ecgbert of Wessex transformed the balance of power. His campaigns against Cornwall and Mercia steadily expanded West Saxon influence. By defeating Mercia at the Battle of Elendun in 825, he ended decades of Mercian supremacy. Kent, Sussex, Essex, and East Anglia either submitted to Wessex or entered alliances with it, making Ecgbert the most powerful ruler in England. At the same time, the Welsh kingdoms fought to preserve their independence. Powys successfully resisted several Mercian invasions, while Gwynedd experienced dynastic struggles before Merfyn secured the throne and established a new royal dynasty. Around this period, the monk Nennius compiled the Historia Britonum, preserving many early traditions about Britain's past, including some of the earliest surviving accounts of Arthur. Beyond Britain, Viking activity expanded dramatically. Scandinavian fleets attacked Ireland, Frisia, and northern France, while continuing to raid monasteries throughout the British Isles. In 829, Ecgbert briefly brought Mercia under his direct control and forced Northumbria to acknowledge his authority, becoming the first ruler recognized as overlord of nearly all Anglo-Saxon England. The 830s witnessed an even greater escalation of Viking warfare. Danish armies attacked Cornwall, East Anglia, Mercia, and Wessex almost every year. Although Ecgbert defeated a combined Cornish and Viking force at Hingston Down in 838, the Scandinavian threat continued growing. During these same years, Pictish kings battled both Vikings and neighboring kingdoms, while Irish rulers struggled to maintain authority as Norse settlements spread along the coast. In 841, Viking leader Thorgest established a permanent settlement at Dublin, creating what would become one of the most important Norse cities in Western Europe. From there, Viking fleets launched increasingly ambitious expeditions throughout Ireland and Britain. Monasteries such as Clonmacnoise and wealthy trading centres became regular targets, while Scandinavian influence spread deeper inland. Political changes also transformed continental Europe. Following the death of Louis the Pious, the Treaty of Verdun in 843 divided Charlemagne's empire among his sons. The vast Carolingian realm split into Western, Eastern, and Middle kingdoms, laying the foundations for the future states of France and Germany. During the same period, Brittany expanded under Nominoé and his successors, defeating Frankish armies and strengthening Breton independence. Britain itself entered another new era. Rhodri Mawr became king of Gwynedd and gradually emerged as one of the greatest Welsh rulers of the early Middle Ages. In northern Britain, rival claimants struggled for control of Pictland and Dalriata, while the foundations of the future Kingdom of Alba slowly began to take shape. The Viking world continued expanding at remarkable speed. Scandinavian fleets raided the coasts of France, sailed up major rivers such as the Loire and Garonne, and attacked cities as far south as Seville. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire entered what historians later called the Macedonian Renaissance, a period of renewed cultural and political strength despite continued external threats. By the middle of the 9th century, Britain had become a land shaped by three powerful forces. Wessex was rising toward dominance under the descendants of Ecgbert, Viking settlements were becoming permanent features of the landscape, and the remaining Brittonic kingdoms fought to preserve their independence. At the same time, Europe itself was being reshaped by the division of the Carolingian Empire, the growth of Viking power, and the emergence of new medieval kingdoms that would define the centuries ahead. The middle of the 9th century was an age of relentless Viking expansion, rising kingdoms, and shifting alliances across Britain and Western Europe. In 845, the Breton leader Nominoe secured a decisive victory over Charles the Bald at the Battle of Ballon, effectively uniting Brittany under a single ruler for the first time. His triumph established the foundations of an independent Breton kingdom, while the Franks were forced to acknowledge his authority. During the same period, Viking fleets under the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok sailed deep into the River Seine, plundering towns along the way and even threatening Paris before accepting a large payment to withdraw. Britain also remained under constant pressure. Local Anglo-Saxon leaders successfully defeated several Danish raids in southern England, but Viking attacks became more frequent each year. Welsh kingdoms continued fighting among themselves, while Scotland experienced major political change. The Pictish kingdom gradually shifted its center of power toward the Tay Valley, under new rulers who strengthened royal authority and reorganized both government and the church. At the same time, Irish kings won important victories over Norse armies, temporarily slowing Viking expansion across Ireland. The Vikings showed little sign of retreat. Their fleets devastated Bordeaux, raided the Lower Rhine, and attacked settlements throughout Britain and Ireland. Monasteries remained favorite targets because of their wealth, while trading towns suffered repeated destruction. Yet even amid this violence, cultural life continued. Around 850, important monuments were raised in Wales celebrating native dynasties, while church leaders in Cornwall and southern Britain strengthened ties with Canterbury, helping maintain religious unity despite political fragmentation. A major turning point arrived in 851 when Nominoe died during his campaign against the Franks. His son Erispoa carried on the struggle and defeated Charles the Bald once again at the Battle of Jengland. The peace that followed greatly expanded Breton territory and effectively recognized Brittany as an independent kingdom. At the same time, an enormous Viking fleet entered the River Thames and invaded southern England. King Ethelwulf of Wessex responded with one of the greatest victories of his reign, defeating the invaders at the Battle of Aclea and halting what could have become a catastrophic invasion. Political alliances became increasingly important during the following years. Mercia strengthened its relationship with Wessex through royal marriage, while Viking armies founded new settlements, including Waterford in Ireland. Across France, Scandinavian fleets sailed up major rivers, attacking monasteries and prosperous towns with alarming speed. Although Frankish rulers repeatedly paid Danegeld to buy peace, these payments only encouraged further Viking expeditions. Religion also played a growing role in politics. King Ethelwulf undertook a famous pilgrimage to Rome, taking his young son Alfred with him. Before leaving, he granted extensive privileges to the church and donated a tenth of his own lands, strengthening royal ties with Christianity. During his absence, however, political tensions emerged within Wessex, forcing him to accept a compromise that divided authority between himself and his ambitious son Ethelbald. Meanwhile, Wales experienced a dramatic revival under Rhodri Mawr. After defeating a major Viking invasion in 856 and killing its leader, Rhodri secured control over both Gwynedd and Powys, becoming the most powerful Welsh ruler of his generation. His victories earned admiration far beyond Britain and demonstrated that Viking armies were not invincible. Elsewhere, Breton politics turned violent when Erispoe was assassinated by his cousin Salamon, who soon became king with Frankish recognition. Viking attacks nevertheless continued across northern France, while Scandinavian leaders such as Rorik expanded their influence in Denmark and Frisia. Throughout these years, raids reached cities including Paris, Orléans, Beauvais, and Amiens, forcing Frankish rulers to strengthen river defenses and construct fortified bridges to protect the heart of their kingdom. The death of Ethelwulf in 858 brought another transition in England. His son, Ethelbald, became king of Wessex, while his brother Ethelbert ruled Kent and neighboring territories. Before long, the kingdoms were reunited under a single crown, strengthening Wessex at a time when Viking attacks were becoming increasingly dangerous. Around the same period, the descendants of the Scottish king Synaed mac Ailpin strengthened their influence through dynastic marriages that linked the royal houses of Scotland, Strathclyde, and Ireland. Viking activity expanded far beyond the British Isles. Bjorn Ironside and Hastein led spectacular expeditions through the Mediterranean, attacking coastal cities from Spain to Italy before returning north with enormous wealth. In France, the Danish leader Wayland repeatedly attacked major towns before eventually negotiating with Charles the Bald, illustrating how Viking commanders could shift between warfare and diplomacy whenever it suited their interests. The early 860s brought important political reforms throughout Western Europe. Charles the Bald organized new frontier regions to defend against Viking attacks, appointing capable military governors to guard the approaches to Brittany and Normandy. Despite these efforts, Viking raids continued almost every year, reaching Paris, Cologne, Aachen, and many other important cities. Some Scandinavian leaders accepted Christianity and entered Frankish service, while others continued plundering across the continent. At the same time, events in Eastern Europe would shape history for centuries. The Varangian leader Rurik established himself at Novgorod, laying the foundations of the Rus's state and beginning the dynasty that would eventually rule Russia for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, relations between Rome and Constantinople deteriorated during the Photian Schism, one of the earliest major disputes between the Eastern and Western churches. By the middle of the 9th century, Britain and Europe had entered a new age. Wessex was steadily emerging as the strongest Anglo-Saxon kingdom, Brittany had secured its independence, Viking settlements had become permanent across Ireland and northern Europe, and powerful Scandinavian fleets dominated the seas. Old Roman traditions still survived in law, religion, and government, but the political landscape was now being shaped by ambitious medieval kingdoms and the unstoppable rise of the Viking world. The second half of the 9th century transformed Britain more dramatically than any period since the end of Roman rule. In 865, the famous Great Heathen Army, commanded by the sons of the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok, landed in East Anglia. Unlike earlier Viking raiders who came only to plunder, this force intended to conquer and settle. After securing horses and supplies from the East Anglians, the army marched inland, beginning a campaign that would reshape the political future of England. At the same time, the kingdoms of Britain struggled with their own conflicts. Mercia launched another invasion of Gwynedd, but was forced to withdraw as the Viking threat grew more urgent. In Wessex, King Ethelbert died and was succeeded by his brother, Ethelred I, who immediately faced the greatest military challenge of his reign. The Vikings quickly turned north, invading Northumbria and capturing the great city of York. Rival kings Osbert and Ella temporarily united to reclaim their kingdom, but in 867 they suffered a crushing defeat. Both rulers were killed, and the Danes installed a puppet king while tightening their grip on York. This victory effectively ended Northumbria as an independent Anglo-Saxon power and established Jorvik as one of the most important Viking centers in Britain. Having secured the north, the Great Heathen Army advanced into Mercia. King Burgred appealed to Wessex for assistance, and Ethelred, supported by his younger brother Alfred, marched north to help. Although they prevented an immediate conquest, the Danes remained firmly established, forcing the English kingdoms into an exhausting struggle that would last for years. In 869, the Vikings invaded East Anglia once again. King Edmund refused to submit and fought against overwhelming odds. He was defeated, captured, and executed after refusing to abandon his Christian faith. His death quickly turned him into one of England's most revered saints, while East Anglia became another Viking-controlled kingdom. The following years brought relentless warfare. Viking armies destroyed the fortress of Altclut after a long siege, forcing the kingdom of Strathclyde to move its political center farther south. Reinforced by the arrival of another Scandinavian force known as the Great Summer Army, the invaders pushed deep into Wessex, capturing Reading and using it as a base for further campaigns. The year 871 became one of the most dramatic in English history. Within only a few months, Wessex fought a series of desperate battles against the Danes. Although Alfred won a spectacular victory at Ashdown by breaking through the Viking shield wall, later defeats at Basing and Merton left the kingdom exhausted. When King Ethelred died, Alfred inherited the throne under the worst possible circumstances. Recognizing that continued fighting would destroy Wessex, he agreed to pay tribute to buy valuable time while preparing for future resistance. Elsewhere, Welsh fortunes improved under Rhodri Mawr, who united much of northern Wales and strengthened his kingdom through military victories. In Scotland, the growing Kingdom of Alba expanded into neighboring territories weakened by repeated Viking attacks, laying the foundations of medieval Scotland. The Great Heathen Army continued its advance after 872, crushing rebellions in Northumbria before moving south again. Mercia finally collapsed in 874, when King Burgred was driven into exile and replaced by a ruler loyal to the Danes. From this point onward, much of eastern and northern England fell under Viking domination, while the conquerors divided conquered lands among their own leaders and settlers. Meanwhile, events beyond Britain were equally significant. Iceland received its first permanent Norse settlers, led by Ingolfur Arnarsson, who founded what became Reykjavik. In Norway, Harald Fairhair extended his authority over Orkney and Shetland, bringing many northern islands under Norwegian influence for centuries to come. The struggle in Britain was far from over. Viking armies continued attacking Wessex, repeatedly capturing important fortresses and threatening Alfred's kingdom. Storms destroyed part of one invading fleet, but Guthrum and his warriors remained a dangerous force. In the north, Halfdan formally established the Viking kingdom of Jorvik, while Scandinavian settlers spread across large areas of northern England. The Welsh also endured renewed invasions. Rhodri Mawr was eventually defeated and forced into temporary exile in Ireland, allowing rival rulers to recover lost territories. At the same time, Viking leaders fought one another for supremacy in Ireland, while Danish-controlled Mercia was divided into fortified districts governed by Scandinavian jarls. By the late 870s, England had been transformed. Northumbria, East Anglia, and much of Mercia were under Viking rule, creating the region that later became known as the Danelaw. Only Wessex remained as the last major independent Anglo-Saxon kingdom. Surrounded by powerful enemies yet determined to survive, Alfred began rebuilding his strength. His struggle against the Great Heathen Army would soon become one of the defining chapters in the history of medieval Britain, laying the foundations for the future Kingdom of England. By the closing years of the 9th century, the struggle between the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and the Vikings had reached a decisive stage. In 893, Danish armies led by the experienced warrior Hásteinn launched another major invasion of England. Viking fleets sailed around the southern coast, attacking Devon and besieging Exeter, while Hásteinn established heavily fortified camps in Essex. Alfred the Great responded with remarkable speed, coordinating forces from Wessex, Mercia, and their Welsh allies. At the Battle of Buttington, the English surrounded a large Viking army, cutting off its supplies until the starving survivors fought their way out and retreated to Danish-controlled East Anglia. Although the war continued, Alfred had once again prevented the conquest of his kingdom. These campaigns also revealed Alfred's growing military genius. He strengthened fortified towns, improved communications between regional commanders, and reorganized his army into rotating forces that could respond rapidly to Viking movements. Around the same time, the Welsh ruler, Anarod of Gwynedd, abandoned his unstable alliance with the Vikings and accepted Alfred as his overlord. Their agreement brought military cooperation and marked one of the first major political partnerships between Wessex and a Welsh kingdom. The fighting continued through the following years. Viking forces repeatedly attempted to seize Exeter and Chichester, but were repelled by determined English defenders. Alfred then introduced one of his most innovative military reforms by constructing larger and stronger warships specifically designed to challenge Viking longships at sea. Although naval warfare remained difficult, these ships represented the beginning of a permanent English navy. By 897, the tide had clearly begun to turn. English ships intercepted Viking fleets along the southern coast, capturing several vessels and destroying others before they could escape. Many Scandinavian raiders abandoned hopes of conquering Wessex and instead returned to East Anglia or crossed the Channel to the continent. Alfred had survived the greatest challenge of his reign and secured the future of his kingdom. Preparing for a stable succession, Alfred made his son Edward a partner in government before his own death in 899. Remembered as one of the greatest rulers in English history, Alfred left behind not only a stronger kingdom, but also military, legal, and educational reforms that would influence England for centuries. Edward the Elder inherited both the throne and the responsibility of completing his father's work. His accession was immediately challenged by his cousin Ethelwald, who claimed the throne for himself. After briefly occupying royal estates in Dorset, Ethelwald fled north and gained the support of the Danish rulers of Northumbria and East Anglia. Civil war seemed possible, but Edward acted quickly to secure loyalty throughout Wessex while preparing for a larger conflict with the Vikings. Around the same period, important changes were taking place elsewhere in Britain. In Scotland, Constantine II became King of Alba, marking the gradual transition from the old Pictish kingdom toward the medieval Scottish state. To the southwest, the Kingdom of Strathclyde expanded into lands weakened by Viking attacks, and chroniclers increasingly referred to its people as the Cumbrians. Norse settlers also occupied large areas of Cumbria and Lancashire, permanently changing the ethnic landscape of northern Britain. The Viking world itself was undergoing major transformations. In Ireland, Norse rulers were temporarily driven from Dublin before many resettled along the Wirral Peninsula in northwestern England. Others attempted to establish themselves in Wales, but met determined resistance from local rulers. Viking leaders continued to launch raids throughout Britain, yet internal rivalries increasingly divided their strength. Edward gradually shifted from defense to counterattack. Together with his sister, Ethelflaed, the remarkable Lady of the Mercians, he began systematically recovering Danish-held territory. While Edward strengthened southern England, Ethelflaed rebuilt key fortresses, repaired ancient Roman defenses, and constructed new fortified towns known as burhs. These strongholds became the backbone of the English reconquest. The political map of Wales also changed dramatically. Hywel Dda expanded his influence through both warfare and marriage, eventually uniting several Welsh kingdoms under his leadership. His reputation would later rest not only on military success, but also on his famous legal reforms, which became some of the most respected laws in medieval Wales. Religious life flourished despite the constant warfare. New abbeys were founded across southern England, churches adopted continental customs, and bishoprics were reorganized to strengthen ecclesiastical administration. Edward and Ethelflaed also recovered the relics of St. Oswald and established them at Gloucester, turning the city into one of the kingdom's most important religious centers. The decisive breakthrough came in 910 at the Battle of Wensfield. Edward's forces, joined by Mercian armies, inflicted a crushing defeat on the Viking rulers of York. Several leading Danish kings were killed, ending their ability to launch large-scale invasions into southern England. Although the Viking kingdom of York survived, its power was permanently weakened. Following the death of Mercian ruler Ethelred, Ethelflaed assumed control in her own right, becoming one of the most extraordinary female rulers of the early Middle Ages. Working closely with Edward, she led campaigns that steadily reclaimed the Danelaw, capturing important towns such as Derby, while Edward advanced through eastern England. Together, brother and sister transformed the balance of power, replacing centuries of Viking expansion with an organized English reconquest. Meanwhile, events across Europe continued reshaping the medieval world. In 911, the Viking leader Rollo accepted land from the Frankish king Charles the Simple, establishing the Duchy of Normandy. Rather than remaining raiders, the Normans gradually became one of Europe's most powerful ruling dynasties. At almost the same time, Viking attacks intensified in Brittany, while Edward and Ethelflaed continued their relentless advance against the Danelaw, laying the foundations for the eventual unification of England under the House of Wessex. The early 10th century marked the beginning of England's remarkable recovery from the Viking invasions. In 918, Ethelflaed, the legendary Lady of the Mercians, continued leading the struggle against Danish rule alongside her brother Edward the Elder. Together, they coordinated campaigns across the Midlands, while also securing alliances with Welsh rulers and the Kingdom of Alba. Although battles against Viking leaders such as Ragnall ended without a decisive result, English influence continued to expand. Before long, both Hywel Dda of Wales and Idwal of Gwynedd acknowledged Edward's authority, recognizing Wessex as the dominant power in Britain. Ethelfled herself died later that year after a lifetime spent defending Mercia, ending one of the most remarkable careers of the early Middle Ages. Edward quickly absorbed Mercia into his own kingdom after removing Ethelflaed's daughter, Elfwin, from power. With England becoming increasingly united, the king turned his attention toward the remaining Viking territories. At the same time, Norse forces from the Loire captured Brittany, forcing many Breton nobles into exile across the English Channel. One of them, the young Alain, found refuge at the English court, where he would later prepare to reclaim his homeland. Meanwhile, Wales experienced important political change. Hywel Dda united the kingdoms of Dyfed and Ceredigion, creating the powerful realm later known as Deheubarth. Unlike many contemporary rulers, Hywel became famous not only for military success, but also for wise government and legal reform, establishing a reputation that endured for centuries. Edward's military campaigns steadily weakened Viking resistance. Fortified towns were built throughout southern England, old Roman defenses were repaired, and Danish settlements were gradually surrounded. Rather than relying solely on battlefield victories, Edward and his commanders used a network of strong burhs to isolate Viking territories until they could no longer resist. Following Edward's death in 924, his son Aethelstan inherited the throne. His reign soon transformed the political landscape of Britain. He strengthened ties with neighboring rulers, welcomed exiled nobles from Brittany, and expanded English authority farther west. By 926, Cornwall had been incorporated into the English kingdom, while the frontier with Wales was formally recognized along the River Wye. A defining moment came in 927 when several of Britain's most powerful rulers, including Constantine II of Alba, Owain of Cumbria, Hywel Dda, and other Welsh kings, met Aethelstan at Amont Bridge. They acknowledged his supremacy, allowing him to adopt the title King of the English and, in Latin, King of all Britain. Many historians regard this event as the true beginning of a unified Kingdom of England. Across Europe, dramatic events unfolded at the same time. In 929, Abd al-Rahman III proclaimed himself Caliph of Cordoba, making Muslim Spain one of the most powerful and sophisticated states in Europe. In the far north, Iceland established the Althing, one of the world's oldest surviving parliamentary institutions. Meanwhile, Breton resistance against Viking occupation steadily gathered strength under leaders determined to reclaim their homeland. During the early 930s, Welsh rulers continued appearing at Aethelstan's royal court, acknowledging his authority while maintaining considerable independence. Rollo, founder of Normandy, died and was succeeded by his son William Longsword, whose dynasty would later play a decisive role in English history. Aethelstan also demonstrated his military strength by launching a large expedition into Scotland in 934. Supported by Welsh allies and even Danish forces from eastern England, he advanced deep into Scottish territory while his fleet raided the northern coast. Although the campaign produced no permanent conquest, it clearly established England as the strongest kingdom in Britain. By 936, the border between England and Cornwall had been fixed along the River Tamar, while Brittany experienced its own revival. Alain Barbetot returned from exile in England, drove out the Viking occupiers, and restored an independent Breton duchy, though with somewhat reduced territory. The greatest military achievement of Aethelstan's reign came in 937 at the famous Battle of Brunanburh. A massive alliance of Vikings from Dublin, the Scots under Constantine II, and the Britons of Cumbria attempted to destroy English power. Instead, Aethelstan won one of the most decisive victories in medieval British history. Contemporary writers celebrated the battle as unmatched since the arrival of the Anglo-Saxons, and it firmly secured England as the dominant kingdom of the island. Despite the victory, peace remained fragile. After Aethelstan's death in 939, Olaf Guthfrithson quickly seized York, forcing the new king, Edmund I, into renewed conflict. Meanwhile, Cumbria reached the height of its influence, and Welsh rulers continued balancing cooperation with resistance against English authority. Edmund gradually reversed Viking gains. He recovered the 5 boroughs, re-established English control over Northumbria, and campaigned successfully against both Cumbria and Scotland. During these years, Hywel united nearly all of Wales under his leadership and introduced his famous legal code, creating one of medieval Europe's most respected systems of law. Political fortunes changed once again after Edmund was murdered in 946. His brother Edred inherited the throne and continued the struggle against the Viking kings of York. Repeated campaigns finally ended Scandinavian rule there, and in 954 the Kingdom of Jorvik collapsed. For the first time in generations, all of England came under a single ruler, effectively ending the Viking Age as a political force within the country. The following years brought important internal reforms. Church leaders such as St. Dunstan began reorganizing English monastic life, while the kingdoms of Scotland, Wales, and Brittany experienced their own dynastic changes. By the early 960s, King Edgar the Peaceful reunited England after a brief period of division and supported sweeping religious reforms that strengthened royal authority alongside the church. At the same time, Otto I was crowned Holy Roman Emperor in 962, creating the Holy Roman Empire and ushering in a new political era across medieval Europe. By the middle of the 10th century, England had emerged stronger than ever before. The Viking kingdoms had largely disappeared, royal authority had expanded across nearly the entire island, and powerful rulers such as Ethelstan, Edmund, Edred, and Edgar had transformed a collection of competing kingdoms into a far more unified English state. Their achievements laid the foundations for the medieval Kingdom of England that would dominate British history in the centuries ahead. The second half of the 10th century witnessed the rise of powerful kingdoms, renewed Viking expansion, and major political transformations across Britain and Europe. In 965, Muslim forces completed their conquest of Sicily, ending Byzantine rule on the island. In response, the Eastern Roman Empire reorganized its remaining territories in southern Italy under a stronger military administration. Meanwhile, in England, Bishop Ethelwald restored the old monastery of Medeshamstede as a great Benedictine abbey, later known as Peterborough, becoming one of the leading religious centers of Anglo-Saxon England. Across the Irish Sea, a new struggle was beginning. Brian Boru, an ambitious ruler from Munster, launched a long campaign against the Norse kingdoms that dominated Ireland's coast. After winning a decisive victory at the Battle of Sulcoit in 968, he destroyed the Viking stronghold of Limerick, beginning his steady rise toward becoming the most powerful king in Ireland. Scotland also experienced repeated changes of leadership. Rival branches of the royal family competed for the throne, with kings frequently overthrown or killed in battle. Despite this instability, Scottish rulers strengthened alliances with neighboring kingdoms, including the rulers of Cumbria and the Isles, hoping to balance the growing influence of England. The reign of King Edgar the Peaceful marked one of the high points of Anglo-Saxon England. In 973, he was crowned in a magnificent ceremony at Bath, before gathering many of Britain's leading rulers at Chester. Kings from Scotland, Cumbria, Wales, and the Isles acknowledged his authority and pledged cooperation, symbolizing England's growing political dominance. Although these rulers remained independent, Edgar's prestige was unmatched anywhere in Britain. During his reign, the influential churchman Ethelwald completed the Regularis Concordia, a set of monastic reforms that helped standardize Benedictine life throughout England. Following Edgar's death in 975, political uncertainty returned. His son Edward, later remembered as Edward the Martyr, inherited the throne but ruled only briefly before being assassinated in 978. His younger half-brother, Ethelred II, became king while still a child, leaving much of the government in the hands of powerful nobles and his mother. This weak beginning would have lasting consequences for England. At almost the same time, Scandinavian raiders resumed attacks after more than 2 decades of relative peace. Beginning around 980, Danish fleets repeatedly struck southern England, ravaging Hampshire, Thanet, Cheshire, Devon, Cornwall, and Dorset. These raids signaled the return of a serious Viking threat that English rulers had hoped was over. Elsewhere, remarkable discoveries were taking place. Eric the Red sailed west and established the first permanent Norse settlements in Greenland, while a few years later the Icelandic explorer Bjarni Herjolfsson became the first known European since the legendary voyage of St. Brendan to sight the North American mainland. His discovery inspired later expeditions across the Atlantic. The political map of Western Europe also changed dramatically in 987 when Hugh Capet became king, founding the Capetian dynasty that would rule France for centuries. Around the same period, Byzantine Emperor Basil II created the famous Varangian Guard, an elite unit composed largely of Scandinavian warriors who served as the emperor's personal bodyguard and became renowned for their loyalty and battlefield skill. England, however, faced increasing danger. In 991, Olaf Tryggvason led a major Viking expedition up the Thames. The English confronted him at the Battle of Maldon, where the heroic Ealdorman Byrhtnoth was killed after a fierce struggle. Unable to stop further destruction, King Ethelred agreed to pay a large tribute known as Danegeld, hoping to persuade the Vikings to leave. Instead, the payment encouraged even more expeditions. Olaf later became King of Norway and promoted Christianity throughout his kingdom, while England continued suffering repeated raids. Around the same time, the bishopric of Lindisfarne was transferred to Durham, creating a new religious center protected by stronger natural defenses. The future city of Durham soon grew around its cathedral and monastery. The closing years of the century brought still greater turmoil. Danish fleets established winter camps in southwest England, raiding Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Sussex, and Kent before eventually returning to Normandy. In Ireland, Brian Boru achieved another major triumph at the Battle of Glenmama in 999, defeating the combined armies of Leinster and Viking Dublin. His victory placed him in a position to dominate nearly the whole island. At the dawn of the new millennium, Norse exploration reached an extraordinary milestone. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson crossed the Atlantic and established a settlement in Vinland, on the coast of modern Newfoundland. His expeditions also explored regions later known as Markland and Helluland, making the Norse the first known Europeans to reach North America centuries before Columbus. Meanwhile, Viking attacks on England intensified. In 1001, Danish armies defeated English forces in Devon and burned settlements to spread fear throughout the southwest. The following year, Brian Boru was widely recognized as High King of Ireland after securing the submission of rival rulers, earning titles that celebrated him as the supreme ruler of the Irish and their allies. England faced perhaps its most controversial moment in 1002. Seeking to eliminate the growing Danish presence within his kingdom, King Ethelred ordered the massacre of many Danes living in England on St. Brice's Day. Among those reportedly killed was Gunhild, the sister of King Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark. Rather than solving England's problems, the massacre provoked Sweyn into launching a series of full-scale invasions that would eventually overthrow Ethelred's rule. By the opening years of the 11th century, Viking armies were once again ravaging England, while Sweyn expanded his influence across the country. At the same time, Brian Boru strengthened his authority in Ireland, Scotland continued experiencing dynastic struggles, and France, Normandy, and the Byzantine Empire entered new periods of political development. Britain now stood on the edge of another era of conquest, one that would soon bring Danish kings to the English throne and permanently reshape the history of the British Isles. The opening decades of the 11th century marked one of the most dramatic periods in British history as Viking invasions reached their peak and the Danish kings transformed England forever. In 1006, King Sweyn Forkbeard led another devastating campaign across southern England. His armies marched from the Isle of Wight deep into the Thames Valley, destroying towns and villages before settling into winter camps. At the same time, Scotland's King Malcolm II invaded Northumbria, but his advance was stopped by the rising warrior Uhtred of Bambur. Rewarded for his victory, Uhtred became the dominant noble of northern England and laid the foundations of the powerful earldom of Northumbria. Unable to stop the constant invasions, King Ethelred the Unready once again paid enormous sums of Danegeld in 1007 to persuade the Vikings to leave. The strategy brought only temporary peace. Around the same period, the famous Book of Kells was stolen from its monastery but was fortunately recovered, although its magnificent jeweled cover had disappeared forever. Determined to strengthen England's defenses, Ethelred also ordered the construction of a massive new fleet, hoping to challenge the Danes at sea. The plan failed to halt the invasion. By 1009, Sweyn's warriors had returned in force, while the legendary Jomsviking commander Thorkel the Tall arrived with another powerful fleet. Southern England endured years of destruction as Viking armies burned settlements and captured rich cities. In 1011, after a long siege, Canterbury fell. The city was plundered, and Archbishop Elfhere was taken prisoner. When he refused to allow a ransom to be paid for his freedom, drunken Viking warriors murdered him despite Thorkel's attempts to save his life. Shocked by the brutality, Thorkel eventually abandoned Sweyn and entered the service of King Ethelred. At the same time, events in Ireland were moving toward an equally decisive conflict. Brian Boru, High King of Ireland, faced rebellion from the King of Leinster and his Viking allies in Dublin. Scotland also strengthened its position as Malcolm II defeated another Danish army, demonstrating that not every Viking expedition ended in victory. Everything changed in 1013 when Sweyn Forkbeard launched a full-scale invasion with his son Cnut. One kingdom after another submitted until nearly all of England accepted Danish rule. Ethelred fled to Normandy with his family, leaving Sweyn to become the first Danish king to rule the whole of England. Wales, Scotland, and Cornwall remained outside his direct control but accepted his supremacy through tribute, creating the vast North Sea Empire that linked England, Denmark, and Norway. Sweyn's triumph was short-lived. He died suddenly in early 1014, allowing Ethelred to return from exile while Cnut temporarily withdrew. That same year, Ireland witnessed one of its greatest battles. At Clontarf, Brian Boru defeated a coalition of Dublin Vikings, the King of Leinster, and their allies from Orkney and the Isle of Man. Although Brian won the battle, he was killed before the fighting ended, becoming one of Ireland's greatest national heroes. His death left the High Kingship once again open to rivalry. Cnut refused to abandon his ambitions. In 1015, he returned with an enormous Scandinavian army drawn from across the Viking world. Around the same time, Olaf Haraldsson declared himself King of Norway, while Scandinavian rulers continued reshaping the politics of Northern Europe. The decisive struggle for England followed in 1016. After Ethelred died, the country split between supporters of his son Edmund Ironside and those backing Cnut. Edmund fought a brilliant campaign, winning several victories and temporarily lifting the siege of London. However, the crucial Battle of Asandun gave Cnut a decisive victory. The two rivals agreed to divide England, but Edmund died only weeks later, leaving Cnut as the undisputed ruler. Cnut quickly secured his new kingdom. He removed powerful rivals, reorganized England into 4 great earldoms, and strengthened his alliance with Normandy by marrying Emma, the widow of Ethelred. His reign combined Danish military strength with established Anglo-Saxon institutions, creating one of the most stable governments England had seen for generations. Meanwhile, Scotland continued expanding. In 1018, Malcolm II defeated the Northumbrians at the Battle of Carham, permanently bringing Lothian under Scottish control. The victory became one of the defining moments in the formation of medieval Scotland. During the same period, Cnut inherited the Danish throne after the death of his brother Harold, uniting England and Denmark under one ruler, while later extending his authority into Norway as well. Cnut devoted much of his reign to law, administration, and diplomacy rather than constant warfare. He revised English laws, strengthened royal government, restored churches damaged during earlier conflicts, and honored important saints such as Archbishop Elfhere by returning his remains to Canterbury. His court became one of the wealthiest and most influential in Northern Europe, attracting nobles, churchmen, and warriors from across the continent. Beyond Britain, Europe was also changing rapidly. The Byzantine Empire finally destroyed the First Bulgarian Empire after decades of warfare, while new kingdoms emerged across Scotland and southwestern Britain. Around the same time, Galloway developed into a distinct Norse Gaelic kingdom, reflecting the blending of Scandinavian and Celtic cultures. The final major conflict of this period came in 1026 at the Battle of Helgeå. Cnut's combined English and Danish fleet confronted an alliance between Sweden and Norway. His victory secured Danish dominance throughout much of Scandinavia and confirmed the North Sea Empire as the greatest political power in Northern Europe. By the mid-11th century, England had been transformed from a kingdom desperately resisting Viking invasion into the very center of a Scandinavian empire, a remarkable reversal that would shape the history of Britain for generations. The years between 1027 and 1051 witnessed the decline of the North Sea Empire, the rise of powerful new rulers, and major political changes across Britain and Europe. In 1027, the English dioceses of Crediton and St. Germans were united under a single bishop, reflecting the continued reorganization of the English Church. A year later, King Canute the Great sailed from England to Norway, overthrowing Olaf II and bringing Norway under his growing empire. Although Olaf attempted to reclaim his throne in 1030, he was defeated and killed at the Battle of Stiklestad. His death transformed him into Saint Olaf, the patron saint of Norway and one of the most revered figures in Scandinavian history. Canute's authority soon stretched across much of northern Europe. In 1031, Malcolm II of Scotland, Macbeth of Moray, and the ruler of the Isles all acknowledged his supremacy. At roughly the same time, the once powerful Caliphate of Cordoba began breaking apart into rival states, marking the end of Muslim Spain's political unity. Scotland entered a turbulent period following the death of Malcolm II in 1034. Duncan I inherited the throne, while powerful regional nobles competed for influence. Among them was Macbeth, ruler of Moray, who strengthened his position after defeating rivals and marrying into the royal family. Contrary to the later image created by Shakespeare, Macbeth proved to be an able and respected king who encouraged stable government, welcomed Norman warriors into Scotland, and maintained peace for much of his reign. The death of Canute in 1035 created another succession crisis. His sons, Harold Harefoot and Harthacnut, each claimed the English throne. Because Harthacnut remained in Denmark defending his kingdom, Harold assumed control of England. During these uncertain years, Alfred Etheling, the younger son of Ethelred the Unready, attempted to reclaim the crown but was captured, blinded, and killed. His brother Edward remained in Normandy, waiting for another opportunity to return. Political instability spread beyond England. Gruffydd ap Llywelyn emerged as the dominant ruler in Wales after defeating both internal rivals and invading English forces. His military victories allowed him to unite Gwynedd and Powys before expanding into Deheubarth, making him the strongest Welsh king of his generation. Scotland also faced repeated warfare, as Duncan I launched unsuccessful campaigns against Northumbria before eventually being defeated and killed in battle by Macbeth in 1040. The same year, Harthacnut finally reclaimed the English throne after Harold's death. Although his reign was short, he prepared the way for the peaceful return of Edward the Confessor, who had spent most of his life in exile in Normandy. Harthacnut officially named Edward as his successor, ensuring that the old House of Wessex would once again rule England. When Harthacnut died suddenly in 1042, Edward became king without serious opposition. His accession marked the restoration of the ancient West Saxon dynasty after more than 25 years of Danish rule. Edward relied heavily on Norman advisors and soldiers, introducing stronger Norman influence into English politics decades before the Norman conquest itself. At the same time, Magnus the Good united Norway and Denmark for a brief period, becoming one of Scandinavia's most powerful rulers. Edward was crowned again in 1043 at Winchester, where he firmly established his authority. Suspecting that his mother Emma had supported rival claimants, he confiscated much of her wealth while allowing her to remain at court. 2 years later, he married Edith, daughter of the influential Earl Godwin, creating an alliance between the royal family and England's most powerful noble house. Harold Godwinson also rose rapidly during these years, receiving important earldoms that would later make him one of the kingdom's leading figures. Across Britain, Wales remained highly active under Gruffydd ap Llywelyn. Through a series of successful campaigns, he expanded his kingdom and repeatedly defeated English armies sent against him. Although temporary setbacks forced him from some territories, he consistently returned stronger than before, eventually becoming the only Welsh ruler ever to unite nearly all of Wales under a single crown. Meanwhile, the English Church continued evolving. The episcopal seat at Crediton was transferred to Exeter, strengthening the city's importance as a religious center. Bishops reorganized dioceses, promoted learning, and established new liturgical traditions that distinguished the English Church while remaining loyal to Rome. Edward also became increasingly involved in continental affairs. He blockaded the English Channel during a conflict with Flanders and maintained close relations with Normandy. In 1051, tensions with Earl Godwin reached a breaking point after Edward blamed him for refusing to punish the people of Dover following a violent dispute involving Norman visitors. Godwin and much of his family were forced into exile, dramatically shifting the balance of power within England. During this same period, William, Duke of Normandy, consolidated his own authority by defeating rebellious nobles and expanding Norman influence across northern France. According to later Norman tradition, Edward invited William to England and privately suggested that he might one day inherit the English throne. Whether this promise was genuine remains debated, but it later became one of William's strongest claims when he launched his famous invasion in 1066. Edward also abolished the unpopular Danegeld, symbolizing his hope that the age of massive Viking invasions had finally come to an end. Yet, beneath the surface, powerful rival families, ambitious foreign rulers, and unresolved questions of succession continued to shape English politics. By the middle of the 11th century, Britain stood on the brink of another historic transformation, one that would soon culminate in one of the most famous conquests in medieval history. The middle of the 11th century was a period of intense rivalry, shifting alliances, and approaching conquest across Britain. In 1052, the powerful Welsh ruler Gruffydd ap Llywelyn struck deep into English territory, raiding Herefordshire and sacking Leominster. At the same time, Earl Godwin returned from exile with a large fleet and sailed up the Thames, forcing King Edward the Confessor to restore him to his former position as Earl of Wessex. Godwin's return confirmed that the great noble families of England could challenge even the authority of the king. When Godwin died in 1053, his son Harold inherited the earldom of Wessex and quickly became the most influential man in England after the king. Harold also supported the return of Edward the Exile, a descendant of Edmund Ironside, hoping to strengthen the royal succession and prevent the throne from passing to a foreign claimant. In the north, Earl Siward of Northumbria launched a major invasion of Scotland in 1054. His campaign forced King Macbeth to retreat and temporarily restored Malcolm, a member of the Cumbrian royal family, to power in the borderlands. That same year, a far greater division shook Christianity. The leaders of the churches in Rome and Constantinople excommunicated one another, creating the Great Schism between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox traditions. Gruffydd ap Llywelyn continued expanding his authority. In 1055, he conquered Deheubarth and formed an alliance with the exiled Mercian noble Elfgar, who was also his father-in-law. Supported by Viking ships from Ireland, their combined forces defeated the English near the Welsh frontier and devastated Hereford and Leominster. An English army led by the Bishop of Hereford was later destroyed at Glasbury-on-Wye. Harold Godwinson prepared another campaign against them, but ultimately chose negotiation rather than risk further losses. Political change also transformed Scotland. Macbeth was killed in 1057 while fighting the sons of Duncan I. His stepson Lulac briefly succeeded him, but was assassinated the following year by Malcolm Canmore, who became Malcolm III of Scotland. Macbeth's historical reign was far more stable than the violent tyranny later imagined in literature, and many contemporary traditions remembered him as a capable ruler rather than a murderous usurper. By 1058, Gruffydd ap Llywelyn had united nearly all of Wales. After conquering Gwent and Glywysing, he became the only ruler in the medieval period to control the entire Welsh territory under a single crown. His success made him a serious threat to English power along the western frontier. Harold Godwinson responded with a series of invasions between 1062 and 1063. He first attacked northern Wales and captured Gruffydd's stronghold at Rhuddlan, though the Welsh king escaped. The following year, Harold invaded from the south by sea, while his brother Tostig advanced from Northumbria. Surrounded and driven into the mountains of Snowdonia, Gruffydd was eventually betrayed and killed by his own followers. his united kingdom immediately broke apart into separate realms, ending the brief period of Welsh unity. Harold's growing influence soon extended beyond Britain. Between 1064 and 1066, he became involved in the conflict between Normandy and Brittany, supporting Duke William of Normandy. During this period, Harold was shipwrecked on the Norman coast and captured by the Count of Ponthieu. William secured his release, but reportedly compelled him to swear an oath supporting William's claim to the English throne. The meaning and circumstances of this oath later became one of the central arguments used to justify the Norman invasion. In 1065, rebellion broke out in Northumbria against Harold's brother Tostig. Rather than defend him, Harold supported the rebels and accepted Morcar as the new earl. Tostig fled to Flanders, bitterly blaming his brother for his downfall. This family division would have disastrous consequences only a year later. King Edward the Confessor died on January 5, 1066, leaving no direct heir. Several men claimed the throne. The English council selected Harold Godwinson, while Harold Hardrada of Norway and William of Normandy also believed they had legitimate rights to rule. Harold was crowned at Westminster immediately after Edward's funeral, becoming Harold II. The new king faced two invasions within weeks of one another. In September, Harold Hardrada landed in northern England with a large Norwegian army and the support of Tostig. After defeating the Earls Edwin and Morcar at Fulford, the Norwegians appeared close to taking York. Harold responded with extraordinary speed, marching his army north from London. On September 25th, he surprised and destroyed the Norwegian forces at Stamford Bridge. Hardrada and Tostig were both killed, ending the last major Scandinavian attempt to conquer England. Yet, the victory left Harold's army exhausted. Only 3 days later, William of Normandy landed on the southern coast with a large force of Normans, Bretons, and Flemings. Harold immediately marched south again, covering an enormous distance in little more than 2 weeks. On October 14th, the two armies met near Hastings. Harold positioned his infantry on the high ground of Senlac Hill, forming a strong shield wall of housecarls and local levies. William's army included archers, infantry, and heavily armed cavalry. For much of the day, the English line held firm, but repeated Norman attacks and false retreats gradually weakened its formation. By evening, Harold was dead, his brothers had fallen, and the English army had been destroyed. The Norman victory did not immediately guarantee control of the kingdom. The English council first elected Edgar Etheling, the last male descendant of the old royal house. However, as William advanced toward London, resistance collapsed. Edgar and the leading nobles submitted, and on Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned King of England. The conquest transformed the political order of Britain. Norman castles appeared across the country, lands were transferred to foreign lords, and the Old English aristocracy was gradually removed from power. William returned briefly to Normandy in 1067, leaving his half-brother Odo of Bayeux to govern in his absence. Rebellions soon broke out in Kent, the north, and the Welsh borderlands, while the sons of Harold launched raids against Cornwall, Devon, and Somerset. The Welsh rulers Bledin and Rhiwallon supported English resistance along the frontier, but Norman armies rapidly created powerful new lordships in Chester and Hereford. These marcher lords received exceptional military authority and began pushing into Welsh territory. Gwent was among the first regions to suffer, as Norman forces defeated its rulers and established fortified bases. By the end of 1067, the Norman conquest was far from complete. But the old Anglo-Saxon kingdom had already been permanently changed. The struggle for England's throne had drawn in Norwegians, Normans, Bretons, Welsh rulers, and the surviving English nobility. The events of 1066 did not simply replace one king with another. They ended the Anglo-Saxon Age and opened a completely new chapter in the history of England and Britain. The years following the Norman conquest were marked by rebellion, destruction, and the rapid creation of a new political order across England and Wales. In 1068, Edgar Etheling, the last surviving male heir of the old House of Wessex, attempted to organize resistance against William the Conqueror. He was joined by major northern nobles, including Gospatric of Bernicia, Edwin of Mercia, and Morcar of York. The revolt failed, however, and William removed several of its leaders from power. Gospatric lost his earldom, which was handed to the Norman commander Robert de Comines. William returned from Normandy and immediately moved against opposition in the southwest. Exeter resisted him for 18 days before accepting a negotiated surrender. The city received relatively generous terms, but Norman control was firmly established. William appointed Brian of Brittany as the first Norman Earl of Cornwall and then marched north, crushing uprisings in Nottingham, Stafford, Lincoln, and York. Edgar Etheling escaped to the Scottish court of Malcolm III, accompanied by his sister Margaret. Many displaced Anglo-Saxons also fled westward into Wales. Their arrival influenced the political balance there, helping Bleddyn ap Cynfyn strengthen his position as sole ruler of Gwynedd and Powys. In the south, Maredudd ap Owain gained authority over much of Deheubarth. In 1069, Malcolm III married Edgar's sister Margaret, creating a powerful connection between the Scottish monarchy and the Old English royal house. That same year, resistance erupted again in northern England. The people of Northumbria killed Robert de Comines at Durham, while a Danish fleet under King Swine II arrived at the Humber and joined rebels in attacking York. The city's Norman castles and its ancient cathedral were burned. William responded with overwhelming force. He defeated another rebellion led by Edwin of Mercia and then faced a broader coalition involving Edgar Etheling, Malcolm of Scotland, Danish troops, Waltheof, and Gospatric. Although Gospatric briefly recovered Bamberg, the attempt to restore Edgar to the throne ultimately collapsed. In the southwest, Brian of Brittany defeated the last major invasion led by Harold Godwinson's sons, Godwin and Edmund, at the Battle of Northam. William's most brutal response came during the harrying of the north between 1069 and 1070. Norman forces devastated Yorkshire and the surrounding regions, burning crops, destroying homes, slaughtering livestock, and killing large numbers of people. Thousands more died from starvation, disease, and exposure. The campaign broke northern resistance, but left entire districts ruined for years. Resistance continued in East Anglia under Hereward the Wake, who established a rebel base on the Isle of Ely. He was joined by Morcar and by survivors associated with Peterborough Abbey. Although their position was naturally protected by marshland, William eventually surrounded and defeated them. At the same time, major changes transformed the English Church. Archbishop Stigand of Canterbury was removed and replaced by Lanfranc, a trusted Norman churchman. This marked the beginning of a wider replacement of English bishops and abbots with Norman or continental clergy. Denmark also withdrew from the conflict after reaching an agreement with William. Scotland expanded southward during this period, absorbing much of the former Kingdom of Cumbria. Gospatric challenged this expansion by invading Cumberland, claiming that Malcolm had taken it by force rather than legitimate right. In Wales, dynastic warfare continued. The sons of Gruffydd ap Llywelyn challenged Bleddyn ap Cynfyn, but most of the leading claimants died at the Battle of Machain, leaving Bleddyn as the dominant ruler of Gwynedd and Powys. In 1071, William finally defeated Hereward's rebellion. Edwin of Mercia also attempted to rise against Norman authority, but was betrayed and killed by his own followers. During the same period, Alan Rufus of Brittany received the vast honour of Richmond in Yorkshire and began building Richmond Castle. His descendants and relatives would remain closely linked to the lordship for centuries. Far beyond Britain, another important chapter of Roman history came to an end. The last Byzantine territories in southern Italy fell to the Normans, ending direct Eastern Roman rule in the Western Mediterranean. In 1072, William invaded Scotland and forced Malcolm III to accept the Treaty of Abernethy. Malcolm recognized William's supremacy and agreed to expel or control English exiles at his court. Gospatric, once again displaced, eventually received lands around Dunbar and the Merse, creating the foundation of the later earldom of Lothian and Dunbar. Norman pressure also increased in Wales. Armies entered Gwynedd, seized Arfon, and established new castles and lordships along the border. Powerful marcher lords were given extraordinary freedom to conquer and govern Welsh territory. Their authority was almost royal, allowing them to build fortresses, raise armies, and create new feudal estates. The revolt of the Earls in 1075 became the last major aristocratic attempt to overthrow William. It involved Waltheof of Northumberland, Roger of Hereford, Ralph de Gale, and other nobles with strong Breton connections. The conspiracy was defeated by forces led by powerful bishops and royal officials. Waltheof was later executed, becoming the only English earl put to death by William. Wales remained divided by internal rivalry. Gruffydd ap Cynan tried to recover Gwynedd but was forced back into Irish exile. Bleddyn ap Cynfyn was murdered after betrayal by regional nobles, and the kingdoms of northern and southern Wales again passed between competing dynasties. Norman influence extended into law and architecture as well. Trial by combat appeared in England, while work began on the White Tower in London, the central fortress that later became the Tower of London. William also created the New Forest by clearing settlements and reserving a vast region for royal hunting. The decisive Welsh conflict of this period came in 1081 at the Battle of Mynyd Carn. Gruffydd ap Cynan and Rhys ap Tewdwr returned with a mixed force of Welsh, Irish, and Danish warriors. They defeated and killed their principal rivals, allowing Gruffydd to recover Gwynedd and Rhys to regain Deheubarth. Their victory temporarily restored native authority in important parts of Wales. The Normans nevertheless continued their advance. They divided conquered areas of Gwent into powerful marcher lordships such as Abergavenny, Monmouth, Caerleon, Chepstow, and Usk. Further invasions struck Gwynedd, Powys, and Brycheiniog. Bernard de Neufmarché conquered much of Brycheiniog and transformed it into the Norman lordship of Brecon. By the end of the 1080s, the political landscape of Britain had been permanently altered. Norman rule was secure across England, powerful castles dominated the countryside, and the old Anglo-Saxon nobility had nearly disappeared. Wales remained unconquered as a whole, but its borderlands were steadily divided among Norman lords. Scotland preserved its independence, but had been forced to recognize Norman power. The conquest of 1066 had therefore become far more than a change of dynasty. It had created a new aristocracy, transformed the church, reshaped the land, and begun centuries of conflict between the Norman rulers of England and the surviving Celtic kingdoms of Britain. From 1090 onward, Britain, Ireland, and parts of Western Europe experienced constant political and military change. The bishopric of Wells moved to Bath, while Norman nobles expanded their influence across Wales. Robert Fitzhamon conquered Morgan on Wg and created the Lordship of Glamorgan, while Bernard de Neufmarché founded the Lordship of Brecknock after the fall of Brycheiniog. Welsh rulers fought fiercely to defend their lands. Rhys ap Tewdwr battled the Norman invaders but was killed at Brecon in 1093, a defeat that opened much of Deheubarth to Norman conquest. Even so, repeated Welsh uprisings, led by figures such as Cadogan ap Bleddyn and Gruffydd ap Rhys, forced the Normans into years of difficult warfare, with victories and setbacks on both sides. At the same time, King William II of England strengthened Norman authority by seizing Cumberland and Westmoreland and reinforcing Carlisle. In Ireland, Muirchertach Ua Briain captured Dublin, ending Danish control of the city. Across Europe, church organization also evolved as several dioceses were reorganized, including the creation of Norwich, Ely, and Carlisle, while major synods in Ireland sought to establish a more structured diocesan system. During this era, influential religious institutions also appeared, including the Hospitallers and the Knights Templar, both of which would become major military and charitable orders. The greatest turning point came in 1095, when Emperor Alexios I Komnenos requested military assistance from Pope Urban II against the Seljuk Turks. The appeal inspired the First Crusade, which united knights and rulers from across Europe. Between 1096 and 1099, crusading armies captured Nicaea, Antioch, Jerusalem, and other important cities, leading to the creation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Edessa, and the County of Tripoli. Many warriors from Britain also took part, while others, including Edgar Atheling, later served in the famous Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Empire. Scotland also underwent dramatic change. Edgar overthrew King Domnall Ban in 1097 with support from his brothers Alexander and David. After Edgar's death, David I gradually united Scotland with Cumbria and the Merse, encouraging large numbers of Norman, Breton, and Flemish nobles to settle in his kingdom. His reign introduced important legal reforms, expanded royal authority, and permanently reshaped medieval Scotland. Meanwhile, conflicts between rival noble families continued for generations, especially during the MacWilliams and Macketh struggles. Throughout the early 12th century, Wales remained a battlefield between native princes and Norman lords. Gruffydd ap Cynan, Gruffydd ap Rhys, Owain ap Gruffydd, and other Welsh leaders repeatedly challenged Norman occupation, winning major victories such as Crug Moor, while recovering large parts of the country. However, the Norman marches steadily expanded, eventually controlling much of eastern and southern Wales through powerful frontier lordships. Elsewhere, political power shifted rapidly. El Cid established his multicultural principality in Valencia, the Almohads rose to dominate Muslim Iberia, and the Norman rulers of southern Italy transformed their lands into the Kingdom of Sicily. In England, Henry I hoped his daughter Matilda would inherit the throne, but Stephen of Blois seized the crown after Henry's death in 1135. The result was a devastating civil war known as the Anarchy, which lasted until Stephen finally recognized Matilda's son, the future Henry II, as his heir. By the middle of the 12th century, Britain and Western Europe had been transformed by conquest, crusade, religious reform, and the emergence of new kingdoms whose influence would shape medieval history for centuries. During the 1140s, Britain, Ireland, and the Eastern Mediterranean continued to experience political conflict and religious change. Baldwin de Redvers became the first Earl of Devon, while Welsh princes struggled for dominance. Owain Gwynedd removed his brother Cadwallader from power after his involvement in the murder of a rival prince, and steadily strengthened Gwynedd by capturing important Norman fortresses, including Mold and later Rhuddlan Castle. His victories expanded Welsh influence deep into contested borderlands, despite repeated resistance from the rulers of Powys and the powerful Norman earls along the frontier. Meanwhile, the Christian world launched the Second Crusade after the fall of the county of Edessa. Between 1147 and 1149, England, Normandy, Brittany, Scotland, and many other European states joined the campaign. Although the Crusaders hoped to recover their lost territories, the expedition ended in failure. Around the same time, the Almohads replaced the Almoravids as the dominant Muslim power in Iberia, reshaping the political landscape of the peninsula. Religious institutions also continued to grow, with the founding of the Order of St. Lazarus in Jerusalem and the reorganization of the Irish Church through the Synod of Kells, which established 32 dioceses under 4 archbishoprics. A new era began in 1154 when Stephen died and Henry II became the first Angevin king of England. His vast dominions stretched across England and large parts of France, creating what later became known as the Angevin Empire. Soon afterward, Pope Adrian IV granted Henry authority over Ireland, encouraging greater English involvement across the Irish Sea. At the same time, Irish politics remained fiercely contested as High King Turlough O'Conor launched a massive naval campaign against Ailech. Although his fleet defeated its opponents after a hard-fought 2-day battle, heavy losses forced the expedition to withdraw before achieving complete success. In Scotland and the Isles, Somerled emerged as one of the most remarkable rulers of the century. After years of conflict with Godred Olafsson, he secured control of the southern Hebrides before eventually seizing the Isle of Man and becoming ruler of nearly the entire Kingdom of the Isles. His growing power ended dramatically in 1164 when he was killed during an invasion of mainland Scotland, allowing Godred to recover much of his former kingdom. Henry II spent much of his reign trying to impose English authority over Wales. In 1157, he launched one of the largest invasions ever seen in the region, supported by a powerful fleet and thousands of soldiers. Although his naval expedition collapsed and his army suffered defeat near Eulo, negotiations forced Owain Gwynedd to surrender several eastern territories. Welsh resistance remained unbroken. Rhys ap Gruffydd repeatedly captured Norman castles, recovered lost lands across to Deheubarth, and after periods of conflict and imprisonment, even secured recognition from Henry before resuming his campaigns against Norman strongholds. In 1165, nearly every major Welsh kingdom united against England, forcing Henry to abandon another invasion after difficult conditions and determined resistance. Events in Ireland soon transformed the history of the British Isles. Following the exile of Diarmait MacMurrough, Cambro-Norman forces led by Richard de Clare, known as Strongbow, invaded Ireland in 1169. They rapidly captured Waterford, Wexford, and Dublin before restoring Diarmait to his throne. After his death, Strongbow inherited Leinster through marriage, alarming Henry II, who crossed into Ireland in 1172. The English king secured the submission of many Norman and Gaelic rulers and proclaimed himself Lord of Ireland, laying the foundations for centuries of English influence there. The following years were marked by rebellion and violence. Henry II faced a massive revolt led by his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine, several of his sons, numerous French nobles, and the Kingdom of Scotland. The rebellion ended after the Scottish defeat at Alnwick. In Wales, tensions remained high, culminating in the infamous Abergavenny massacre of 1175, when William de Braos invited leading Welsh nobles to a feast before having them murdered. Throughout Europe, the medieval Inquisition also began to emerge as an important institution within the Church. The wider Mediterranean was transformed again in 1187 when Saladin captured Jerusalem, bringing the Kingdom of Jerusalem to an end. The loss shocked Christian Europe and inspired the Third Crusade. England, Scotland, Normandy, Brittany, and many other states joined the campaign under famous leaders, including Richard the Lionheart. Although the Crusaders failed to recover Jerusalem itself, they succeeded in recapturing Acre and preserving a Christian foothold in the Holy Land. During this period, the Teutonic Order was also founded, eventually becoming one of medieval Europe's most influential military orders. Richard I inherited the English throne in 1189 after the death of Henry II. In Wales, Rhys ap Gruffydd considered himself released from previous obligations and quickly resumed attacks against Norman castles. Internal struggles also continued within Gwynedd, where rival branches of the royal family fought for supremacy, most notably at the Battle of Aberconwy in 1194. By the close of the 12th century, the political map of Britain, Ireland, and Western Europe had been reshaped by conquest, crusades, dynastic conflict, and the growing ambitions of powerful kingdoms whose influence would define the medieval age. Between the late 12th and mid-13th centuries, Britain and Western Europe witnessed constant political struggles, dynastic rivalries, crusades, and major territorial changes. In England, William Longbeard briefly led London's poor in a rebellion against corrupt officials before being captured and executed in 1196, though many later regarded him as a martyr. In Wales, the death of Rhys ap Gruffydd the following year ended a period of stability as his sons fought among themselves for control of Deheubarth. Meanwhile, church administration continued to evolve, with the Diocese of Bath relocating to Glastonbury before later returning to Bath and Wells. The closing years of Richard the Lionheart's reign also marked an important turning point. After the death of the last traditional High King of Ireland and renewed warfare in Wales, Richard himself died in 1199 from an infected crossbow wound. His brother John inherited the English throne, beginning a reign that would be remembered for military defeats and political unrest. Across Wales, Llywelyn ap Iorwerth, later known as Llywelyn the Great, steadily emerged as the strongest native ruler, bringing Gwynedd under his firm control and beginning one of the most successful Welsh reigns of the Middle Ages. England and France soon entered another long conflict that dramatically altered European politics. The Anglo-French War ended with England permanently losing Normandy, while France greatly strengthened its position on the continent. At the same time, the Fourth Crusade abandoned its original goal of reaching the Holy Land and instead captured Constantinople in 1204. The Byzantine Empire fractured into several successor states, while the Latin Empire and other Crusader kingdoms divided its former territories, permanently changing the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Throughout these years, Llywelyn the Great expanded his influence across Wales through both diplomacy and warfare. He married Joan, the illegitimate daughter of King John, but relations between the two rulers soon deteriorated. John repeatedly invaded Gwynedd, forcing Llywelyn to surrender territory before the Welsh prince organized a massive uprising in 1212. Supported by several Welsh rulers and encouraged by Pope Innocent III's opposition to King John, Llywelyn quickly recovered nearly all of his lost lands and re-established Welsh independence across much of the country. King John's authority collapsed even further after his conflict with the English barons. In 1215, the rebels forced him to accept the Magna Carta, a landmark agreement intended to limit royal power. John almost immediately rejected its terms, triggering the First Barons' War. French Prince Louis invaded England with support from rebellious nobles, while Llywelyn seized the opportunity to capture several Norman castles in Wales. Following John's death, the conflict gradually ended, allowing England to recover under the new government. Llywelyn's prestige continued to rise during the following decade. By 1216, most Welsh rulers acknowledged him as the leading Prince of Wales, even though he officially styled himself Prince of North Wales. Meanwhile, crusading activity continued across Europe with the 5th and 6th Crusades, while Brittany changed ruling dynasties and southern France experienced the violence of the Albigensian Crusade. Political authority throughout Britain and France remained closely tied to these wider European conflicts. Scotland and the Celtic world also experienced significant change. Rebellions by the Macheaths and MacWilliams were finally crushed, Galloway lost its independence, and the Hebrides eventually separated from the Kingdom of Man to form their own realm. Farther south, the Emirate of Granada emerged as the last major Muslim kingdom in Iberia after the Christian reconquest swept across much of the peninsula. In the east, Mongol expansion reshaped the Black Sea region, isolating territories once connected to the Empire of Trebizond. After Llywelyn the Great died in 1240, his son Dafydd inherited the leadership of Wales, but immediately faced renewed English pressure. Forced to surrender territory after invasion, he later recovered much of it through war before dying without securing lasting stability. His nephew, Llywelyn ap Gruffydd, later remembered as Llywelyn the Last, gradually became the dominant Welsh ruler after defeating rival family members in a civil war. By the middle of the 13th century, he had restored much of Welsh strength by reclaiming important regions including the Perfedwlad, Brycheiniog, Builth, and several neighboring territories, standing as the final great native prince before England completed its conquest of Wales. From the late 13th century onward, Britain, Wales, Scotland, and the Eastern Mediterranean entered one of the most turbulent periods of the Middle Ages. In Wales, Llywelyn ap Gruffydd strengthened his position after defeating an English invasion at the Battle of Cadfan in 1257. Soon afterward, he officially adopted the title Prince of Wales, receiving recognition from many Welsh rulers and powerful allies. At the same time, England was shaken by constitutional conflict as Simon de Montfort and a group of rebellious barons forced King Henry III to accept reforms that greatly limited royal authority and strengthened Parliament. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire achieved an extraordinary recovery in 1261 by reclaiming Constantinople from the Latin Empire, restoring Byzantine rule after nearly 60 years. England, however, remained divided by civil war. During the Second Barons' War, Simon de Montfort briefly ruled the kingdom after capturing both King Henry III and Prince Edward. His success proved temporary, as Edward escaped, rallied loyal supporters, and defeated de Montfort at the Battle of Evesham in 1265, restoring royal power. Welsh fortunes reached their highest point in 1267 when the Treaty of Montgomery officially recognized Llywelyn as Prince of Wales, although he still acknowledged the English king as his feudal overlord. Across Europe, the crusading movement continued with the 8th and 9th Crusades, while Prince Edward gained valuable military experience before eventually becoming Edward I of England. Relations between Edward I and Llywelyn gradually collapsed. In 1277, Edward declared the Welsh prince a rebel and invaded Wales, forcing him to surrender much of his territory under the Treaty of Aberconwy. The remaining Welsh lands stayed independent only briefly. In 1282, another national uprising broke out, but Llywelyn was killed in battle. His brother Dafydd continued the resistance until 1283, when England completed its conquest of Wales. Dafydd was captured and executed, and Edward permanently incorporated Wales into his kingdom through the Statute of Rhuddlan, replacing the old Welsh political system with English administration. While Wales lost its independence, Scotland entered a succession crisis after the death of Alexander III. The young Margaret, Maid of Norway, died before reaching Scotland, leaving the throne disputed. John Balliol was eventually crowned king, but growing English interference created deep resentment. Among those affected was William Wallace, whose father's death inspired him to begin a guerrilla campaign against English occupation. At the same time, the last Crusader stronghold at Acre fell to the Mamluks in 1291, bringing the Kingdom of Jerusalem in the Holy Land to an end. The struggle for Scottish independence soon intensified. Edward I invaded Scotland, seized the Stone of Destiny, and attempted to bring the kingdom under English rule. Andrew Murray and William Wallace organized resistance, achieving a stunning victory at Stirling Bridge before suffering defeat at Falkirk. Wallace returned to guerrilla warfare while other Scottish nobles continued the fight. Even after his capture and execution in 1305, the Scottish cause survived. The following year, Robert the Bruce crowned himself King of Scots. Although initially defeated, he adopted Wallace's strategy of mobile warfare and gradually rebuilt Scottish resistance. During the same period, Europe witnessed the dramatic downfall of the Knights Templar. King Philip IV of France ordered their arrest, extracted confessions through torture, and pressured the papacy to dissolve the order. Many surviving Templars disappeared into other military orders, while legends claimed that some found refuge in Scotland and secretly supported Bruce's campaign. The conflict reached its decisive moment in 1314 at the Battle of Bannockburn. Robert the Bruce's remarkable victory effectively secured Scottish independence and ended England's domination of the kingdom. In the years that followed, Scotland expanded its influence into Ireland under Edward Bruce, while unrest continued in Wales with new uprisings against English rule. Finally, in 1320, the Scottish nobles issued the famous Declaration of Arbroath, affirming Robert the Bruce as their rightful king and proclaiming Scotland's determination to remain an independent nation, a statement that became one of medieval Europe's greatest declarations of national identity. The early 14th century was marked by political upheaval across Britain and Western Europe. England descended into the Despencer War as powerful nobles rebelled against King Edward II and his unpopular favorite, Hugh Despencer the Younger. Although the revolt failed, resentment toward the king continued to grow. In 1326, Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer invaded England, overthrew Edward II, and placed his young son Edward III on the throne. Edward II was captured while fleeing through Wales, and many of his closest supporters were brutally executed, bringing an end to one of England's most troubled reigns. Peace briefly returned between England and Scotland with the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328, recognizing Scottish independence. Soon afterward, however, Robert the Bruce died, leaving the throne to his young son David II. Scotland once again became a battleground as Edward Balliol, supported by English forces, attempted to seize the crown. This struggle developed into the Third War of Scottish Independence, a conflict that lasted for decades before David II was finally restored. Meanwhile, Europe entered the long and destructive Hundred Years' War between England's Plantagenet dynasty and France's House of Valois. The conflict spread far beyond the two kingdoms, drawing in Brittany, Scotland, Normandy, Aquitaine, and many other regions. At the same time, Brittany became consumed by its own bitter war of succession, with rival families backed by England and France competing for control of the duchy. Famous figures such as Jeanne de Belleville, remembered as the Lioness of Brittany, gained legendary status through daring naval raids and relentless resistance. The middle of the century witnessed constant warfare across France and Brittany. Battles, sieges, shifting alliances, and political betrayals repeatedly changed the balance of power before the First Treaty of Guérande finally ended the Breton conflict in 1365, securing the rule of the House of Montfort. During the same period, Scotland experienced another major dynastic change when the Stuart family inherited the throne in 1371, beginning a royal dynasty that would rule for centuries. Religious division also reshaped medieval Europe. The papacy moved to Avignon during the so-called Babylonian captivity of the Church, and only a few decades later, the Western Schism divided Catholic Europe between rival popes in Rome and Avignon. England supported one claimant, while Scotland and France recognized the other, adding another layer of political rivalry to an already unstable continent. By the end of the 14th century, resistance against English rule returned to Wales. In 1400, Owain Glyndwr declared himself Prince of Wales and launched the largest Welsh rebellion since the conquest of the country. Within a few years, he controlled most of Wales, formed alliances with France, Scotland, and Brittany, restored traditional Welsh law, and proposed an independent Welsh state. Although English forces gradually regained lost territory, Glyndwr continued fighting through guerrilla warfare long after losing his castles. His disappearance after 1412 turned him into one of Britain's greatest historical legends, and many believed he remained alive in secret long after the rebellion had faded. The Welsh uprising officially ended in 1421, but its legacy endured. Only a few years later, another Welsh family quietly entered English politics. Owain Tudor married Catherine of Valois, the widow of King Henry V, establishing the Tudor family within the English royal circle. Their descendants would eventually found one of England's most famous dynasties and permanently reshape the history of Britain. Throughout the 15th century, Europe continued to struggle with political rivalries and religious debates. The Council of Florence attempted to reunite the Roman and Eastern churches, but ultimately failed, leaving their centuries-old division unresolved. Meanwhile, noble feuds, succession disputes, and struggles for royal influence continued across England and Brittany, proving that the medieval world remained defined by shifting alliances, ambitious rulers, and almost continuous warfare. The middle of the 15th century marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. Edmund Tudor, son of Owen Tudor and Catherine of Valois, married Margaret Beaufort, creating the bloodline that would eventually establish the powerful Tudor dynasty. At the same time, Europe witnessed two world-changing events in 1453. England suffered its final defeat in the Hundred Years' War, losing almost all of its French possessions, while Constantinople fell to Sultan Mehmed II, bringing the Byzantine Empire to an end after more than 1,000 years. The Ottoman victory transformed the Eastern Mediterranean and elevated the Sultan as the heir to the Roman imperial tradition. England soon descended into the brutal Wars of the Roses, a decades-long struggle between the rival houses of Lancaster and York. Noble families across England and Wales chose opposing sides, turning the conflict into a nationwide civil war. Battles, executions, and shifting loyalties became common as powerful lords fought for the English crown. Owen Tudor was executed after the Battle of Mortimer's Cross, while many leading nobles from both factions met similar fates. Despite these losses, the Tudor family survived and continued to build support. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire continued its rapid expansion, capturing the Duchy of Athens and later the Empire of Trebizond, the last surviving Byzantine successor state. In France, King Louis XI spent much of his reign suppressing rebellious nobles and strengthening royal authority. Brittany became another major battlefield as rival factions struggled over the duchy's future, with England and France repeatedly intervening in its affairs. The conflicts eventually evolved into the Franco-Breton War, gradually weakening Breton independence. A decisive turning point arrived in 1485 when Henry Tudor defeated Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field. His victory ended the Wars of the Roses and placed the Tudor dynasty on the English throne. Henry VII immediately worked to restore stability after decades of civil conflict, while Brittany continued resisting French expansion before finally accepting union with France through political marriage. During these same years, Cornwall experienced two major rebellions as heavy taxation and Yorkist support fueled widespread unrest against Tudor rule. The beginning of the 16th century brought a short-lived peace between England and Scotland through the Treaty of Perpetual Peace, sealed by the marriage of James IV of Scotland and Margaret Tudor. Although the agreement failed to prevent future wars, it eventually united the royal bloodlines of both kingdoms. Across Europe, another event transformed history forever, when Martin Luther challenged the authority of the Catholic Church in 1517, launching the Protestant Reformation and reshaping Christianity. King Henry VIII soon carried these religious changes even further. After breaking with Rome, he declared himself supreme head of the Church of England and rejected papal authority. Wales was fully incorporated into the English legal system. English law replaced many traditional Welsh institutions, and the use of Welsh in government was greatly restricted. Henry also dissolved hundreds of monasteries, confiscated their lands and wealth, closed religious houses, destroyed shrines, and dramatically altered the religious and social life of England, Wales, and Ireland. In Ireland, Henry strengthened English authority by proclaiming himself King of Ireland and beginning the Tudor reconquest, while also establishing the Church of Ireland. Scotland entered another period of uncertainty after the death of James V, leaving the infant Mary, Queen of Scots, to inherit the throne. Henry attempted to force a marriage between his son Edward and the young Scottish queen, triggering the conflict known as the Rough Wooing. Although the English achieved major military victories, Scotland refused to surrender its independence. When Henry VIII died in 1547, his son Edward VI inherited the throne. Under the guidance of powerful advisors, Protestant reforms accelerated as hospitals, guilds, colleges, and religious institutions were closed or dissolved. These sweeping changes permanently transformed the political, religious, and cultural landscape of Britain, ending the medieval order and laying the foundations of the modern British state. The second half of the 16th century brought profound religious and political transformation to Britain and Ireland. In 1549, Western England erupted in the Prayer Book Rebellion as people in Cornwall and Devon resisted the introduction of the English-language Book of Common Prayer. The uprising was fueled not only by religious change, but also by the earlier destruction of monasteries, which had long supported local culture and learning. Although the rebels briefly gained momentum, government forces eventually crushed the movement after weeks of fierce fighting. England's religious direction changed repeatedly over the following years. After Edward VI died in 1553, Lady Jane Grey briefly claimed the throne before being removed by Mary I. A committed Catholic, Mary attempted to restore Roman Catholicism through harsh persecution of Protestants, earning a lasting reputation for religious intolerance. Yet despite her efforts, English control over Ireland continued to expand. When Elizabeth I succeeded her in 1558, England permanently lost Calais, its final territory on the European mainland, but entered a new period of political stability under Protestant rule. Across the British Isles, new struggles emerged. Mary, Queen of Scots, returned to Scotland in 1561, but was eventually forced to abdicate in favour of her infant son, James VI. Fleeing to England, she became Elizabeth's prisoner before being executed in 1587 after being linked to plots against the English crown. During the same period, Welsh culture experienced an important revival as scholars completed the first modern Welsh translations of the New Testament and later the entire Bible, greatly strengthening the language and Protestant worship in Wales. Europe remained dominated by conflict between Christian and Ottoman powers. The Knights Hospitaller successfully defended Malta against a massive Ottoman siege in 1565, while the Ottoman Empire later captured Cyprus and completed its conquest of the last remaining Latin territories in the eastern Mediterranean. In 1588, Spain attempted to overthrow Elizabeth I through the famous Spanish Armada. Despite its enormous size, the invasion failed, preserving England's independence and confirming its growing naval strength. Ireland experienced nearly constant unrest as English plantation policies expanded. Efforts to settle English colonists in Offaly, Loire, Munster, Ulster, and other regions met determined resistance from Gaelic Irish lords. Large rebellions, including the Desmond Uprisings and the 9 Years' War led by Hugh O'Neill and Hugh Roe O'Donnell, sought to halt English expansion. Although Irish resistance was fierce, the defeat of these movements allowed the English crown to strengthen its control over the island through permanent plantations and increased immigration from Britain. France also endured decades of civil conflict during the Wars of Religion. Brittany became deeply divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, while Spain repeatedly intervened in support of Catholic forces. The violence finally subsided with the Edict of Nantes in 1598, which granted limited religious tolerance and ended one of the bloodiest chapters in French history. A major dynastic shift occurred in 1603 when James VI of Scotland inherited the English throne after Elizabeth's death, uniting the crowns of England and Scotland under a single monarch. Although both kingdoms remained legally separate, the Stuart dynasty now ruled across Britain and Ireland. The new government accelerated the plantation of Ulster, settling thousands of English and Scottish families in Northern Ireland and permanently changing the region's religious and cultural landscape. Tensions between kings and their subjects continued to grow throughout the early 17th century. Conflicts over religion, royal authority, and political power eventually exploded into the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. Civil wars spread across England, Scotland, and Ireland, dividing royalists and parliamentarians, while Ireland descended into a devastating struggle involving native Irish Confederates, English forces, and Scottish armies. The arrival of Oliver Cromwell in 1649 marked one of the darkest chapters of the conflict, as brutal military campaigns and massacres left lasting scars that shaped relations across the British Isles for generations. The middle of the 17th century was dominated by civil war, religious conflict, and political revolution across Britain and Ireland. During the First English Civil War, the Royalists achieved a series of impressive victories throughout Cornwall and the West Country, capturing important cities such as Bristol, Exeter, and Dartmouth. However, despite these early successes, heavy casualties gradually weakened their position. The arrival of Parliament's disciplined New Model Army changed the course of the war, and decisive victories at battles such as Naseby, Langport, and Torrington destroyed Royalist resistance. By 1646, the last major strongholds had fallen, ending the king's control of Western England. The conflict soon spread across the entire British Isles. Scotland entered its own civil war as the brilliant commander James Graham, Marquis of Montrose, fought in support of King Charles I with assistance from Irish Confederate troops. Although Montrose won a remarkable series of victories, his campaign ultimately collapsed, forcing him into exile before his eventual capture and execution. At the same time, renewed fighting erupted in England and Wales, while Cromwell's growing influence transformed Parliament into the dominant political force. The execution of Charles I in 1649 shocked Europe and marked the temporary end of the English monarchy. His son was immediately recognized as King Charles II by Scotland and several overseas colonies, but Oliver Cromwell and the New Model Army quickly took control of England. Cromwell purged Parliament, defeated Royalist forces, invaded Scotland, and established himself as Lord Protector. His government introduced military rule while suppressing opposition throughout the Three Kingdoms. Nowhere were Cromwell's policies more devastating than in Ireland. Following years of rebellion, English conquest reached unprecedented levels. Large numbers of Catholic landowners lost their estates, many families were forced westward into Connaught, and thousands of Irish people were transported overseas as indentured servants. New plantation policies dramatically altered land ownership, while Catholics were excluded from political life for generations. These measures permanently transformed Irish society and deepened divisions that would endure for centuries. Following Cromwell's death, political instability returned. His son Richard proved unable to maintain control, leading to the collapse of the Protectorate. In 1660, the monarchy was restored as Charles II returned to the throne, bringing an end to England's republican experiment. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire continued expanding by capturing Crete, while France experienced major tax revolts and regional unrest, particularly in Brittany. Religious conflict remained one of the defining features of the late 17th century. In Scotland, harsh persecution of Presbyterian dissenters became known as the Killing Time. England faced renewed political crisis when James II openly promoted Catholic interests, leading many influential nobles to invite William of Orange to intervene. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 forced James into exile and placed William and Mary on the throne, permanently strengthening parliamentary authority over the monarchy. The years that followed saw continued conflict in Ireland and Scotland as supporters of the exiled Stuart dynasty, known as Jacobites, fought to restore their former king. Although these campaigns ultimately failed, they shaped politics throughout the British Isles. New penal laws targeted Catholics and other religious minorities, while political power became increasingly concentrated in Protestant hands. In 1707, another historic transformation occurred with the Act of Union, which united the kingdoms of England and Scotland into the Kingdom of Great Britain under Queen Anne. Even after the Union, Jacobite supporters continued organizing rebellions in hopes of restoring the Stuart dynasty, but every uprising ended in failure. Following Anne's death in 1714, the Hanoverian dynasty assumed the British throne, beginning a new chapter in British history. The 18th century brought repeated Jacobite rebellions, culminating in the famous Rising of 1745 led by Charles Edward Stuart, better known as Bonnie Prince Charlie. After its defeat, the British government imposed severe restrictions on Highland culture, weakening the traditional clan system. At the same time, revolutionary ideas swept across France. The French Revolution abolished Brittany's ancient privileges, dissolved its historic institutions, and reorganized the region into modern administrative departments. Royalist resistance continued through the Chouannerie, while the Reign of Terror claimed thousands of lives. By the close of the century, revolutionary France even attempted an invasion of Wales in 1797, but the expedition ended without success, bringing an eventful era of wars, revolutions, and political transformation to a close. The closing years of the 18th century marked the end of several historic eras across Europe. In 1797, the ancient Republic of Venice, which had existed for more than 1,000 years, surrendered to Napoleon Bonaparte, bringing one of Europe's longest-lived republics to an end. Meanwhile, Brittany experienced another wave of royalist resistance as the Third Chouannerie spread across the region. Although Republican forces eventually restored control, Napoleon's rise to power soon replaced years of instability with a more centralized government. Napoleon's victories also reshaped the political map of Europe. In 1804, Francis II transformed his rule into the Austrian Empire, and only 2 years later, the Holy Roman Empire formally dissolved under French pressure after nearly a millennium of existence. Across Britain, another historic chapter closed in 1807 with the death of Henry Benedict Stuart, the last Jacobite claimant, ending the direct Stuart claim to the British throne. The 19th century saw growing demands for political reform and national identity. Industrial unrest erupted during the Merthyr Rising of 1831, remembered as the first major use of the red flag as a symbol of working-class resistance in Britain. 8 years later, the Newport Rising became one of the largest Chartist demonstrations, demanding wider voting rights and democratic reform. Although both uprisings were suppressed, they inspired future movements for political change. National awareness also expanded in Wales and Brittany. Welsh activists founded Cymru Fyd in the late 19th century to campaign for greater self-government, while Breton organizations promoted regional identity, cultural revival, and eventually political autonomy. During the early 20th century, several nationalist parties emerged in both regions, although internal disagreements and changing political circumstances often limited their success. The Second World War dramatically altered Brittany's history. After France fell in 1940, the region's strategic ports became major German submarine bases. Some Breton nationalist groups collaborated with the Nazi occupation, while far larger numbers joined the French resistance. The Breton Maquis carried out sabotage, intelligence gathering, and guerrilla warfare, making life increasingly difficult for German forces. Following the Allied landings in Normandy, resistance fighters played a crucial role by destroying railways and disrupting German reinforcements. Fierce battles across Brittany helped secure the region's liberation before the end of the war. In the decades that followed, attention shifted from armed conflict to cultural preservation and political activism. Organizations dedicated to protecting the Breton language, traditions, and identity were established, while Cornwall developed its own nationalist movements seeking greater local autonomy. Some Breton groups favored complete independence, whereas others pursued regional self-government within France through democratic means. Constitutional reforms also reshaped Wales. The Government of Wales Act in 1998 created a devolved National Assembly, granting Wales significant powers over its own domestic affairs and marking the greatest expansion of Welsh self-government in centuries. Around the same time, campaigns began calling for the reunification of historic Brittany by restoring Loire-Atlantique to the Breton region after its separation during the Second World War. The opening decades of the 21st century have seen regional identity remain an important political and cultural issue. New Breton political parties continue advocating greater autonomy or independence within a democratic European framework, while protest movements have opposed government policies affecting the region. Similar discussions have also appeared elsewhere in Britain, including the creation of the Devon independence movement in 2021. Although the methods have changed dramatically since earlier centuries, debates over local identity, self-government, and cultural heritage remain an enduring part of the history of Brittany, Wales, Cornwall, and the wider British Isles.